Spalding, Rollins. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the.
Ay, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the.
Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du monde. Brûle la nuit, brise mes chaînes, sous l'orage, je renais dans l'écho de mes veines. J'entrevois une lueur d'espoir, lueur d'espoir. La douleur
to turn. Don't leave me dry. I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
It's day 2 of stage 2. We've got 2 matches to bring you, but will they be 2-2-0 games like we witnessed on day 1. Welcome to VCT EMEA, where we're all now Spanish and looking forward to seeing Kakuka win the World Cup on Sunday, but not before many more action-packed games here at VCT EMEA. And to talk through them, it's Minnie and Petra. As I said to you guys earlier, I need to be really careful that I don't end up calling Minnie Mimi today.
Very understandable. We do look a little bit different, though.
Yeah, less gymnastics in the green room, though.
Yeah, you said there's cartwheels going on between you or something?
Yeah, and I'm going to throw you around later as well. So.
Yeah, they'll be piggybacking their way from the green room to the stage before we know it. Now, we've got some great matches coming up today, but let's remind you of what happened yesterday first. Na'Vi 2-0'd Foot, Eternal Fire 2-0 Team Liquid in a very fast game. So, will today's games be just as speedy? Fnatic versus Giant Nexus first, Pacific versus the Gentle Maze. That second match in particular, we're looking to see if Pacific can finally get their first win in this studio, Petra.
Yeah, there might be feel but on the other side, well, maybe they will just run it down.
Yeah, and will Gentle Mates be able to perform without the French crown buff? That is the question we'll be looking at later. But right now, let's take a look at the two groups we have competing. Everyone is playing for championship points. They're also competing to be the top 2 teams in the first 3 weeks of the group stage, so they can go straight through to the playoffs. They don't have to play our play-ins team, Minnie.
Yeah, I think the narrative for me today is that none of these teams necessarily have enough champ points to feel comfortable getting to champs that way. They're all going to be having to fight through and finishing top 2 at the end of stage 2 probably to make it to champs, and that's big for a team like Fnatic.
Do you think the teams right now are actually thinking about the championship points, or are they just thinking, you know what, if we win, if we can get to Barcelona, we've got a great chance of making it to Shanghai?
Yeah, probably.
When you were playing in the Game Changers circuit, were you always thinking about those championship points you were needing to earn, or were you just going, let's just win this stage first?
Yeah, let's win the stage first, and of course you want to go to champs because that's the main goal, right? But the focus is game to game.
Yeah, and G2 guys, and they were always winning, so
yeah, sometimes.
Incredibly consistent. Now let's talk about our first matchup then, because we're talking about a team first of all that almost always used to win. They were inevitable until 2026, where everything seems to be going wrong for Fnatic. They've never missed champions, and yet they've missed both Masters in Santiago and London this year. And now, Minnie, they're trying to fight back by making some key changes, including Coach Eng coming in. But we've got to ask, was the Milan kick at the end of stage 1 justified?
I think it was a bit of a desperate move given the stakes that we just mentioned. I don't think it was necessarily justified, but I can kind of see why. Like, Milan did very well with this team. Like, he came second a lot last year. Obviously, this year, some things happened, but Vikaj had to be substituted during stage 1. You know, kick off Fnatic, that's usually a kind of weird thing anyway. So I don't think necessarily it was justified, but I can see some hope for Eng. I think that he is an underrated coach coming into this team. I know with KC, he didn't necessarily have, you know, the highs of highs, but I think that with his kind of leadership and set strategies, he could maybe bring some pace to this Fnatic.
Is it hard to get used to working with a new coach as an endgame leader, Petra? How long does that normally take to really get comfortable? Because they don't have much time, Fnatic.
Yeah, a coach and an endgame leader needs to have a kind of dynamic as well, which you have to build. But sometimes it can be very refreshing, and then you are getting different, you know, views on things, so it can definitely work well.
And Eng is a really experienced coach.
Yeah, I think there's a technical way that Eng sees the game that I think it'll be very interesting to see how he works with Boaster. Like, Boaster and him, I think, have similar strengths, or at least Boaster used to have these strengths when I think about back in the day. He used to have these very kind of set strat approaches. We don't see that much anymore, and I'm hoping Eng can bring that out of him. They can maybe work together and kind of judge each other's little set plays and kind of get something going there.
What do you want to see then in terms of the strat book as we go into today's game versus Giant X, Petra? What do you want to see that's going to make you think, yeah, you know what, this is Fnatic getting back on form?
Well, Fnatic is very control-based, has a very control-based playstyle, right? So I don't think it will change that much, but they will definitely have to do something else to make it work. Yeah.
And what's going to be really interesting is seeing Cloud coming in, because Cloud is this player who only was IGLing for Giant X for about a year and a half. Before then, he was known as someone who could put up these numbers. Now he's going to essentially be unleashed of that burden. We don't know how much he's helping in terms of calling in those mid-rounds with Boaster, but Boaster, he's someone we know can do that on his own.
Yeah, Cloud was one of those players back when I was on Fnatic. He was the if you can get this guy, Colin, you just get him. Like, he was that good back in the day. I think there's some question marks right now on his form because obviously he was IGLing in a slightly weaker team. And the question is, can he get back to that level of form? The other thing I'm worried about here is the roles. He is a recon player, Crash is a recon player. What are they going to do? Like, I'd imagine a double initiator approach, but that's not so popular in the meta right now.
But as someone who has had to be an IGL, he has to know those roles inside out, even if he's not playing them. I have a feeling that Cloud has probably got a few cards up his sleeve, but will they be aces? Well, they could be, because he's up against his former team in Giant X, so he's going to know their playbook pretty well, Petra.
Yeah. They definitely have to do something else. Cloud knows their habits, and he can probably read the players individually very well. But since they also have a new IGL, it's going to be different. So
yeah, well, we don't know who the IGL is. The rumor is that it's going to be Net, who's coming back from VCT America. But I spoke to Pipson earlier, and he said, "Who says that Net's IGLing?"
Yeah, I thought it was Net. I've been talking like it was Net, so I thought that would make sense. Like, he has a lot of experience. He was obviously on that guard roster back in the day that was, you know, one of the best teams in the world at that time. And now I'm stuck here thinking, I don't know what's going on.
And the other thing we're going to see today is a stand-in. Unfortunately, Maciek can't make it in time for the start of stage 1, so hopefully we'll be seeing him play in their next game, or at least in a near game in the near future, I should say. We're going to see Jesse instead, who we saw playing in Ascension with UCAM. I think he was actually one match away from winning Ascension.
Oh, really?
Be in with a chance of qualifying to literally play on this stage.
Yeah, he's an experienced player. He was a player. He was second on my list for replacing Doma in 2022, so he has a lot of history. He was a very good recon player, but I believe he'll be playing smokes on this roster if he's going to be replacing Grabino. So a pretty good substitute, but again, today, a team with a little bit of an asterisk on them with a substitute.
And he's played 5 scrims with the team so far, Petra. There'll be an interview with Pipson later on today where you'll hear him talk about the fortunes there. If you are playing with a substitute, you're obviously not playing your ideal game plan, because how's that substitute going to know it? So, Petra, what would you be doing as a teammate for someone like Jesse right now?
I think you have to play based on a very strong fundamentals, right? So a lot of defaulting, but it can definitely work out for them because it makes you a little bit unpredictable sometimes. But who knows? It needs to be basic.
Yeah.
I think something I used to do is just have a bit of a pep talk and just be like, look, your job isn't to shine today. You don't need to do anything. There's no pressure on you. You just have fun. And naturally, that kind of lets the player kind of get into the game a little bit more naturally, and if they start popping off, that's good. But if they start coming into the game thinking this is my moment to shine, then I feel like that's the worst mentality.
Yeah, too much pressure.
Yeah.
We are going to go to a skirmish, although I just have to say that right behind Minnie's head, I can see Fnatic are literally having a skirmish of their own. Bosa just got thoroughly swiped in the hand that he needs to literally hold his mouse by Crashes. We'll bring you more news on what happened in the fisticuffs in the studio in a moment, because right now we need to find out who won the skirmish between Alfia and Westside.
Hello guys, I'm Alfia today.
We are gonna be playing skirmish.
Can we choose whatever we want?
Yes.
Alright.
What you choose?
I press random.
What mouse you're playing on?
The LRV4 Pro.
Fight! Hoppa.
No! Come on bro, I headshot you, bro. Come on, die bro!
Hey!
Boom!
It's good to destroy. Bro.
Boom!
I don't see. I don't.
Bro, without sound is more fun bro.
You wanna do sheriff?
Yeah, go. But I have a bad sheriff bro.
Bro, me too. Bro.
Oh, I'm looking sharp today, GG.
GG bro. GG bro.
Alfia won the skirmish 5-1, so Fnatic actually chose to pick second. Why do you think they did that, Minnie?
Because you can see if the other team's going to like pick your map. It's early in the season, you don't know, they might accidentally give you a freebie. So I don't think necessarily they did, because Ascent is a bit of a middling map for Fnatic, but Sunset is what I'm looking at here. Fnatic picking Sunset. The last time I remember seeing them play that, they weren't very good at it. So start of stage 2, getting some reps on that is going to be important for them.
They've had a bit of time to practice though, Pedro.
Yeah, of course. And I also think they are very strong on the defense side, Fnatic, so that's why they chose Team B. So I think it's good.
And also Fnatic chose to be quite evil in that veto, because Haven statistically is the strongest map for Giant X, I believe, from stage 1. So Fnatic, they didn't come here to play, they came here to make enemies of Cloud from a team. Let's take it away.
down.
Versus Giant X.
Well, the team announcement voice sounds like a serial killer, but who is going to serially die in the server today? Because Giant X, they are absolutely up against it. This is an uphill battle that this team didn't envision going into their first game of Stage 2. Unfortunately, playing with a stand-in, it's going to be very interesting to see if Giant X can put up a fight against Fnatic today, Mini.
Yeah, and I think the goal for Fnatic is very clear. Eng is coming in with one goal, and that is to get to Champions. I think that today they're playing against a team with a substitute, and that is just, we need to win this 2-0. I think if there's anything less from this Fnatic, then there's going to be some question marks in their future games.
And Petra, just looking at this team now, on the side of Fnatic, this is the first game that they're going to be playing with Cloud, with Eng. What do you think the conversation is between these guys?
The conversation? Well, I think they're just going to focus on their own game and their own phase. I don't think they're going to change the phase. It's going to be...
I hope they do. I hope that they've added some new set strats. I hope they've added some explosivity. If I'm watching the Fnatic that look like the England team in the last 40 minutes of last night, then I'm going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, the less said about that, the better, I think. Our teams have settled back in their Razor gaming chairs, backing every play they make on the server. For the side of Giant X, this is an emergency rebuild, though. I don't think that they were anticipating losing Cloud and having to rebuild in the last couple of months without him. This is going to be their first time playing an official in quite some time, so the eye test and the pressure is going to be on them today. What we really want to see is a team that has a sense of identity, though, because in the past, Mini, Double Duelist has worked for these guys. What have we got here?
Yeah,
though?
that's something I wanted to talk about, but Giant X were good this Stage 1 when they played Double Duelist. They were like 6-1 on maps, and they lost every single time they didn't play it. To see them coming out with Double Duelist right away, that is a great sign for me, especially on Ascent, where you could argue that the KO is very strong. It looks like Aura and Jesse are going to be those two at the front, going in with that Double Duelist. I love to see it. Fnatic, a bit boring. KO Ascent, seen it before. Any thoughts here, Petra?
No, it's pretty basic, but the neon is nice to see. And yeah, I think it's a pretty default. Yeah, nothing new.
Do you really want to reinvent the wheel on Ascent, though?
I guess not. I think what I want to see from them, if they're going to play this bread and butter compositionally, I want to see some new set plays in the strategy. I want to see some new ideas, some new lineups. Just give me something new that I can work on.
Yeah, well, we're going to see right now because Mitchman and Tom are ready to get our first map underway.
Yes, indeed we are. What a matchup it is as well. Fnatic versus GX, but Tom, something we commented on there, it just looks weird seeing Eng in that jersey.
It's unnatural. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm hoping it goes well, otherwise I'll never want to see it ever again. But yeah, no, some new things. Of course, it's an interesting matchup, firstly, because this is the first time we're going to see the new look of Fnatic. Like, are they going to be that sort of world beater that the expectation always is? And then you also have GX, who would have wanted to come in today and go, yeah, let's show him. He left us, and now we're going to beat him. We got to stand in. That might be a little bit more difficult to do now. Because I think you have to bear in mind, let's go back to the last time Fnatic played against GX. You go, oh, 2-1. That's fairly close. Fnatic had Desmo playing. They beat them with Desmo.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to beat them when they have one of the better players of GX and GX have a stand-in. I'd say odds on.
I'm curious to see, though, Cloud, having been on that roster since we saw it there, since the beginning of partnership, but also now been leading that roster for quite a while, joining into Fnatic, joining their system. It'll be something to keep an eye on, sort of how he exists within that system, whether he contributes or detracts from it. You know, an extra voice can be an upside, but can also add to the cacophony for Fnatic. Losing a player early on, it is Crashy's down. Rotations towards the B site, confident that Alfier can stand his ground alone. He can't get out of there. He's stuck down below, but has some trips in front to try to ease the blow of these attackers rushing in.
Not a whole lot of spots for him to play around. Maybe try and use that trip to help him out a little bit, but they are going to be looking to try and clear him, and it only going to be a dink, in fact, not even the kill. Boaster around the corner with the Sheriff, a couple of low players, but I think they've definitely heard him drop. Look to swarm together over on the GX side, and leaves just Cloud remaining. It'll be one hell of a way to kick off his debut versus XT. 1v5? No, absolutely nothing. Instead, it's an Inzo flawless, and Net to close out with a double on his first round in EMEA.
So, you know, my concern when I look at Fnatic isn't that Cloud is going to come in and start, you know, counter-calling and undermining Boaster's leadership. That I won't disrespect Cloud by even putting that forward as a possibility. What I don't want to see, though,
let's go, flawless, yeah?
Is somebody with his caliber and his expertise step back too much, be afraid to contribute too much into the system. And I think finding that balance of not over-calling, not having too loud a voice to drown the others out, but contributing to the system instead of just existing in it, I think that will be his challenge. Joining this, we're no doubt we will have many different ideas. For Fnatic, this one, the idea is to take an eco. Single pistol bought up onto Alfier. Other than that, Bandit, it is classics across the board. And what should be an easy enough follow-up, GX are giving themselves a safety net. They can lose a player or two and still come out of this smelling the roses with the 2 Sheriffs they've brought through. And I think the main thing here is they're just early on, trying to catch any aggression, trying to figure out where the stack is, and late on, with those disadvantages, you really want to group up and hit this as a blob.
Yeah. One of the more interesting things for me as well coming into this game for GX is, yeah, sure, they've got a stand-in, but I was also expecting Net and Flickless to be playing the other roles. Like I expected, I think in recent times we've seen Net playing a bit more of the controller, and Flickless is someone I've loved seeing on Initiator, although he normally was on something like a Flash Initiator, like a KO, because they have Cloud, who normally plays the Sova. So definitely interested to see how that works out for them going forward, but so far so good. Obviously Fnatic hoping for a little bit of additional damage, drop some of those weapons. It was only pistols on the players they've lost so far. And they can afford one more death. Kind of hoping though that maybe Jesse gets that kill and gets towards his ult.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he doesn't even chuck this weapon over to Flickless and go hunting down himself. 2 away. From a run it back, even him dying is going to be worthwhile, but instead he grabs himself the kill nice and clean. Patience on display as GX reached 2, 4 players left alive. A lot of orbs towards Jesse. I think he's just 1 away from the run it back now. This is definitely about as good of a start as you can hope for on that attack side.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, obviously you're going to give the caveat over to Giant X that if this series doesn't go their way, there's obvious reasons why. For Fnatic, for me, this needs to be a statement victory. Like, you've had a lot of time, you've had preparation, you've got a new player who I think most people are excited about. You even seem to be maybe cleaning up some of the roles as well with Alpha back on Senti. I kind of want this to be dominant.
And to be honest, if there's any team that you should be beating after picking up Cloud, it is his X team that he was the IGL of that you beat last time. For GX, made it to the site, but trouble getting anything done there as it seems like they'll lose every single fight, at least to start, maybe to finish as well. Nets alone, barely a lick of damage delivered.
Not bad.
As Fnatic find a flawless.
Yeah, another in-zone flawless. That's 2 in 3 rounds. In-zone definitely getting their money's worth already from VCT EMEA. But yeah, that was one way to shut me up for sure. It's just come in and immediately hold down that site like it was absolutely nothing, of course. We are going to see the buyback up into the next round, but incredibly comfortable from FNC in this round. But that's it. This is where we get the buy. This is where we get the run it back. We now look at Jesse with the potential here, because although for the rest of GX it's a caveat, for him this is a chance to sort of show what he's got, make impact within this team, and maybe if someone else is looking at a roster move, they might think to get you.
Yeah, on the Phoenix of all This is where we expect that impact. Rifle round for GX, full buy, and the execute about to come through. The run it back expected to be the tip of the spear. And there it is, activated. Cloud, the one left to try to slow them down, but he's got some more boasters. Paranoia blinded them, and Kayak swung in from the side. The triple kill. It was the ultimate of Jesse taken down for the first, but the other two will not be coming back. And Fnatic find themselves in a 5v3. The spike back in the spawn. GX with nothing to show.
Yeah, it's going to always be the sort of difficult part of this attack side, especially with the amount of information that you're going to have over on the defense for Fnatic. You have the deep cam already placed within B. You're able to get men over on the board on that A site quite early. And well, there's still a trip there.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. They couldn't get out. Your first player goes up and over to dash in, right? And you have this nade come through, landing inside that choke point. It's already making it a problem. As soon as you lose this control, no one can flood out to help. But at least you've got a player on Jenny, right? Just wait out the nade and then go help him. Paranoia comes swinging in from backside. It's over.
Left.
Your guy on site's blind. Everybody further back just got smoked off, is naded. There's a trip in the way as well that the Phoenix ult might have wanted to do something about if Kayak hadn't come swinging in the second they tripped it. Clean as can be from Fnatic, and yet they did have 3 players on site. They had utility just go through as the push came in. The timing was perfect. I didn't even notice the stun from Kayak or the spam being that quick. It was the second he got revealed and Flickless is taken down alongside. That is unlucky for GX to lose the second player to it, but at the end of the day, Fnatic were more than ready. You look at how quickly they pounced there. The trap was activated, and seconds later, GX's chances were dead.
Yeah, I think it's easy to forget, even though we always talk about the caliber of the players on the Fnatic side, that even though they didn't make it, one of the top-rated, top ACS, top ADR players of the last stage was Kayak. He was still frying under pressure early. I don't know how he's survived even that long. The flash was perfect from Jesse, and that's a pretty decent man to shut down the Cast of the Cursor. Clearly not gone anywhere. As I talked about how good he was, and he's immediately dead. The fact is, though, Fnatic are not giving up this space. They've done a hell of a lot of damage already onto Ara. And with the trade found from Alpha yet, that advantage is gone.
Yeah, every 30 seconds, Ara's being taken a burst of ammo to the chest, down to 30 HP. Numbers even, but weaponry and health certainly sitting comfortably in Fnatic's favor now. Ara spotted the trip. That's probably going to take a rotation off this A side. It should at least. And for GX, they're going to gamble on it. Spike starting to move back in this direction. Net clearing out the space, and then Jesse is sent to try to catch that rotation to find those players moving across, but no one's shown anything. Fnatic lost info in B main.
Take flight.
And sat with 3 players on this A side. This is going to be frustrating for GX when they realize, but they're running into the numbers.
Okay, Ara's done well. Anything more would be nice. Jesse also winning the fight. Now Crashy's left alone. Maybe this was the weaker of the site. The other one had Alfia on it, you know how good he could be. And now he has to try and find a clutch scenario. The last time I watched him play this map, he was unstoppable, but not this time. Good dart, good shot from Ara. And from a position of running into the site with 15 seconds left, they come out smelling the roses.
Yeah, 20 seconds, they're still on short, just making it through the tree. That definitely didn't look like it was going to go their way for a moment. And for Jesse, it started with that fight against
this
Kayak.
fight.
A great flash.
Ara has 30 health and wins a fight at long range.
Straight to the bandit. It can win on range, it can do that damage, but it shouldn't have. And for Fnatic, they know that was a round that should have been theirs. But a cost paid now as GX maintain the lead, bringing it up 3-2. An operator for Fnatic. This is going to be an attempt to change things around mid early. You can see Kayak is in a spot that he can't get much done from. And now the pressure's on for Boaster. They're going to dump utility just because of that pressure put on him. This is great for GX. They've traded out a recon for a nade and a paranoia. And map control. Although they have to confirm that with the hot hands.
Another orb for Jesse. That will now leave him 1 away. And this is quite a common strategy we see throughout. Early control towards A, claim an orb, have your lurker spot for any aggression. And then maybe go back and get the other orb if it's still there, which obviously they'll have the information of. So it gives an opportunity to basically get Jesse 2 free orbs every single round and get that ultimate on rapidly.
Well, yeah, as you say, the 2 orbs here is going to be enough for Jesse to have the run it back. Fnatic's setup towards this B site will be tested. Kayak with the operators on the other side of the map. He's waiting for them to walk up short, but they are coming nowhere near it. In fact, they're going straight into the B site.
Get out of my way.
Where Fnatic have already turtled. Play back towards the boathouse. Ara making its way up close. Is about to be challenged by Alpha. The second player sitting back wasn't expected, but only gets the one for GX. Plan now guaranteed, and net look to get so much more. Still, one should be good enough.
Gotta be careful of the reveal, but nobody going down to it. Operator retrieve, nice spam from Cloud. That makes it interesting now. Into a 2v2. Flickless up close, but he's instant with the shot. Expecting a swing. Was Kayak trying to watch for the next player, but instead a reposition leaves Kayak in what seems now like an unlikely scenario. He'd need a mistake. That operator holds a lot more value. And I wonder if there's going to be a swing just to put him down. Nice close from Flickless. And a 4-2 lead now for GX. We said that we wanted a statement victory for Fnatic, and thus far, sure, their 2 rounds have been statements. 0 players dying. But the other 4, not so much.
I guess this is the problem, though. Like, when you run one of these cookie-cutter comps, again, the Neon being a little bit different, but other than that, this is something the players will have years of experience coming up against. You don't really have the option to surprise them at all, and that is kind of what you expect when it comes to Ascent. But the added flair for GX and having that Phoenix even alone, we've seen how much it can chop and change how a map is played. And here on the attack side, it's making a huge difference. They didn't even use the biggest strength of this composition, having the run it back. It wasn't online on the push into the site.
The orb. They didn't bother.
But this time, it is online right off rip. And this is a crucial round for Fnatic. They've put all their credits into it. Lose this, and GX take a good lead and turn it into a great one.
The setup has switched. Alpha going to be holding down that A site now, and basically just playing info from Crashies. A few ults very close to being online as well for Fnatic, so it's going to be a swing round based on economy, as you said, but also based on those ultimates. An early rotation, leaving Alpha a little bit more alone, but not a whole lot being given over by GX. They're playing very passively, rotating around the back of the map, so they're not being caught by darts, they're not being caught by knives, so it's very difficult using all of those initiators plus Senti to actually get anything. They don't know right now.
Well, that's it. They're hoping on this attack side that Fnatic get impatient and move forward, look for information. When they don't, fine, we'll push with 30 seconds left because we've got to run it back to work with. They can break through this defense, and they've done just that already, making it to the site. Still, that trip's going to be up. Alpha's managed to shut down Jesse's ult, but the spike is on site. It should be planted fairly soon, but that's it down. Now, it's on Ara to plant the spike with 7 seconds. He has to have bodyguards, but he will be defended just long enough. Still, Boaster slipped through. Managed to leave it down to just west side, then the herd to 1 and deal with the last as well. A big round from Boaster. Fnatic desperately needed this.
Yeah, no, he'd been very quiet individually, and I think that's one of the biggest critiques that always seems to come his way is when he's not fragging and you see him lower on the board, but this was an important round for them, and I think the little bit of panic that was caused by Alfia dropping the spike definitely gave them a little bit of additional space, allowed him to get back into the site in general, but also just maneuver around the back. Baby. And wow, he's even got Hype Man Cloud ready to go. Third round for Fnatic. 4 ultimates for them to play with as well. I said it was crunch time in terms of ults, but actually Fnatic didn't really use any of theirs.
Careful now. Indeed, it felt like a big round for GX. But it doesn't work out. Now, much more pacey attack. They're already in the A side. Hunter's Fury going to be activated. Good tags. That's a double. The damage onto 1 more. That's huge. Flickless and west side. Tagged heavy. Ara not too healthy either. Yeah, they'll get the site, but they are way behind in these fights. Fnatic, though, will bide their time in going for this retake. Wonders Fury through, guarantees it, actually gets a tag and a kill. That's huge for Ned.
He's done well. HP still favored. And now Cloud's caught another, and that gives him his ultimate. They still haven't managed to get themselves into a post-plant just yet. They're looking for a way back into the round, hoping that someone gifts it to them, hoping for a mistake, but as you sort of mentioned, both teams have been happy to be patient. Instead, though, it's the defense that looks to make a move. No plant to be had. Net revealed and left out in the cold. Well, Alfia looks to give him a warm hug.
Yeah, Cloud just entered full BS mode there. That's 2 players. The second was revealed, at least. I'll give him that. The first, I don't believe, was. He just shot him straight through. Yeah, look at that. That's ridiculous. The second was revealed, you know, so it's not as impressive, but 2 in 1 round, straight through that floor. It doesn't feel good to be GX in a moment like that.
Even the second one wasn't the immediate reveal. He waited. The guy could have moved. He just went, yeah, there. This goes here. This goes here.
Oh, you love to have those kind of rounds.
Yeah, as a wise man once said, wallbang. 4-4. This is where the economy now hits the ground for GX. And unfortunately, they don't have any of those ultimates to pad the gap either. Expectation is this will be where the economy can grow a little bit for Fnatic, and with Alfia, Kayak, and well, I've given Alfia a kill before he's actually got it, but I just assumed he would get Ara, but I was wrong. My bad. Yeah,
you were very wrong.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go sit in the corner.
About as wrong as you could be. Now GX in with a chance to take the A site. Cloud still watching the
cover going out.
Now GX in with a chance to take the A site as Cloud is out of the round, and the plant should be found. What should have been Ara dead in the dirt. In fact, in Tom's mind, it already was. Now it's Ara in with a chance for a very late lurk. Oh my goodness, the door is wide open. This man should have been a dead man walking, a corpse.
They're going to push them back.
But he's still breathing. They're buying time. This is Ara's moment to strike, and he'll get him. He'll get him eventually. A bit of showmanship, and his time's out. Oh, God. It's a horrible round for Ara. But he should have been dead before he got anything. 2, and he's given them a chance, an opportunity. Oh, my goodness, it's messy. But Net got there in the end. Flickless, last man standing. The spike needs to be defused. The one-way smoke gives him a chance to strike from the side to pull Crashies off the defuse, and now all he has to do is run that clock down. Crashies, 4 kills, but it is not enough as GX make it to 5.
I'm still sat in the corner.
See,
it's the mode of thrifty, you know. I'm sorry, Alfia. I said you had the kill.
I'm gonna say you cost them that round, Tom. That is on you.
Maybe.
You in this very game 2 rounds ago, you said the cast curse is real.
Can we stop? Because I'm gonna end up getting blocked by Fnatic again. Again.
Oh, they unblocked you.
They did unblock me.
That was quite kind.
Yeah, Devad found some kindness in his heart, and then
you got a second chance, and you learned nothing.
It's about to dissipate. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened in that round. It's one that, you know, Fnatic fans always have to live on the edge with supporting their team. I think that tipped me over the edge a little bit. You said it was a messy round, and honestly, I've had enough of messy from yesterday. I didn't want to see anything more, but, you know.
What a day it was.
Which one, today or yesterday? I'm unhappy with both.
Yesterday for me, but for Fnatic today might be a day to remember. They managed to recover this, put themselves back to winning ways, and if they don't, it certainly will be one to remember, or one they'll be forced to. Looking to equalize, great flash through from Cloud. The paranoia might buy a little bit of time, but Flickless, he's on borrowed time. 14 HP. Not long for this world are the entirety of GX with a round win for Fnatic. We're back to neck and neck.
What I am enjoying from this game so far, though, is seeing, firstly, Cloud incredibly happy.
Yeah.
I'll say the fact that the second he signed, he was doing TikTok dances, kind of gave me everything I need to know about how he was going to be in this squad. But I think also, like we talked about, like, okay, maybe he can second call, maybe he can give additional thing. The other fun thing about him in this team is he doesn't have to do any of that. He could just shoot, which if you go back to his days on Na'Vi, which some of you are going to be like, Cloud on Na'Vi, if you're blowing your mind, he was like an aggressive duelist player and a Sova. Like, he would just be this more aggro flare style player. And I want to see more of that. I want to see more of what he can do, just having fun and being more aggressive. We've seen that throughout, nonetheless. We do have ourselves the agent pool of Westside, which I do like. It goes 4-2-3 because we wanted to make it a little bit more interesting. We want to catch you off guard. But I want to talk about this guy because I'm intrigued with how this roster is moving. Obviously, bringing in a young Turkish star who you kind of maybe expect to be taking up the secondary duelist. Is this agent pool going to thin back out into just Sentinels again? Because I think he's a fantastic Sentinel player, but I did really like him on Phoenix.
Yeah, look, I agree with you there. I think his Phoenix was phenomenal. At the same
One of the
time,
best.
I'm fine if he's able to fully focus on just playing the Sentinel. I think now as well as we move towards, and I think the future will see more of it, us moving towards this Sentinel diversity, this is a man that I want to see him committed to that role. Committed to our role, actually. I don't mind if it's the Phoenix. I don't mind if we're having a duelist arc, but Westside's Sentinel, Westside's Viper, sensational. And it's just because he's so reliable on his own. He makes great decisions, and when he takes risks, he can back them up almost every time. He's a guy that knows his limits and plays to them. So I really enjoy watching him play. But for Fnatic, looking for 6, looking for the lead at last, and it will be a big burst towards this A side. I'm not sure they're ready for it, especially not with the ult leading the way, but the Paranoid will at least buy them time. Great wall by Jesse, and he's through! The flash doesn't buy him enough time, though. The Blade Storm from Ara only gets 1, and Fnatic have weathered the storm.
Yeah, it was a low buy for GX, so obviously I was going into this round thinking they were going to win it. But,
down A.
you know, not this time. Leaves just Jesse. Trying to find 4, and Cloud really is just having a field day now. A bit of a slower start for him alongside Boaster, but both have had a comeback since they were at a deficit. And now look to take the lead going into the half. And I will say, one of the things that you can see with a new IGL and a stand-in player is maybe the attack side don't look so bad, because you just go, we're going to do this, I need you to do this, and that is the round. That's what you attempt. I think on defense, having that same level of synergy, at least in my eyes, is a little bit more difficult. I think it does depend on the team. But especially when you're playing defensive side Phoenix, that's where I really want to see if Jesse's still going to be able to have the fairly decent performance he is currently having.
Well, yeah, instead of calling your playbook, you're countering theirs when you swap sides. It does definitely make a big difference. And for GX, a test that they will be taking. The question is whether it's on stable, even ground, or whether the high ground relies on Fnatic, or sits with Fnatic. They're spread out. To start this round, the defensive side, they are taking a lane each and waiting. It's not what I expect to see out of the last round, in all honesty. No real information. Kayak's sitting passively in line. They don't even spot them on short until they'd be around the corner. That means the rotations come in much slower, yet still, GX are moving towards the site with 2 players boathouse, and containment there for Cloud.
Ara's trying to make his way through. In fact, they're all trying to make their way through. They're chasing them down. They're hunting their ex-teammate. But it's Boaster. We'll keep things even, and Crashies isn't done. This has turned into a game of deathmatch, and well, unless Cloud's going to be brought back, which he is not, it's going to come down to the 1 versus 1. Kayak versus Net, New Boy versus Staple. All popped. Maybe just trying to force Net to take a risk. The overdrive will fade. It doesn't seem like Kayak, at least for now, has the idea of where Net has gone. Trying to figure this one out. Only 1 angle left to clear, but he's run out of bullets in the clip! He's gone in with no ammo left! It's a Red Bull clutch for Net! Well, it's going to be the half done in the favor of no one. It's even.
Neck and neck at the half as we see Cloud taking on his former teammates. And for now, there's no way to separate them. You think he's got the blueprints, he knows his way around the house. Well, we'll find out if he does after the break. Before that, though, or during that, let's have a listen in to what he had to say ahead of this match.
Cloud, we knew you as part of Giant Next since 2022, I believe. So what's it like now being in a Fnatic jersey?
It's great, to be honest. I don't think much people expected this, even me, but it feels great.
So you were not expecting the call from Fnatic. Talk us through it.
I mean, it's the end of the season. I didn't expect they would have some problems with the players and stuff like this, like health, but yeah. But
was it a difficult decision?
Not really.
Yeah, because it's Fnatic, right? Everyone dreams of playing for Fnatic.
I mean, it's not only because of Fnatic, it's because of the players that are in Fnatic, you know? I would like to go there and get experience from them, share mine, and they would share with me and stuff like this. So I think it's mostly because of that.
What have you learned so far?
I mean, many small things, details, how they think in the game, like what approach they do on scrims and stuff like this. It's completely different. I would say, I think every team has like different approach on the scrims, on the game days, and so far so good, I feel like. And
everyone's kind of learning Fnatic as well, because you've got new coach Eng. What's the main thing he wants from the team right now, apart from results?
I think he's just helping the team to grow and be better with each day and stuff like this, I would say. He's not like changing a lot and a whole system and stuff like this. He's just helping and yeah, helping players, helping Jake, kind of.
One last quick thing. You're going to be sat looking at your ex-teammates in the eye. How do you feel about that?
No, I won't be sad. I played so many times, like against my best friends, against my friends. I think it's just like on the server we're enemies, you know? But outside of the server, we're still good friends.
Oh, enemies to friends and back again. Good luck today, Cloud.
Thank you.
Well, good to see that Cloud, he's not fazed by facing his former teammates. As we said, a little peek behind the curtain for him, having an idea of how they like to prepare and how they like to play. We'll see if that makes a difference in the second half. Now GX on the defensive side, and this is really where the big test for a squad like this with the Standard is expected to be.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. And I think always going up against Fnatic when it comes to those attack side calls, it can be relatively difficult. And, well, maybe the calls don't mean anything. We're going into the comms.
Guys.
The mid link.
There's holding right now.
Yeah, I'm going into A main, bro.
Mid play, boys. I'm just gonna find middle.
Wait, probably do the same as us, no? Could be towards B.
Yeah. Nothing A. Yeah, nothing A.
Yeah.
Be on one body.
Block B. Blind.
Yeah, coming.
One middle. One middle. Market. I'll call planner.
Well, it's been a tough round for GX so far.
Yeah.
Unable to find their footing, picked apart.
It was a tough first 5 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. And Kayak finding that double. Was it collateral or a double? It's collat, right?
I'll be
like
honest, it was so fast I don't even know.
Well, they're even lined up on the minimap. X marks the spot where this round fell apart for GX. And now finally, it comes to its end. An end zone flawless for Fnatic to take the lead.
Yeah, that was one hell of a way to start out their attack side. And there we go. Yeah, it was a collide. It was 2 bullet shot, but a little bit of tickle damage and then just a lovely little shot connected moments later. A very clean pistol coming in for the Fnatic side. Of course, they did lose the last one in the last half.
Yes,
but I do sit here and go again.
That's Tanaramsky, everybody. Legendary.
I think the expectation is for Fnatic to win this game. We're kind of looking at how cleanly they're able to do it.
I love that yes, baby from Boaster. Real Austin Powers energy. That's the vibe he gives off anyway.
Is the glasses giving that off as well?
It is. It is. It's just, it's a whole package piece. It's GX finding 2 right off rip. And, well, Fnatic not going to be all too happy about how this one started out. GX find themselves a rifle.
What's going on?
Net wins a fight on range. And, well, the road to recovery for Fnatic now. 2 rifles for them, 2 for their opponents. Double the manpower on that defensive side. And they're not even going to risk taking the extra rifle, it seems.
All right, with how they've been playing with the classics, it doesn't look like they need it. Those were clean fights, great setup, great early flashes as well. The last 2, Alfia and Cloud.
Where's the Sheriff?
as they look to push back through. First one goes their way, but Jesse is on fire. Another couple to close out. 3 players standing. And correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I'm wrong. That was 5 classics.
Yeah. Yeah, it was getting the kills at least. It was.
And they got on a mode of Thrifty off of 5 classics.
Just a full A main push. Not being caught. There was a reveal sent through, but it went to Narnia, mate. Like they're clearing wine with the reveal.
I will say the dart on the other side.
Very nice.
Yeah. But for Fnatic, that's such a weird set of priorities, and I think they just got ahead of themselves a little bit there. They gave GX, or assumed GX would have some respect for them. They're looking to see if there's a little ratty spot, a little trap being set up. They didn't expect the full-on aggression. And that gives GX now a chance to equalize, keep this even. Good damage early onto Alpha. The idea there was just to break a trip, but instead they've done a lot of damage to that man and left him one shot to an outlaw. Not that it matters. Weapon on the floor, Ara down, and now pressure applied back from Fnatic. The low buys are dangerous so far in this game. Net blinded up will be dealt with. The trades coming in favor of the attacking side. West side caught in the corner. He's down on 20 HP. He'll be traded out as well. And GX, a little taste of their own medicine. They're in a 2v3.
Oh, an opportunity for Jesse.
Going up.
A lot of damage taken.
Doesn't even get the heal.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think he put it a little bit further than he meant, but there you go, he's got the heal now. Shock dart. Looked like it could have cleared him, and the second one almost does. That extra heal was kept him alive, but they don't expect Kayak. It's going to be another remote of Thrifty. Welcome back, Fnatic fans. Welcome back, GX fans. We are right in the thick of it again. Who's feeling happy?
The roster might have changed for GX, but their performance in low-buy rounds certainly didn't. Yet Fnatic take a leaf out of their book in this round. This is pure chaos.
Come on, come on. Welcome to EMEA.
It's the second time now we've seen Kayak in this game, in this map alone, swing out from a smoke and catch GX looking completely the other way. It's got to be annoying to see him have that much success. Other than that, though, he has been kind of shut down. Like, I think GX have been doing the hard work in a lot of these rounds. Then falling over at the basics. Anti-Eco lost. Them left down to a very mixed buy, but one where they've got to run it back, and frankly, I don't know what to expect.
Oh. Flash out. Ooh, that one's not quite gone far enough. Fight's really not pretty, but, you know, Fnatic are getting the job done. Finally, it looks like the team with the buy might be about to win the round. You never know. Maybe West Side's about to 1v5 while they have the spike down on the other side of the map.
Even then, I think they win this round.
Oh.
Because of a
Good
couple
orb management.
Couple of centimeters at best saved them there. Like the fact of Jesse blinding himself on short, kind of giving away the game just a little bit. If he was an inch forward, that flash goes around the corner. The two players are fully blind as they were, and then they can actually pounce on them. And that, I think, might have turned the round into favor for GX. Instead, it staggered the push. It left the guys on mid getting shredded without any pressure applied behind. And Fnatic are easily able to recover on what is ultimately a rush where they tripped over themselves. For Westside, saving this weapon might even be impossible. He is being hunted down. Is surrounded already, has to fight at least one more player before he's scot-free. And they are waiting to fight that together. Crashies can't swing in time, but Cloud's there. 9-7. Fnatic take the lead. And look, all of the issues of this map can be forgotten if they recover it from this point forward.
Which team's that?
Oh, we didn't need to show that, did we? Well, really, that's both teams, but I'm more so speaking about Fnatic is coming in. It would be kind of a disgrace for them to change coaching staff, have the idea of the revitalized, fixed roster be to take the IGL of another team, then see that other team come in with a stand-in as well, and then beat you. I think even this being close is
but that's what I was going to say.
A bit embarrassing.
We'll all be forgiven. It's got me feeling a little bit nervous.
If they dominate map 2, you know, we can be like, oh, it was GX's map pick, and it was a slow start. You know, it's Fnatic slow starts. That's what they do. We can still get out of this
slow start at the beginning of the year. They went 5-0 in groups to stage 1. This is groups again. I expect them to dominate.
Yeah, but they've just made a big change. They've got Cloud in there. Who knows if he's going to be the savior? Or Desmo. You say that as if Desmo's not one of the best Phoenixes we've ever seen on this stage, Tom. And frankly,
the maps they
I
won,
won't take that
he wasn't
disrespect.
playing Phoenix.
Maps he lost, it wasn't his fault. Nice shot by Ara. It's a blind fire that takes down Alpha, but an immediate resurgence from Fnatic. The site secured, but the spam's doing damage. It's Kayak who's picking up all the pieces. One more on offer, but Ara's giving nothing away.
Well, Cloud versus his old team. Two of his old teammates.
Joke's over.
And Jesse. And they're going to ult. They're going to just try and make sure they get this over the line, but he's managed to bypass. They're going to be careful. They're going to defend. And while Jesse comes back to defend the exact position he was about to disappear and go back to, it will be the defusal. It will be an 8th round. And a response from Giant X. They are definitely not letting this one go without a fight. And honestly, like, yeah, sure, there's been some scrappy, messy rounds. I can forgive them for that with all the circumstances they're coming in with, but honestly, at least on individual levels, I think Jesse's looked very good.
Yeah.
I think other than that singular flash, I actually think his flashes have been good throughout the map so far.
Good shit, bro.
That was more of a rare mistake rather than the norm. And especially with him not necessarily playing Duelist all too often, I believe he normally plays Smokes.
Yeah, the one flash was funny, but it has been a flash in the pan when it comes to mistakes. Well, let's see how Fnatic deal with this. Chance to push up to double digits. Let's jump in with the comms.
She can't dash, boys.
I'm gonna blind him. Ready? Blinding. Lane.
On the right. And stairs.
I got him.
Stairs. Chalking him. Just hold. Zero.
I can see his foot.
We're gonna, bro.
Save if we can.
Maybe I could just put Cage in front of me, bro.
I should have blinded for you. I was throwing a smoke. Fortunate, because
Waves crashing against the coast there for Fnatic. GX stands strong and 9 rounds seemingly locked in at this point. It's a solid response from this squad. And for GX, like we said, coming into this matchup, having lost their IGL to Fnatic and having to play with a stand-in on top of that. And then when you look at the roster that they've got, the very many overlapping and dare I say conflicting roles, for them to come in and make this a close matchup is already a danger that Fnatic do not want to deal with coming into this season. But now they're neck and neck towards the end of the map, and the chance of them winning starting to look less like a dream and more like a potential reality.
10 seconds left.
Oh, for sure. I thought after losing the pistol, winning the second, and then losing the third, that maybe that would boom them at least a little bit, but no. Looking very comfortable, and 9-9. On that defensive side, which we normally talk about being the favored within this map. I am starting to worry a little bit for Fnatic, and it seems like they are as well. They're going to be calling a pause coming out of this one, giving an opportunity to Eng to try and talk this one over. And obviously, something that's going to be new for him and for Cloud is coming into this roster, not hearing Pipson on the other side of the line. And here's a man that I will say we've talked about a lot throughout this series. I really do want to see when he gets into the flow of things, if we can see some of the high individual level we've had from him in the past, because that is one of the nice things about him in this roster. We know that he's still someone that has that individual brilliance, individual talent. And if he doesn't have to call anymore, how much does that level go up? It's genuinely a perfect litmus test.
Well, see, that was always my issue, seeing Cloud continuously put on that GX roster when they needed him to be an IGL, when they decided to push him into that role. And it wasn't something that, I'm not going to doubt his ability there, his knowledge of the game. But as a secondary voice without responsibility, the level that he puts forward, or used to put forward at least, was something that I just can't justify sacrificing that.
Yep.
I think that having Cloud with, and this is what I thought throughout the entirety of this GX run where he was leading, is like having this guy with a competent IGL. Not that he isn't, but having him under one, I think his ceiling is higher. And this is an opportunity for us to see that under one of the most storied IGLs in this game. And as long as he doesn't come in like Melkor singing Ninor's tune, we should be in a position where they can harmonize and find a flow that maybe Fnatic haven't seen so far. As again, like, I don't doubt his ability as a mind for this game. But I want to see Cloud evolve. And this is the best chance we've had to see it.
Ara definitely not shying away from a fight. Again, they have this sort of contact with the flash. Flickless is literally just looking for a pixel, and well, he has seen the pixel. Unfortunately, Jesse was not able to find the trade. He's slowed them down, but he's got to be careful from the backline. Has support from Net, though. The Odin on the cross needs to do a whole lot more, and Althea has been able to shut him down. Cloud taking that space towards the site, and Ara is here already, with Westside finding one as well. He's hoping to get something with the blades.
A good chance. But a mistake needs to be made. Cloud, the one to offer himself up, but it won't be much found for GX. They'll stay on 9. Fnatic looking more focused coming out of the pause.
Yeah, I like the investment into that operator. Just play that little more contacty. You know that they've had these little trap setups with flashes, so if you can just hit that shot fast enough, everything else becomes irrelevant. And then having that passive position from Boaster to be able to catch them as they look to try and flee away from the scene. It's a nice little 1-2 punch that gives them their 10th round. But this is where it's not really going to do too much damage to the economy. Abai is coming back.
It's worth mentioning, he is one of my favorite players, so I feel comfortable to say this. Flickless is having a hell of a bad game. One of the worst we've seen from him. This is his 3rd time ever playing
Where's
the
his
Omen,
KO?
and I really think it's showing. I think this is what we talk about for GX, having that stand-in, having the overlapping roles. Somebody has to lose, and for now it looks like the loser is Flickless.
This is an interesting spot to see a defender in.
3rd time playing Omen, as I said.
I've seen maybe a Jet up there every once in a while. I don't know if I've seen an Omen up there before, but hey,
he's
an
enjoying
position. It's also, well, we used to have a nickname for that, but
moving on.
Moving on.
Good stun. It's the pressure put on. The Hunter's Fury is an immediate response. GX maybe overreacting a little bit there, but it was just an attempt to keep those players alive in the corner.
Look at Boaster.
Boaster. Primed to strike, 1 below. What above, but
okay.
Jesse! Spider senses tingling. He's managed to find himself a valuable pick. Boaster could have completely recovered the round there. Instead, Alpha's all alone. 5 to take on. 1 taken down for free, but now this should become impossible.
Everybody's getting revealed, but I feel like everybody kind of knows where each other are at this point, and with 12 seconds left, the defenders don't really need to push this, but I feel like it almost wants to be just a shutdown of Althea. I'll say the fact that in those early fights, they sent that many players mid, and they don't lose anybody until the last couple of fights of the round. I know it was a question on the desk about who's calling. I know that GX said that it was Net. If this is going to be Net's calling style throughout EMEA, I'm really excited. Because think about the eco round where he's super aggressive outside A. These are bold calls. These are risky calls.
Yeah.
But to be honest, it's quite nice to see someone who's a little bit ballsy with what they're doing on the defense.
Well, you have Fnatic coming in with 2 IGLs and the most boring comp we've seen, and then you have GX with stand-in and ideas. And it seems like one of those is stronger as a system than the other, at least for now. Again, Fnatic with these big changes, there is going to be an element of them finding their feet, finding their footing, but a big slip early on against a team that's in the very same position, a worse position, arguably. I don't even think that's arguable, definitively. Yeah, I think you have to give props to Net. As we said, taking the assumption that what GX tweeted out is gospel. Yeah. You never know, but
could have changed.
He'll definitely be someone that has a lot of interest. I think already, this has already been a fantastic battle for this squad. The second half started terribly. When you win the pistol, lose the follow-ups, usually that's where you see the team just teeter out completely. But they've recovered now again to double digits, and the pressure's on. Fnatic lose this round, which they should. It'll be the lead over to GX and a chance to win 1 buy round and at least guarantee an OT.
Pressure onto Ara. Kind of expecting to maybe get 1 and get out. The reveal is solid, and while it acts as a distraction, nice shot from Cloud once again. He does not want to taste defeat. against his previous organization. Wow, Alfia's backstab is something that they're very wary of. Just bear in mind, though, that Flickless is already pretty low. A single bullet could just take him down, and well, it may have taken a couple, but even still, they got rid of him. Crashies has done the same. This is not looking pretty, and with all that's left is Net. He needs to find 3 players with an Odin from a position where I don't think that's possible.
Oh, well, there's a few spam angles open, but
Spangles?
saving, I'm not sure about that one. Saving is the way to go for Net. Alfia's already made that realization, and he will get here in time to cut off the angle. Net has to fight. Never mind. Net does not have to fight to carry this weapon forward. They think he's already long gone.
Thrifty.
So he will be safely tucked away to close this round out. 11, though, for Fnatic. And, well, like I said, that was a round I very much expected GX to walk away with. Their opponents at next to nothing. And yet an emotive Thrifty is going to be found. And look, great work by Cloud as well. That spam through was deadly, but I have to say, honestly amazed. Even from that point, I didn't expect Fnatic to have much to say about the round.
Yeah, well, we've seen a few the Motor Thrifties already. The low buys, the more direct plays seem to be working out for them, and with a couple of spots looking a little bit more one and done, I think that's been the bigger issue. Even still, though, the defense do have a bite. Operator still in hand, and no ultimates available. Well, other than the singular one for Flickless. The fact is, though, GX have been able to fight back in a lot of rounds, but it looks to be the same once again. Pressure put onto short. Flickless has done well, but Alfia has just cleared out 2. And Aaron now needs a lot from this position.
Yeah, with an AWP as well. Finding one, getting back to cover won't be easy, and the numbers on their side thinning out. Support won't be there. And he misses the first. That should be it. He is dead to rights, leaving only West side. And what should have been a lead guaranteed for GX and a chance to at least lock in an overtime. And now it's the exact same for their opposition. The shoe on the other foot. Fnatic 12-10. Again, I don't even think West side's going to attempt this, especially picking up the Odin. It's time to just run and save.
No, it is worth keeping that extra weapon over into the next round, although it's not going to leave them with a particularly pretty purchase. But yeah, Fnatic have been able to stabilize a little bit towards the end of this map. But even still, GX will look to try and take us to an overtime, which again, given the circumstances, I think expectations would be that they should get blasted out of this server, and I'm pretty sure that was my expectations going into this game. But being close, maybe a good sign going forward, but obviously the goal for everybody at this stage is to get those points onto the board, look to try and make your way through to that playoff stage, because of course this is probably the most important group stage because you've got points for champions, massively important. But also, if you finish in those top 2, you skip the whole play-in. And we've been looking at the teams that are in the play-ins, the likes of an Enterprise or even a... Well, there's plenty. You've got the Turkish squad, you've got Frankfurt. They're going to be waiting for you as well. I think those teams are going to be tough to beat, especially if they could just sit here and watch what you've been doing for multiple weeks.
Well, that's it, yeah. They're always going to have the tape on you. And for Fnatic, as we said, there he is. Aang in the orange, a strange sight to behold. Cloud joining this roster as well. And yet we sit 12-10, a tight scoreline against a recently fragmented GX, losing their IGL, having that step up, having a stand-in. It's still within reach. What's your question, Tom?
What is weirder, him moving out of the Gambit jersey to the KC jersey, or him moving out of the KC jersey to the Fnatic one?
I think seeing him in the Fnatic one.
Okay.
I think seeing him in it was very strange seeing him in KC.
Yeah,
it was
originally
unusual. But I feel like the color scheme kind of suited him. This one just looks weird. It's I'm used to seeing him opposite. Nice one, Captain Cal. Corruption of the Elves. He caught the Melkor earlier. Love to see it. 12-10.
Is that from Star Wars?
Having a good day, Tom. I'm having a good day, so I'm going to let that one slide. 2 rounds to fight for here. GX needing both of them to push us up to overtime. A defensive stand that, look, I like it towards the A side. Again, though, you're missing a lot of information to start this out, and a slow pace from Fnatic, watching for aggression. That's a normal way. When you run out of that early utility and you're sat back like this, positioned in these tiny corners, waiting to spring traps. Again, this Cypher setup across the map, you're looking to pounce on both of those. I like it, but it does mean that if Fnatic decide to group up and hit, it's a gamble whether you've got the players in the right places. But hey, this is the time for a gamble as well, and so far we've seen GX comfortable taking risks.
Back to the slower style of play for Fnatic. The aggressive pushes towards A have been working out. Now they look to head in towards B. Westside force off the angle, but maybe they're just looking to try and bait the idea that they're not going in this direction. Short control still very much within their grounds.
30 seconds left.
But with 30 seconds left, this is always where I get a little bit worried with Fnatic on the server. Where are they going from here? And they've already just lost a player trying to head towards the B site.
Yeah, we talked about that Cypher trip as being part of the trap. Jesse, that's huge. But 12 seconds left. They've still got the spike. The cross to the A site still on, and no one there to defend it anymore. They had fled the site to push on up. And so it's undeniable. It's free as the plant goes down. Jesse, though, as you said, ultimate primed and ready. A defender there in the form of Flickless, and they will wait as the rest of the squad groups up. It's going to take a while. Westside and Net have to travel through some dangerous territory. But finally, they'll make it to the fields of battle, and Jesse triggers the ultimate. In he goes with the run it back. He'll find nothing to start, but Westside takes advantage of the chaos. Strikes from behind, might do the same as Boasters. Looking the other way. Crashy's alone down below, but Westside's there to join him. 11 for GX. And only one player lost as well. A solid round. Again, these ideas in the late round. This is a team that is not afraid to take risks. And I think maybe Fnatic aren't used to playing against a team like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. They literally pushed all the way around. They were half a second away from winning that round way earlier if they managed to get the kill onto Crashes with the spike.
Come on,
instead, though, they then slow everything down. And that's the thing. Like, if they had gone, okay, they're trying to plant, let's throw the runner back in with Jesse, and he ran in and just tried to deny plant, I would not have been mad. But instead they went, we're 4v3. We're going to wait. We're going to play it as a team. We're going to use our util together. That's great play.
That's excellent. Again, for this team, GX, I expect there to be so many gaps, but so far they've been filling them in with good gameplay. Stuns gone out, and it looks like they'll commit. Kayak already through to the site, shut down by Westside. Jesse, Ara, all showing up, and the Hunter's Fury, angry as he may be, it will do nothing to help close the gap. They need picks to go their way. A res attempt as they bring Cloud back, using him as bait, but the paranoia is perfect. Denies them any further ground. Good work by Alpha. A 2v3. Not one to turn your nose at just yet. This is still dangerous for GX.
Yeah, Alpha still being on the table can be enough. And a lot of rounds he's had his hero moments, the 3K walking in. Instead, they're going to put pressure onto Crashies. What will he expect? Two players to be sat around this angle. This is so nasty. I said, they're not just saying, look at him! He's lining up darts! Of course he didn't expect anybody to be there. And well, blink a couple of times. Maybe close your eyes for a second, breathe in if you're a Fnatic fan. Yes, GX with a stand-in have just taken your team to overtime. Yes, it is the first map of them being back on the table. And yes, they're causing heart attacks. On the positive side, though, genuine props to GX. I think they were saying on the desk that it was it 5 pracs, or maybe it was 5 days of practice with Jesse, but they knew that he was going to be in, coming in with a new IGL, swapping things up massively in terms of like Flickless playing a different role. You've gone to OT versus Fnatic on map 1. That's really impressive.
This is a huge win already, and again, considering the fact that they took your former captain, you know, he knows how this team likes to prepare. He knows how they like to play. 3 of these boys are guys that he's got a lot of experience with. Just seen Starzo pop his little head in. And for Fnatic, the upper hands that they have in this matchup, you can't count them. It is so many. You think that they come in as clear favorites. And for GX to even have a heartbeat in this map is enough to say, hey, that's a success with the days of prep and all of the excuses that they have.
Well, the best example we can give is look back to the game yesterday where Liquid played against Eternal Fire, where they had their coach standing in.
Yeah.
And the Liquid got absolutely dumpstered. It was 13-6, 13-2. Yeah. I'll be honest, that's what I was expecting. And maybe that's me underselling like the difference between a coach and a stand-in, but that has some positives and negatives.
Yeah,
the guy, your coach is going to know all your strategies, but hey, it makes me very excited for what GX will be able to do with their full roster, or maybe even just how long's Jesse staying for? Because he's been great.
Maybe he can stick around, man. I'm loving it. The identity of GX so far. Been very enjoyable to watch this squad play. As we said, the ideas and the risks taken. But it's not every round. They're not playing stupid and it's working. They're choosing and picking their moments perfectly. Now they've earned themselves an overtime and a chance to push Fnatic to map 2. Map down. For the defense, well, they're no longer sitting back the way they did before. Instead, the trap set on short and in mid. It looks like they're ready to pounce on the back of any aggression towards A main, fight back that other leg of the push. And for GX, they're stepping right into that trap. This is where Kayak should step up in a big way.
They're ready. Oh, but the bait may be going the other way. Leaves him isolated. Net's able to trade. Cloud under some serious pressure, but Crashies has made sure that he's not going to get pincered for the remaining 2. It's a very tough task walking out of that smoke. Just bear in mind how low Cloud is. That's the one real danger in this moment. Trying to find something with this spam. He's down to 1 health, and Jesse's managed to find Crashies as well. It starts to get a little dangerous for Althea. Althea's position should make this round impossible for the attackers. Boaster still on the site. There is Althea with the strike, and unless Flickless has a crazy clutch in him, that will be the lead brought back by Fnatic.
Yeah, it's already a bridge too far for GX to have made it to overtime, but the road to recovery now has just one more step. Fnatic winning this round. People won't forget what happened here today. Cloud will certainly remember his first map in the partnership era where he is not playing under the GX banner. This one might stick with him. His nails might shorten a bit after, but a win is a win. And 1 round away from having that under their belt are Fnatic.
Cage trigger.
Well, if I've learned anything from this game so far is that just because GX are down, definitely does not mean they are out. Already a lot of steps being made towards this B side of the map. The more direct takes were what seemed to work for Fnatic. Arrow, though, perfectly placed. And that's your smoke's gone. They now have to go off this. You can't be selling any ruses. I think the drone got hit by the dart. So the dart was floating around, which definitely didn't help them out too much. But now things grind to a halt.
This is awful for Fnatic. With no smokes, no fast lane, you stop outside of main. You're just waiting for the death sentence to be carried out. GX just sit on their angles, knowing when you push, you step into their sightlines. And Ara is gifted a 4K there. His first solid to cut off the smokes. But honestly, I expect so much more from Fnatic in a moment where they see that blip. You even said it, Tom. They have to go. They've lost their smokes. It's time to go. And instead, they sat there and waited for something to go their way.
You even.
What's your peak RR last 6 seasons, Tom?
You know, at least 55.
We won't say in what rank, but 55. Yeah, we made it there. We outside.
13-13. They're still going. GX, a very clean defensive side round at Ara's operator. It's a big part of it. The Odin, now on both sides. Lamar Boaster, they're going to know exactly where he is. In fact, they are diving straight into his face. Cloud at least able to trade onto Ara. That's a big piece of the puzzle down for GX. But again, the smoker of Fnatic is gone. in the early stages of the round.
I think that's a trade. GX looked dead in the face and said, sure, we'll take that. You lose your smokes, and we still have Jesse to get us into his site. He's still got his flash, and if he's the one to find the trade, or even the orb afterwards, but certainly the trade and the orb, then we are very close to having a very high impact ultimate. So I think that's well worth it for GX, not just to get control and the orb, but to remove Boaster, remove that paranoia, force its use early. Most importantly, remove those smokes. Now, slowing down this attack side will be much more difficult. In fact, I'm not sure if they've taken the orb already, but they're bypassing it. Jesse's still 2 away as they push towards the site. Spam is great from Alphayer. Dealt death to 2, and now GX miles behind, needing a hero play, but the villain of their round is still alive and kicking. Fnatic up to 14, another chance to forget this mess.
Yeah. Althea is still going strong. Althea's B site has been strong throughout the majority of this game so far. In fact, I still remember one of the early rounds where it was him alone on B, everyone else on A, and they lost the A site. He's been having a decent game. And to be fair, there's no major slacker over on the Fnatic side, but now they look to take a pause, an opportunity to close this one out. Chat with Eng and Desmo about what idea they have to try and get one of these attack rounds over the line.
It was hilarious, the toast we had earlier. The corruption of the elves. It was about Cloud.
Oh, the Star Wars one.
Tom. It was about Cloud and how he hadn't played KO since 2022 LCQ. And I just find it funny in this game that Flickless on his 3rd ever play of Omens looking across the stage and saying, he gets to play KO, come on! It's got to feel bad for him. And I do think he's looked a little better in this, well, a lot better in the second half. It was a tough first, but yeah, all in all, this is not the Flickless that we know. And of course, as I said, in this scenario where you have a Venn diagram of agents played for players and there's too much overlap, somebody has to be the one to try something new, to move out of their comfort zone. And I guess there is no real easy person to choose in this from what we've seen, but Flickless has always been a highlight for me on the KO, so it certainly makes my heart heavy.
Yeah, it might just be the position that Net prefers to call from.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's even just
Very
this
common.
map. You never know. They might swap things up as they go.
Very common for IGLs to want to be initiators as well, especially in the newer team.
Ooh. Early damage, early fight. All in on the B site for Fnatic. As said, the more direct plays is what worked for them. An easy kill, though. The reveal from the trip is perfect. Boaster's done well. Crashy's the same. The push through, the paranoia in towards the smoke. But 2 players are there. Flickless just spamming. The trade still gives an opportunity. Westside normally so good with a singular bullet, but this time he misses and has to be careful. Just about sticks to life. He should be dead and eventually will be. It's left all on to the stand-in. Jesse has made his mark already throughout this map as a man who's not on either of these rosters, but he has a chance to keep this overtime going. The Molotov should make it very awkward for Boaster. In fact, he's burning all the way down, almost cleared with that alone. But he doesn't know where Crashies is. Not yet, at least. Looking to try and find that final man, maybe break through in this moment, but timing will be everything, and eventually Fnatic will get the job done. It is not a comfortable start to the Eng dynasty, but the fact is there are many more maps to go.
Well, they stole their IGL, they forced those changes, and now stand to wave across the stage. That was Alpha for Fnatic. Not a comfortable victory, but a win is a win. Now over to the sideline where Frankie's got Crashies.
Crashies, how would you describe the way Giant X played today compared to how you expected them to play?
I don't think we underestimate any team, and I think they're playing really well. I think you can kind of see, like, we're both kind of warming up into the game, getting back into the feel of playing matches again, and it was a good game, to be honest. It was pretty fun to play.
Were there any moments where you were like, how dare they?
Not how dare they, but I was, like, pretty surprised, like, some rounds, so yeah, they're definitely playing really good, in my opinion.
Well, let's see what happens in the next map. Congratulations. Go get ready. We'll see you guys, by the way, after this break.
Take me down.
Wingman will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shake and bake. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet.
I'm hoping we're going to hear from Coach Eng, because that was quite the performance from Fnatic. They managed to take it in a double OT, so probably not the cleanest sheet that they were expecting. Many guessing, well, given that they are up against a team that has a stand-in.
Yeah, I said that this is be a clean 2-0 from Fnatic, and that was not clean by any stretch of the imagination. I thought that they didn't play a particularly aggressive game. I think that I was looking for a bit more explosivity. The England 40 minutes thing might have been playing into it a little bit.
Well, should we take a look at what Eng had to say after Ascent?
Since joining Fnatic, and how did the team do executing it on Ascent?
I would say right now, first week we're focusing on communication, because yeah, I feel like if we improve our fundamentals in terms of communication, we're gonna be twice better. So yeah, that's the main focus.
Is it interesting, Petra, to hear Eng say that communication needs to improve? Because Fnatic are led by Bosa. This is a team that we associate with having great ideas and being able to communicate and execute them efficiently.
Yeah, it felt like it was a little bit calm on Fnatic's side. I didn't see the Fnatic who was Fnatic last time, so yeah, something changed.
I think it's strange because I think that their team fighting has never been their strength. So maybe he's talking about that, like you need to have high comms in those team fighting moments, but also can't be microing every single moment, as particularly on defense. So maybe that's the implication there, but we'll have to see going into more games.
Well, luckily for Fnatic, they had some individuals truly stepping up. So if we take a look at the post-match breakdown, you'll see Alvia having a fantastic game for the side of Fnatic. But I really want to draw everyone's attention to the stand-in, Jesse on the Phoenix. We weren't necessarily expecting him to be playing that role today. And yet he put up a performance that I think is going to have a lot of people talking about him, Petra.
Yeah, we saw West Side on Phoenix before, and Jesse proved himself that he can do just as fine. So I'm very impressed by the stand-in.
Yeah, I was highly impressed by Net, actually. I was sat here just listening sometimes, and Net was very vocal. It sounds like he's the IGL right now. He's got that kind of like American vibe to him, where he's like high energy, but he's controlling all those mid rounds and the late rounds. Like he's microing everything right now. So I'm going to be looking out for that on the second map.
It's so interesting being in the studio, and you can really hear how these teams are communicating with each other. It's not like London Masters, where you have a similar setup where the teams are more focused almost on goading each other between the rounds. These teams are really locked in, but it's quite a privilege to be able to hear how they're doing that and how they're setting their scores out and getting ready for each round. Let's talk though about how they were playing their defense, because Mini, if we look for the side of Fnatic, they were being a little bit passive at times.
Yeah, Ascent, I think even when I was coaching, we didn't really get this map sometimes. We played way too passive. Here we see, even with a strong side A here, they're just disconnected completely, and they're just taking their ones, and there's no synergy between them at all. I think that, generally speaking, Fnatic just played way too passive, giving up a lot of map control. Giant X did a really good job of taking it all away, being able to pivot around the map, but here again, we see a fairly typical bunkered setup on the B site. But we can't be doing that too much, and even then, Giant X are able to just run them over in these positions. So going forward, I need to see more proactivity from Fnatic.
Yeah, so it's a big contrast on defense from Giant X compared to Fnatic, right? Fnatic was defensive, but Giant X is taking a lot more control. They've been playing aggressive, and it was working out for them pretty well. They had main control, and Fnatic didn't retake any main, so they had free space everywhere.
Yeah, that round in particular, they pushed the top of middle, and then they serve all into tiles, and they had mid control for a minute. Fnatic didn't touch middle, it felt like the entire game, so it was a big contrast there. And even though Fnatic won, Giant X doing that with a substitute, I think, is a great sign.
Were you surprised by how Giant X were able to pull things together today? Because I feel like maybe this is a positive sign of what Net can do as an in-game leader. If he's able to keep that positive spirit there and integrate Jesse, and Flickless maybe not playing the role he wants to play, the fact that they're able to pull off that performance, Petra, I mean, that bodes well for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Essen is definitely one of the maps what you can play with a stand-in. It's a bit pretty basic, so on Sunset it's probably going to look different, but I'm very hopeful for Giant X. They've been playing very good so far with the stand-in.
It's interesting to see that it's been picked by Fnatic, Mini. I thought Fnatic didn't like this map, or is it more that you don't like Fnatic on it?
They're all looking at me right now saying, look at the screen. Something must be happening. Something weird. Oh, Alpha's on Chamber. Alpha's very excited to play the Chamber, apparently, because he's goading me along.
And he wants your approval.
They get my approval. I like this composition. Sage and Chamber together is very underrated, especially on this map. We've seen it in the past. I believe it was G2 who used to do it and had a lot of success. What we're going to see here is the Sage using the slows early to allow the Chamber to get up into positions and then hold deep, and then the Sage can rotate away. So that's a really nice idea from Fnatic. Giant X, a bit more bread and butter breach, but Giant X used to be extremely good on this map with that breach.
It's nice to hear you being positive about breach.
They used to be good with it. I don't like it, but it worked for them, so...
It can still work.
Yeah.
If you were playing one of these compositions, which team would you want to be playing for right now, Petra?
Fnatic. I just really like Sage Chamber. we played the same comp before in G2 Gozen, and it was fun comp to play.
But when Fnatic switched that attack side, they were always defaulting middle. And today, I need to see them stop defaulting middle and just sitting there for 60 seconds. That was why they kept losing Sunset in the past, and they need to change that if they want to win against Giant X.
Well, let's see if they can win with a sweet 2-0, because Mitchman and Tom are ready to take this one.
Yes, we are, Frankie. We're ready to take this match all the way to map 3. That's right, I'm a GX believer after what we just saw on map number 1. Why can't they do it on Sunset? Mini even said, starting out this series, that he's a little worried. Sunset back in the day, when we saw Fnatic playing it, we didn't see him doing all too well, so things need to change. They most certainly have on Fnatic. Things are different than before, from game to meta to players, but after that Ascent, I am not too confident.
Yeah, that's fair. You did always seem like a Giants Exo. I agree. You are one of those people. And I genuinely do think that if they continue to call and play in the way that they have, I'm excited to see what they'll do. I'm still curious if they can have the same sort of setup power with Flickless now over onto the Breach. But I think like role-wise, okay, maybe not so much the net on Sova, but I guess they're filling in where Cloud left off. Aggressive though from Fnatic. And already forcing back one. An awkward fight for Jesse, who's gone TPing. Getting back on the Phoenix. You can't TP on a Phoenix.
Exactly. Back to comfort. A shaky start for GX, losing one, but Fnatic want to keep aggressing. This could be a mistake. Net is waiting, but never mind. It is success across the board for FNC. 2 men left on the other side, down to 1, and Alpha looks to close it out himself. It won't quite be the flawless round, much to the disappointment of InZone, but I don't think Fnatic fans are going to be upset. Westside needs a 1v4. He has got his signature weapon, the Sheriff, to do it, but this would be a hell of a clutch. A clip to be remembered.
Yeah, likelihood seems pretty slim. Fnatic just looking to play this one nice and safe, not over-risking too much. Does have an opportunity. Okay, that's a nice shot. And may be able to hightail his way towards that B site, which has an opening for the plant. Trying not to give too much away with the steps, but when you have deep control of Crashies, the slower he goes, the more of a problem this becomes. The later on the clock, the more difficult it is. And he's already been spotted by Cloud, but Cloud, I think, realizes that unless he takes him down immediately, that's a little bit dangerous. Sticking this, I don't think he'll have enough time anymore. And it would just have to be the kills. And yeah, he doesn't actually have any bullets left, so even reloading would be a death sentence. A little bit of additional damage, a couple of orbs towards that wonderful neural theft. But other than that, it's a relatively comfortable pistol for Fnatic.
It's just an opportunity for Westside to remind us how his Sheriff works. And why we want to see him on the Sentinel.
And how his headshot percentage works.
Well, exactly. It is above average, to say the least. I remember a point where I think he was like 20% above the rest of the league towards the end of, I think it was last stage, maybe it was kickoff. And that is not a rare thing for him either. 1-0 start for FNC, and it's a full eco on the other side, barring Westside's investment. Not into a Sheriff. Keeping a couple more credits as he goes for the Bandit. Chances of getting anything done with it down to 0, thanks to Cloud.
Wow, an opportunity to basically just farm up some orbs. Not really much of an expectation in this round other than maybe getting a kill or two with that Bandit.
Well, Cloud has used his sneaky wall to get into position for not 1 but 2 more kills closing out this round. At least going to be a couple of orbs towards the res for Fnatic. Decent kill distribution when it comes to the anti-eco, but that is a boring round, if ever we've seen one, for GX. A low buy. Now turns into a full. I do wonder if Cloud meant to put that wall down. I assume he did. With a gap in the right side, funneling them down towards just one angle as they make it out, slowing the reinforcements, but also giving him an angle to push up on, and I don't think they were aware that that wall wasn't fully covering it. 2-0. Decent buy for Fnatic. They can afford to take a lot of risky fights, but at least the first one is dealt with.
Yeah, this is a round where you really want to see GX get going. They managed it on the last map, and Had a pretty decent comeback into the game. Obviously, I think if they were able to convert that sort of second round victory they had and not lose some of the thrifties we saw, the last map easily could have been theirs, which wasn't something I expected coming into today. Starting out on this attack side and having more of a setup heavy look to them. Like the last, they were able to do these more contact burst plays with the flashes of Phoenix. Now you kind of need to have Flickless ready and raring to go to kind of set you up behind. For now though, it's more of a slow pace and they haven't really spotted out too many of those defenders who are just sitting passive.
Cloud especially gets that backstab that only finds one. Thought a little more could come out of that. Crashies on the spam at least brings us back to even footing. And for Fnatic, that is a big win to put us back to neck and neck in terms of manpower. Jesse gonna break the utility that was sent his way, and the signs for Fnatic pointing towards Westside being in main as he closes the distance, trying to get the jump. Crashies somehow gets the jump on him. A third round under the belt of the defensive side, and excellently done. And in fact, for all intents and purposes, the retake looking kind of easy.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was just a couple of off angles being caught by Crashies as he looks to swing back in. I think this one just catching out Flickless, the trade looking good, and then it was just almost the bait that was created by Kayak.
Boys. Nice, man.
Stellar stuff to win the bonus, and
right here.
maybe a little bit more of what we expected to see coming into today. It's only going to be pistols once again for GX. Of course, I feel like the harshness of this is not only do you have a stand-in, but you have a change in players. How much time have you spent prepping Sunset since that?
Yeah, as much as I want to believe in GX, we're on the map pick of Fnatic. We're somewhere that probably a lot of people didn't expect them to pick this today. I'd be surprised if GX did, unless they've got some inside info into what's being scrimmed on the other side.
Naughty, naughty.
And then you come into this position where Fnatic get a wake-up call in the previous map. They're not going to come in here underestimating you after nearly losing Ascent a number of times.
I also just like this composition, though, for them. It allows Althea to be that same sort of aggressive player he likes to be, but having a get-out-of-jail-free card. And then you have Cloud basically being the sort of smart player, just slowing them down with the Sage. It creates such an awkward setup that the opponents have to break into. And as said, when you have that sort of setup-heavy playstyle, like, okay, we want to execute. You can't execute, because look at where Althea is. This versus an eco. He's pushing all the way down that A laneway, and then the other one is completely blocked off.
30 seconds left.
Makes it very hard to play against.
And this kind of goes back to the conversation. I'm going to disrespect Ara and assume he's getting nothing here. Goes back to the conversation we had at the start of this game about Fnatic playing a boring comp when it came to Ascent. It means you can't surprise them in quite the same way. Now I'm going to give them some respect.
12
the flank
seconds.
from Westside looks fantastic, but oh, Westside! 8 seconds, no time. There is no way for him to win this round, as tragic as that is. You could see the opportunities that Ara have just waited that little bit longer. Instead, 4-0 we go.
I've just read the sort of the in-game toast about headshot percentage.
Spike down A.
Yeah, actually, that was what I was thinking of with Stage 2. The people at home will see it now. Stage 2 last year, it was the 52% where he was above by quite a margin by the time we closed it out.
Most people who have that good headshot percentage are bad.
Yes.
Like, that's normally what it is.
Don't kill
you
people.
don't kill people, and then when you accidentally hit someone in the head, you get really good headshot percentage. Like, sometimes when you see a coach stand in, they'll have really good headshot percentage. And that's the only people that's close, and well, that's not the start you're looking for. As said about Flickless being the setup guy, he's dead first. He's now got his ult. The ults are building up on the other side. And yeah, that's about, it's probably the last person other than maybe Jesse that you want falling that quick.
Well, you know, we've heard a lot of criticism from Mini about Breach in general. I don't know if, because he seemed excited today. He was turning over a new leaf. I don't know if he's going to have a lot of positives about how Flickless approached this round, but...
Oh, no, he's just going to talk about Alfia with the operator. That's going to be his whole death segment, I reckon. Alpha kind of good. About 40 seconds left. Some interesting positioning at least. Westside with an opportunity. If he can drop a player, he leaves an opening. The problem is you can hear the steps being run through. It's the timing that's everything. And actually, Cloud is so ready for a player to be there. Probably because of the pistol push in the prior round. It did some damage versus a round that wasn't winnable, but it also puts that doubt in the back of your mind. You go, okay, we now need to be checking that spot every single round.
Yeah, what we were saying about the whole like surprising them on Ascent and how it wasn't really possible. I think this is where GX get a much different test. Starting on the attack side should be the easier of those two. I think the next half is going to be more difficult for this squad, considering how they played on Ascent. But again, you're up against cookie cutter comp on a map that is very difficult to reinvent the wheel. Now you come into a map that has a lot more open space to explore, a lot more options for an attacking side, and a composition from Fnatic that's going to allow them to make a lot of mistakes, make a lot of risky plays, and even if that doesn't go their way, they can recover. Whether it's the TP from Alpha, quick move from Kayak, or a res from Cloud, they have so many options. So for GX, I need them to step up now, or else this game, to me, just runs away.
It's also just because of the constant rotation of where Alfia is going to be, where Kayak's going to be, and where Cloud is going to be. You can understand why Flickless wasn't ready for someone to peek there, because the last 2 or 3 rounds, it was a Sage War and slows. So you go, okay, there's just Sage War and slows. Let's walk up, take the space, take the orb, and go back. And instead, you're shot with an operator.
Yeah. Adapting to those, like, 2021 comps, but with a Neon's much easier for GX.
Good start.
Now, they're starting to have something go their way. 2 kills already under their belt. No res anymore with Cloud down and out. And a big performance needed by Boaster to make this doable. It's Alpha alone, operator in hand, and 3 players to take down. A chance if he was to catch Net on the cross. But as we can see, he's missed the boat.
Yeah, he'll have ult next round, so the operator doesn't really matter that much. Also has credits to play with, so he's going to try and make this one costly. The ult from Net should make this one impossible, especially versus a singular player. And instead, Alfia is just looking to try and run at them. Try and bait them into a fight, maybe even just bait out the ultimate if needed. Instead, it's this post-plant utility spam out from Flickless. And you can see Ara has no intention of peeking. They are just buying that additional time. Nice post-plant from GX. A first round onto the board. I think it needs to be a whole lot more if you're going to convince us that there's that same flair from the last map.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like, this is a very fast push towards market where they find 3 kills off the back of it, including Cloud crossing over on mid. It's about as good of a start as you can get, but that's direct aggression working out. I'm not certain that's going to be repeatable every time. And Fnatic now come in with another surprise round of their own. Slow orbs, paranoia, and a Kayak sent straight through. This could be a dangerous one. TP and a wall, it's beautiful. What an idea, but Boaster's been caught. The cover not good enough from down below. And look, take a leaf out of GX's book in the last game. Play a little bit aggressive early on. Have some different ideas, but this one has not worked out.
Yeah, there are some things that you will see Jing do that don't always work for everybody else, and that might be one of them. Because it was a nice attempt, but they seemed more ready for it. I'm not going to lie, that's one of the clips I've seen replayed more times than anything else. So I think the second you see players pushing that aggressively, you do start to worry a bit. The aggression punished. Now, Cloud still has his ult. The problem is when you do something this aggressive, the players are very difficult to res.
Well, the thing is, this was a direct counter to GX taking that fast mid-to-market approach. The assumption from Fnatic that they're going to see that again. So you get up on that wall, and you catch them as they run into middle. It's a great idea. GX turned around. The second that there was noise in main, they said, okay, let's fight this together. And because of that, they've found themselves in an unlosable position, is what I would have said if I was stupid. Now, they're in a 3 versus 2 on Fnatic with a chance to run into main and pop a res, bringing them to double the manpower of their opponents. And that's exactly how this should have went. Nobody ever doubted it for a second.
Kill my ally. 10 seconds
Res
left.
through. We've always talked about Alfia as a fantastic player, but an operator It's not something I ever really felt like he needed to add to his repertoire, but it's looking damn good now that he has. Maybe something a bit more consistently seen, but for now at least, Flickless in a decent position. Now Nightfall's not going to catch. In fact, onto anyone. They don't have additional information, but Alfia doesn't seem to have any problems. Is left onto West Side. They know exactly where he is from this point onwards, and from what was a very quick double opener for the side of GX, ends with Fnatic having 4 players alive.
Yeah, it's timeout time. It is time for timeout. Someone hit the timeout button on GX.
Don't worry, I'm sure Pipson has been boxing it.
Even just to have like a group cuddle. This was an attempt from Fnatic to catch them off guard that resulted in them losing 2 players off red. The res being unusable. And Alpha just grabbed 2 for free as they ran out. Cloud with another. They take main. I mean, GX have got to be devastated. I want a timeout here for no other reason than a group cuddle. But it looks like they're feeling emotionally strong. A lot stronger than I am, that's for sure.
What you do in your spare time, what you think about in your imagination, that's down to you.
I do it at work. Starzo's waiting for me.
You leave those guys alone. And well, great reveal. Push in, Crashy's just shutting them down on entry into the A side. They try and switch up where they're going, and instead, they've just met Crashy's. They should. Nope, he's going to survive. Oh, okay. Jesse managed to walk up mid, and Fleckless has just wiped out Alfia. These rounds have stopped making sense. The last one should have gone the way of Fnatic, and this one, oh sorry, it should have gone the way of GX, and this one should have gone the way of Fnatic. I guess balance has been restored. You happy now? No more cuddles needed?
No, I'm not sure I'm happy, but look, it's worked out, hasn't it?
Yeah,
what,
you know.
What am I witnessing is a question I'm forced to ask myself consistently throughout this round. The fact that we have a flank come up from Jesse here, he is able to backstab the entirety of the
job,
squad.
Jesse. Come on, bro. Let's go. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? I don't know.
That's a great question to ask, Ara. I would ask the same question. Just one round ago, I would have asked you the same question. But now valid to ask that of Fnatic. 6-2 in the most unusual manner we've ended up here. But for Fnatic, they still are able to get a full buy up here. Still able to get that operator into the hands of Alfier as well. So there is no relaxation allowed on the side of GX. A mid-split, the A site late being hit seems to be the idea. But look how passive Fnatic are. They're waiting on the cross with Cloud. And then they had, and now will have again. Crashy's holding that top mid position. Kayak was ready to strike with him. But they've given up on that heavier stack towards top mid just as GX walk towards this position.
Oh, timing's not great. The Prowler did give the information Crashy's wanted, but a little bit closer than he might have expected. Ara waiting and just falling back off this. You do see that aggressive push into mid, and now you can see that Fnatic have had to put Bosa almost all the way back into towards the spawn, watching, see if anybody is going to move that way. The smoke timing, though, is ideal, and so is the slow. 25 seconds left. They need to move into this site, and the slows are just holding them back. They've allowed Alpha into this corner, where he's going to be incredibly dangerous.
He doesn't even have to strike until 2 bodies are on the floor. The round wrapped up in a neat bow. Cloud's third secured. And Net with 6 seconds and no spike. It's fair to say the odds are against him. A round for Fnatic yet again. And GX, as much as they've had 2 solid ones on the board, they are running out of time, running out of runway. Again, if this is all that they can get out of this half, it will be a quick close to this map. I really do think that their biggest challenge is yet to come.
Yeah, they've struggled versus, again, these slows from Sage. It's why the agent has become so popular. It just feels like more of a wall than the wall. Like, you can't just go running out into that crossfire. And someone that is going to have to figure that out on the other side is going to be the leader of Net. Someone who has, I think, honestly impressed me in the first map. I think having a lot of set plays and aggressive pushes that kind of gave them opportunities. A lot of cool things already for a very early stage IGL in this team. But of course, he does have a lot of caliber in terms of the rosters he's been on, be that in the Tier 1 or the Tier 2.
Yeah, indeed. I think coming in today, having the previous IGL of this squad be on the other team, not even as an IGL, facing off against Boaster, and Boaster with a Cloud under his belt who is unleashed, that is something that I honestly thought for these guys to push double digits would be decent. And that I only thought because I know that there's so many good individuals on this team. Then we look at Flickless having one of the worst maps we've seen in a long time, playing an agent he's only ever played 2 times before today in the previous when he was on Omen. And for GX to come into that and perform the way that they did. And it wasn't just winning rounds, it was catching Fnatic off guard. Like, they had ideas that their opponents were not ready for, which, given the scenario, is almost unheard of.
Cage triggered.
They can hold their head high after that first map, but where has that flare gone now that they're outside of the map that they chose? In an unfamiliar battleground, and Fnatic seemingly strengthening their position as the rounds go on. West side, they know that he's making his way up. They're waiting for him, but they've TP'd. Boaster's lost his mind, lost his life as well, but not lost all hope as Ara's left down to a sliver of health. Now a 1v1 with a res online for Cloud, though. That changes.
Yeah, back like he never left. Alfia with a second lease of life, and that's not what you want to see. Ara definitely has got himself in a bit of an unorthodox position, but I like this from Cloud. He knows what his teammate, his ex-teammate, is about to do. And, you know, the man is currently 13-4. A fantastic round individually, and honestly, a fantastic map that we're seeing from Cloud. Because we talked about the things that are exciting, like Alfia being able to be aggressive. Kayak the same, who's been relatively quiet so far. But the standout, no doubt, has been Cloud.
Yeah, definitely, and I don't think anybody's going to be...
Let's go, baby!
I don't think anyone's going to be massively surprised to see him deliver. Again, we've talked for a while about the IGL role and what it takes away from you as an individual. We've seen it with Cloud, and maybe there were some people out there thinking, well, Cloud's just not the player he once was. Well, yes, he is. There you go. You can see it. Whether it's secondary calling or just whether he's along for the ride. Definitely taking full advantage of this newfound position.
He's enjoying the Sage as well, be it boost spots or the slows. It's been causing issues for GX, and maybe in their next game, he'll IGL and Boaster will get to show his fragging capabilities.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I'd say so. So they're going to lose their next game. If that goes ahead.
Wow.
I just respect Boasters and IGL that much. It's, that's the gap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, the pressure on to Alfia. Net's done well. Looking to try and turn back the tide, but that seems ever more unlikely up until Ara strikes. Gives them an advantage, and even looks to clean up Boaster as well from the depths of defeat. They managed to strike. And Alfia, yeah, he just got to try and leave. Maybe kill someone off as he goes, and even just a stun to leave him in. I like it, you know, just an additional assist coming through for Flickless.
Yeah, I don't think he cares all that much about stats, or at least I hope he doesn't today.
ACS, get your ACS up, King.
That's what it's all about. Combat score.
Hey, his cast is going through the roof right now. Oh wait, he would have survived anyway. So
yeah, still got that percentage up there, and that very relevant and useful statistic.
It is.
Whoever came up with
his KDA just increased.
Whoever decided cast was a statistic we cared about, I hope you never identify yourself to me. 8-3, 1 round left to play with. For GX, there is still hope if they can end this 8-4. I do think the next half will have a lot of challenges, and I'm not sure that they're ready for what might come their way. Fnatic seem to have hit another level when it comes to some Sunset. The gap has widened in their favor. This last round, to lay the foundation for the recovery, Alfia is already a spanner in the works. The flank wide open for GX, and they have to pace themselves. Well, I would have imagined they'd accelerate into A, but it looks like this late mid hit's still on the cards. Not much time to go back.
Oh. Trades back once again. Flickless onto the board. Definitely having a rough game individually, and it's not getting any better. Crashies hits the timing perfectly. Net is just about going to escape the ult. Oh, no. Never mind.
Just when he thought he was out.
Just when he thought he was safe.
Revealing area.
Well, the spike is somewhat surrounded. He's got 30 seconds to play with, and Crashies is on a tear. A 9-3 half. That was quite clean.
Yes, this is a very different vibe for Fnatic. After what we saw in that first map, we thought GX might have had a chance, but now it's looking like they need to step it up. Find another gear. That's the challenge for the second half. Pipson going to be the one to chat with the boys. Let's toss over to an interview we had with Pipson earlier on.
If my face looks really shocked right now, it's because Pipson's told me a lot of stuff he says he can't talk about in the interview. So what can you tell me about the team right now? Because today you're going to be playing with Stand and Jesse.
To be honest, we'll just see how it goes. I can tell you that we played 5 scrims with Jesse. He arrived yesterday, and it was fine. Like, he tried to learn everything as quick as possible. I don't think he managed to do it because it can be like a lot of information, but the player is helping him during the game, like regarding what he needs to do. So in this aspect, that's the things I can tell you.
Well, you're hoping for Muchek to be here soon, and also you've got Net, your new player, as well, alongside him. What's been the main focus of this rebuild?
To be honest, we had to, like when Cloud left to Fnatic, we had to look for the replacement. So we were actually testing a lot of players. Like, I'm pretty sure if the players are watching, they know. Like, so we have been testing a lot of players, and in the end, we decided to go with Net and Mushak. But right now, Mushak has like some visa issues, so it can be a bit rough. So we are playing with Jesse.
Why were they the right players for Giant X? Why were they the right players?
To be honest, because we didn't get the Cloud, we had to, like, we didn't manage to keep playing with Cloud, so we had to have a player who is really, really vocal, and Net is one of that type of the guys, and who can be really, really vocal, who can control certain things, who can do certain things in game, like outside of the server, and inside the server, like in terms of communication and certain traits which we liked in him more than like shooting or stuff like that, which he's responsible for in the team. So that's the reason why we went for Nat.
You chose him for his brains.
Sometimes.
Sometimes he has brains. A positive sign here for the new Giant X. Thank you so much, Pipson. Good luck.
Well, it is good to see Pipson laugh and smile, but I think we might have had our quota for that for the day, unless a big comeback is on the cards. GX 9-3 down after the first half. Again, Ascent looked like an opportunity for them to step into this map with one under their belt, but now it's looking like they might fade to black quite quickly.
Yeah, this is kind of the expectation that was here coming into the day, that they're up against Fnatic that should be revitalized, and they're playing with a stand-in. Like, we didn't have high expectations. The first map maybe gave us a little bit of false hope, but now it looks like we're exactly where we should have been all along. Alfia starting things off, a great half from him. Kayak actually, well, it was a 9-3 half. Obviously, they're going to be happy. He didn't really have to do much. Shut down quite a lot throughout this map, but I don't think anybody's going to mind too much. Nice shot from Net. He's got the brain and the aim, it seems. But do they have a little bit more?
Again, not afraid to take risks. This time, though, going into heavy traffic. That's a big delivery from Westside. I think that was a collateral headshot connected, and although Cloud gets himself back up to 100, he was one bullet away from fading.
Even though collateral headshot's not going to help his headshot percentage because he got the kill.
Oh,
the wall bang.
no.
Exactly. His
Two
headshot percentage
headshots,
has
one
gone
body
down.
shot. He's been screwed.
Wait until we tell him about his cast. Do you know Mike Tyson actually loves cast? No, wait, that's cats. 3 versus 3. A position that might not be clear from Cloud. Like, it is quite a common spot. Not quite given away by the ponytail. But do they check it? He didn't panic. He just sat there and waited, and then you got Kayak for contact. This should be an easy cleanup in the end. Only going to be West Side remaining. There's the headshot we know and love. He's leveled out from the last one, but he is out of time. No hope of getting this one over the line, and his ex-IGL playing him like a fiddle. 16-5 for Cloud, 10-3 for Fnatic. The 2-0 looking very likely indeed.
Yeah, at this point for GX, you know, it's funny thinking back to that interview from halftime. Pipson said, well, he didn't manage to keep playing with Cloud. You could tell they very much still wanted to keep him around. They didn't lose faith.
Oh yeah, but he's good.
Well, you know.
I did think he was going to say a different word for a second, so he said, yeah, boy, right? That's what he said. He said, yeah, boy. That's what he said.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He's actually going to go for the longest yeah, boy. If they win this map.
I can't wait for the post-match interview. This is going to slap. Frankie, if you're listening, please just walk up to him. I heard you're going to hit the longest yeah, boy in history. See how he reacts. Cold call him with it. He might do it.
Very fast move from the defense. Again, making this round look competitive. An orb even for Flickless. Although with how the rounds have been going, I don't know if that orb is going to be too relevant. Rifle picked up for Kayak and even going to plant towards the back of the site.
Spike planted.
Net is about to walk into a multitude of players. Now, he does have a bandit. We like the bandit. We're a big fan of the bandit, but as we said, Kayak have been quiet. And the primary word of that sentence is had.
11-3. What could have been a labored victory now just becomes a formality for Fnatic. A comeback like this, an 11-3 comeback, they can't imagine seeing anything like that, that's for sure.
Quick, get Mini in the coaching booth.
Get him in there.
Guys, just do it.
That's a duo I'd love to see, Mini and Pipson. I'd like to see an argument break out.
Yeah. I know who's winning.
I know, but I just want to watch the theatrics. I'm not here for the outcome. Miley Cyrus once told me, it's about the climb. Not about how fast you get there or what's waiting on the other side, I'll tell you that.
Pipson isn't that much taller.
Be surprised, it's all perspective. Fnatic trading out early. Kayak's been dead and buried on that initial push towards top mid. It is now just A main left to deal with. Jesse does well with Alfier down. But they seem undeterred. I mean, it's strange. He's so far ahead while they send Boaster out in the other direction, while they now look to pressure towards A main. The stun from Arrow won't quite catch both, and they've made it around the corner. Baiting out the rotations, sending Boaster now to take space on this side of the map so that they could plant is what I thought. But, well, they've went back to fight mid with the spike, and that's given Net a field day. A flurry of frags, and Boaster a chance to get himself into the highlight reels.
1v4. The first, definitely going to be the easier of the lot. He's got to be careful. There's still a trip there, but he goes over it. And there's Arrow. 11-4. Bonus round, at least not going to be converted, but the start of an incredibly long journey back through on this defensive side. And of course, the next purchase coming up for Fnatic will be a 4-buy. And it seems like Boaster may even have dropped an operator over to Alfier to allow that to be in for the first purchase.
I'm shitting on these kids, bro.
Well, let's run over to the stats here and take a look.
He's 11-11.
Not bad.
So at least one per round.
Yeah, that's good. Not sure if it's defecation level, but it's certainly a good output. More so the score line I'm drawn to. GX.
You gotta believe. You gotta fake it till you make it. That's what they say.
Ooh,
be the man you want to be. And then maybe one day you could do what he said. I don't know. It doesn't quite with the phrasing he used. It's not quite as nice and positive as I would have wanted it to be.
Yeah, a bit of a detractor to the positivity. Well, GX are looking to crunch in mid, and that has worked out. I mean, it could not have worked out better timing-wise. Ara walked out the second Alfier looked away, found one for free, and it looks like they're priming up an A fake. It worked decently well last time, 3 players towards this side. You're going to have Prowlers as well as Neon making noise there, and then the immediate shift back. The trip blocking them off, and Fnatic just leave a couple seconds for those rotates, and then step in for the plant. That was very close to being a pickup as well for Boaster. And what it is for sure is a lot of space, a lot of control, but a man advantage extended in favor of GX.
TP potentially being primed back for main, but instead they look to stand and fight this one together. 3 players all around the same angle, and the damage that's been done isn't quite sufficient just yet. Kayak, though, starting to build into this. Cloud has yet to be cleared. Hiding in the corner, but they're slowly being removed from this site. GX comfortable as they find a 5th round. And again, we talked about this on the first half of the last map. Some of those defensive setups where they like to get aggressive and push together. The timing of their mid push was very, very nice, but then also just leaving Ara behind. That's what I liked about it.
It's the initiative from GX in this game that has definitely stood out to me. For this squad, I expected
what
to
the
be
timing
so
I got
many.
on this Alpha. He took out the scope exactly when I pick him.
I mean, that's exactly what we're saying, Ara. Very true.
What a timing, I agree.
What a timing indeed. And for Fnatic, look, all it is a bump in the road. A couple of rounds here or there with an 11-5 lead. You have to think eventually they'll find their way back to winning ways, and this probably won't be it. They've got pistols, a bandit, 2 sheriffs, and 2 classics to work with.
Go on. Amoda licking their lips right now.
Oh, yes. It definitely has potential, and it looks like a lot of this attack side for Fnatic so far has been around selling false information, and from what we've seen, GX are buying it in droves.
Enemy mark.
Oh. Drone will be denied space. It at least means that Alfia's got a little bit further than expected, but the hot flash forced him to tuck in and allows one to cross, but there goes Flickless. Oh! This is why you want him on this agent. Yeah, the free operator's cool, but the instant one-shot headshot machine is in the hands of Alfia.
Still 2 to deal with there. Jesse and Ara have rotated in. Jesse will be pushed back, but guess who won't? Ara on the site. Oh, popped. He will stand his ground, giving nothing up for free. As Fnatic pump the brakes and move to the other side of the map. The TP taken by Boaster. He's made it here. He's got the plant, and he's gotten out. Solid start, but the numbers, even with weapons in the hands of GX, the retake, well, they will bide their time. They will wait to strike. This west side on the site, waiting for reinforcements, but 1 battalion is already down. Now they move for the defuse. Boaster, the one that has to stop them, but he's being held. Jesse on it, ready with the swing. The spam is good, and he's already got himself 3. Cloud has no chance of denying this. Damage done, but the round stabilized by GX just in time.
Yeah, just about as well. Incredible work from Jesse to just hold the line. I think you could even see it. I think it was Westside diffusing, right? He just goes, oh, I'm sticking this all the way. You got this, bro. It is terrifying just seeing the Headhunter in the hands of Alfia. Ara also did well to sort of stop them from just taking over the other side of the map. Even still, a little bit shaky for the defense, but credits-wise, still a purchase into this round. 3 in a row.
Let's play.
But with ults in hand, the tour de force being one of them, this isn't nothing but an easy round for the opponents.
Nice shot from Ara. He'll hold his ground again. Not a man who likes to retreat as the smoke goes up. He just goes deeper into the angle. Keeping that control is so important for GX. It means no second man is needed to cover off a short. Ara's got it on lockdown. And so they stay heavy towards mid. Right where Boaster was looking to put the pressure. Was peeking around this spot moments ago, and indeed he will step in. into the meat grinder head first. Flickless and Jesse standing by. Jesse's alone as the smoke blocks Flickless. And he doesn't swing in. No trade. Ara now under pressure. Ara deleted, and all of a sudden, Fnatic are in the lead.
Flickless is still here, though. He's going to get the reveal, but it doesn't matter. He just isn't hitting today. In 1v1 fights, he's just not been able to take any of them over the line. And while he mentioned it, that first half coming out from Kayak was a rough one. I think only 3 kills. This second half, he's been looking more on point, but a swing out, maybe a little bit of a gamble, gives Westside an opportunity. But the other two are sat waiting. Never mind, they swing individually. They leave it down just to Cloud, but Cloud was enough. He has been enough throughout this game, but that was definitely far closer than it ever should have been.
He's gone from wearing the GX banner to burning it. Cloud's having a field day, 20-8 at the moment. But this round wasn't just him. Huge work done by Crashies and Kayak to pull them back into this fight, to give them a chance. And it's Cloud to bring it home against his former squad and his former squad mate. 1 round out of 6, that's all that's needed. Fnatic, immediate paranoia has blinded 3. No info, making it into the hands of Jesse until Kayak's right in his face. Rolling Thunder sent through, but nobody can pounce off the back of it. They needed Jesse to still be alive for that to have any impact. And with him falling so quickly, that's an ultimate thrown into the wind.
Not the start they were looking for. Pipson about to start singing I Want You Back for Good.
Screaming.
He has that one in his locker, trust me. Along with, you know, some of the anime songs that they do for their content. By the way, GX, I love those. I love those. Please keep them coming, especially with Pipson in them. Either way, Fnatic, 4 kills away from this series being done. A double up of players being spotted might be enough to deter, but that pushes them into the hands of Westside, who has definitely been the standout so far in this defensive side. They can section off some of the angles, but he's going forward. He's pushing it towards them. He looks to take over, and 3 already. I think he killed 1 behind the player he was looking at. Kayak, though, wants to try and take the mantle of best player of the round, but he's so desperately low. 28 HP. Aftershock forces him into an awkward position, and well played again. I was going to say from GX, but let's be honest, it was Westside.
And this is what I'm talking about when I say I love this guy on a Sentinel. Westside is the kind of player that, yes, he can perform on the Duelist, he can perform in any role, but if I was to choose someone to solo hold a site, if I was to choose someone to have 4 players, 5 players run at him full exec and be in the middle of it, it probably would be Alfier. But if I couldn't get Alfier because of budget issues, I'd go straight to Westside. This guy is sensational. And having him fully focused, I think is only going to see that skill ceiling increase in height. Now for Fnatic, 5 rounds. They send a straight blitz towards the top of mid. Kayak on top of the walls being spotted now. Oh, the paranoia doesn't get them anything. Instead, they're put to bed immediately. A couple of kills for Alpha, but he's going to need a lot more. Thankfully, that TP wasn't stuck, or there would have been 1 more to the tally.
Well, one guy that did have a gun in this round is Alfier.
Catch them.
Always a highlight, but not in this round. Ara shuts him out on wall. An overdrive versus a player that's low HP. It couldn't be any easier. I didn't expect to see 8 rounds for GX onto the board, but they have been climbing back in this defensive side. Definitely struggled a lot in that first half. But the further they go, the more worried I get. And I'll be honest, Mitch, we just came back from London. I'm not ready for some more crumble.
God's sake. You know, one thing I'm really enjoying about GX is Ara. This is a player that we've had to have the caveat in almost every match for the last 1.5 years that, like, oh yeah, he's good, but today he might be ass. Like, he goes up and down, game to game, map to map. Sometimes he's a key part of any roster, and other times he's cannon fodder. And I feel like now we're in this era where he's consistent. He has definitely pulled that floor up behind him. 4 more rounds in a row. That was a 4K from Ara to give them a chance to keep them alive. much more required. Rifles back up for Fnatic, and ultimates to fall back on are certainly shy on the side of GX.
Well, yeah, we were making jokes about an 11-3 comeback. At least, unless many rules were broken, I don't think Mini went into the coaching booth. Although I haven't seen him, so
we can't discount it.
I cannot. That is just rumors. But yeah, they're now 4 rounds away. The problem is, you always know that with the caliber of players on the Fnatic side, somebody could just close this out. The problem, though, is if you're a Fnatic fan, they never make it that easy. 2 entry kills, though, is one hell of a start. And already putting the pressure on to Flickless, who, as we've highlighted maybe a few too many times, has been having a stinker.
Yeah, he really has. Always a consistent player. One man that has,
30 seconds
if anything, picked up his performance in moments where it's needed as Westside. 5 on the other side. This has to be big for the Sentinel. And it's shaky to start, but Westside, give him enough chances and he will connect. Rounds for the side of GX. That's what they're after, and this man could be the one to deliver them. For now, he has delivered them a chance, a promise yet to be realized. But the 4-piece surely will be enough. Westside again, the hero that GX desperately needed.
My God. I said it when they were in the 5v3. I was like, Fnatic never make it easy for themselves, but how did he not die? Like, he whiffed a load of bullets, then was super clean, but just the trades never came in. Like, that wasn't the cleanest 4K Westside has ever got.
No.
Someone should have traded him throughout that round, but you keep giving him chances. Eventually, he will hit the shots. Well, 11-3. Fnatic are now at a point where they're calling a pause. And they're losing from pretty hefty advantages. Like, again, they got the advantage in the round prior where they go to run through the market. They run into Westside. I would say option 1, don't run into Westside. Maybe try going A, because if they'd continued A, they would have run into Flickless. And I don't want to be mean, but Flickless is not doing that.
Yeah.
He's not getting a 4K like that.
Watch next round now after you've said that. But no, I 100% agree with you.
He's about to ace every round from now on, and they're going to win in OT.
And it just further adds to the point of, if I was to have one guy who isn't Alphier defending a site, genuinely in EMEA, I think he's a top 5 for me. Westside.
I was about to say, we got so many good Sentinel players that it's really hard.
Top 5, baby. But
Echo's good, Yedajay, fantastic, Chronicle.
But the thing for me with Westside is that he doesn't make that many risks. He is a safe player. If you have a problem, you need a good Sentinel who ain't going to bring extra problems to your roster. He's just that guy. He's willing to flex. He's willing to play whatever the team needs. But if you put him here,
I pro played Waylay for a bit.
Yeah, he'll do anything.
They did that to Yedajay too, and I'm so glad they freed my man from that. Although he's now playing Smokes, which, you know, very good Sentinel player. Foot, just in case you're wondering. Bambino, I'm
better
talking to you.
smoker than Flickless, at least.
Sure. Yeah.
It was a tough last map.
But
no, 3 rounds, 3 in a row. It's so doable for GX.
Shouldn't be.
It should not have been from an 11-3 deficit. It never should have been from so many rounds.
I should be on the train home right now.
I should be ordering food, but here we are. Fnatic struggling to take it across the finish line. Left to an eco here. Likely double digits. Somehow I do feel like this will be the round that they figure it all out.
Well, they've got Tour de Force and Overdrive, so it's like there are a few things that could pad the gap. They've also got Res if they get into a position to use it. And I always have faith that Alfia at any moment might just be like, right, you know what? I'm done with this game. I'm just going to win. So there's potential, but I don't know. It's starting to feel like the same problems they had before, just that little bit choky.
Oh. If at first you don't succeed, try to challenge Westside again. That's the play. This time Net's there to help him. They've lost the rotation. Boaster slipping through, threading the needle and using it to help out. Taking one down. Westside again stands against the forces of Fnatic, but this time surrounded. He's dealt with an Alpha's tour de force, claims another victim. Yeah, you're not getting through that. They know by now. They found Jesse.
Shadows traveling.
And his 1v4 begins and ends here? Question mark? That's not a bad start. He can start the defuse from here. Paranoia's perfect as well. Repositions with it. It could have been beautiful. A great idea from Jesse. But an Emoda Thrifty closes out the series for Fnatic.
It definitely wasn't the return to the stage that maybe we were hoping for, especially versus a team with a stand-in, but a win is a win. And I think that's what you have to look at if you are on that Fnatic side, that, okay, they're going to have to build in if we want to see them be one of the teams that makes it to Champions, but they got through what was a GX side that actually looked a lot better than I expected. I'm excited to see the future of Nets calling. I think the West side still looking fantastic. Ara looked great. Jesse, even as the stand-in, had its moments. So I think that ultimately a decent performance overall from GX considering the circumstances, but you do still look at this from the Fnatic side and go, I was expecting that to be a little bit cleaner, especially even that second map. Considering how that first half went and you then win the pistol, I go, yeah, this should be like a 13-3, but it was anything but that.
Well, Cloud and Eng in orange down on that stage. They have found their way to victory here today. Cloud up against his former squad, Pipson, the man who believed in him leading the team. And now he stands opposite them, leading them to defeat. GX, they won't be able to best Fnatic today, although they did push them to the limits.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the boys in orange claim the day.
Yeah, I think as well, solid signs for Cloud. Like, he had a very good debut. I think his Sage, especially in that first half, was fantastic. So I'm very glad to see him come into this roster and look like he fits in. Sure, there's going to be a few things that need to be ironed out, and I'm interested to see with some of the matches going forward if they are maybe tested a little bit more. But ultimately, I think that he's only going to improve more and more. And if you get those sort of moments, that's going to be great. Nonetheless, a man that always has many moments. Let's go down and chat with Alpha, yeah.
Thank you very much, Avia. Congratulations on the first win of Stage 2. Clean sheet, clean 1-0. How do you feel about that victory against Giant X? Because actually, they put you under pressure at times.
I'm happy that we managed to win our first game in the Season 2, like Stage 2. But I'm also sad for them because they're all nice and they're my friends and they play with stand-in. Like, they're playing with like 6 players. So I'm sad for them, but I'm also happy that we won.
Had you had much of a conversation before this game then when you found out they were going to be playing with a stand-in, given that they are your friends?
To be honest, I didn't care that much.
You didn't mind you were playing up against a stand-in, but is it quite odd that they play differently to what you were expecting?
No, I think they just played what we expect, but they were shooting good as well, so I didn't expect that, obviously, but they were shooting good.
And you played what everyone kind of expects on Ascent today. Why such a standard composition? When are we going to start to see you guys having fun in Agent Select again? Now you've got N on your side.
Yeah, Eng is kind of such a boring coach. He just plays default, so but you can't do anything about it. So.
And we got to see Chamber Sage as well. And when you picked Chamber in Agent Select, you gave Mini the cheekiest of looks. Did you pick him just for Mini?
Yeah, of course. I said, normally I was playing something else. I saw Mini in there. I said, I gotta play Chamber this time, boys. I saw Mini, so I just picked Chamber.
You're lying to me.
No.
For real? I'm going to have to ask Boaster about this. Right, go and celebrate with your teammates and go and commiserate your friends on Giant X, okay? Oh, have you got something you want to say to Boaster?
No. I love you so much, handsome English boy.
Okay, right, I'm going to go talk to the handsome English boy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Avia, we'll see you playing very soon. I'm going to wander over here.
Welcome back to the couch. I'm here with Boaster and Cloud. How did your first game feel of the stage?
Bit rusty, not gonna lie. You know, missing every event means that we're not looking as clean as I'd like us to be. But I think a win is a win, and there's a lot of good stuff that happened today as well.
One of the things we see with... I'm so sorry, no, chime in, Cloud.
It feels great. I was excited before the game, and I think the game went in a way that it should be, because we are first time together. It's good to have some more experience, play over times, to feel each other more. For me, I was having a lot of fun, let's say.
It has been a while since you guys have played an official, but one of the risks in the past with Fnatic being so successful, constantly being internationals, is that risk of burnout. So do you think that actually having some time that you don't normally get was valuable in some ways?
For sure, but I always say the best thing you can do is get reps through officials. You know, you can only practice so much before you're not gaining too much. It's always in the squeaky bum times and where the pressure is on that you see your real mistakes and your true flaws and stuff. So I'd say burnout has been a thing in the past, especially the 2023 year. But I'd say last year when we qualified for 2 events and stuff, it wasn't too bad for us. Do you have burnout, Cloud?
Nope.
No, he doesn't. He's grinding like a madman. I'm looking to my right, feeling guilty.
So tell me about this grind then. Tell me about this in-game relationship and in-practice relationship that you guys have formed. Because Cloud, I know you're so excited to play with Boaster.
Yeah.
Were you?
Everyone's excited to play with you, Jake.
No, of course. Like in my opinion, Jake makes other players great, even greater than they are, and I'm really excited to work with him. I'm listening every his thought, and I'm sharing mine as well with him. So I'm enjoying to play with him, you know.
Coming from your role as an IGL, do you have some influence in this team now?
No, not at all. My goal wasn't my goal wasn't to change something in this team or influence it. My goal is to make them because they're already good, you know. They qualified to so many events. They won some of them in the past, and they know the system they need to do. So my goal is to support them from my individual, of course, with my micromanaging, micro talking in situations. But I think that's my goal. Not influencing team.
I'd say that last round especially, you know, you've got me in a position where it's hard to IGL because I'm on that weird flanking spot. And then you've got Austin with Cloud, or someone's with Cloud, and it just takes one person to kind of take the reins. And Cloud is a player who's capable of being like, guys, I have this, we're going to do this. And you just did something together, and we ended up trading it out against the Sova and the Cypher, and we win the round. So I think it's little things like that where it's he's able to have his impact mechanically, but also in those squeaky bum moments where someone needs to make a play as together, Cloud is able to do that in a somewhat calm way as well. It's not adding too much panic to the comms. He's pretty good player.
Is that something you've had on Fnatic before?
Of course, throughout history, we've had panic scenarios where our comms are going a bit wild. Even today, there were moments where we need to calm it down a bit. But I'd say it's pretty good.
But in having that player like Cloud,
yeah.
Have you had players who have also been able to kind of step up and take the reins like him before?
I'd say the biggest one to do it for me is Austin, and that's why we call me the pilot and he's my co-pilot. But now we have a marshal, and that's what Cloud is.
So who is Eng? Because actually, I want to give an example now of the hype that Eng is bringing behind the scenes that nearly broke Mitchman in the cast. Let's take a look.
You could tell they very much still wanted to keep him around. They didn't lose faith.
Oh yeah, but he's good.
Is this what it's like when you're practicing?
Honestly, yeah.
Literally, when you guys are streaming, that's your sub alert now.
But that's the thing, when it comes to our scrims and stuff, we have players who are capable of brilliance, and I think sometimes someone just pulls off some crazy round, and you just hear Eng especially just starts spewing Russian, and then just saying something. I don't know what he's saying, but it's gonna be good because we did a good clip. So yeah, it's kind of like that, yeah.
Cloud, how are you finding playing with Eng as your coach now?
I like him. I think what Jake said is it's true. It's there is nothing much to add to it. So yeah, that's pretty much how it is.
He said he's come in as substitute teacher. He still wants you to be leading in terms of what you're doing in the game right now, the agents that you're playing. Is that the case? Are you really calling the shots off the server too?
No, I'd say it's always a group effort. You know, I think between the staff and I, sometimes player input, but generally it's we have to balance it between player comfort, and then when it comes to strategy stuff, I think it's a case of, yes, I like to be heavily involved in attack side and recently kind of defense side, but then you've got Cappy and Eng, Cappy being very heavily on the defense side and Eng with him as well, and then it's just kind of Eng is the overseer as well, who can notice problems, and and then we kind of get to fixing them together kind of thing. And I think Eng has done really well so far with individual stuff, like going to individuals, working with them on micro things and like improving our players, and as a thing that I can't really focus too much time on. He's able to do that really well, I think, because he has a lot of experience with players and trying to bring the best out of them. And yeah, I think we have a pretty good system right now. Yeah.
I agree. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Are we going to see your creative minds come together, though, Jake? Because we have seen in the past Fnatic setting the standard in terms of the agents that work on new map pools. We're not necessarily seeing that from you guys this year. You maybe played it safe sometimes in Agent Select, but you've got Eng now. And he loves to spit football, unusual compositions. So I'm just wondering, for example, is the comp we saw on Ascent today going to be the one that we see, say, towards the end of the stage?
Honestly, we're a bit of a slave to the meta. So I'd say Eng could, if I said to Eng, like, well, I want to run this, he'd be like, okay, let's try it. Like, he'll probably say that, and like he'll have his opinions afterwards, but I think he won't be pushing the boat, like, we have to try this. This is going to be good, I know it. I think that's kind of not what we need, actually. What we need is consistency and being able to improve our basics and our micros and stuff, because honestly, when I look at each event and stuff, that's what wins games.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Sorry, I should be talking. Let's have Cloud answer the next one.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have time because we have another match coming up. But let's be honest about it. This is going to be happening many more times. So congratulations on your first win of the stage, boys. Thank you so much for joining us. And for you guys, we have got more Valorant coming up. After the break, it's going to be Gentle Mates versus Pacific. Can Pacific get their first win of the year? Let's see.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let me just feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite to my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep don't push me Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA. If you've just tuned in, you missed the Black and Orange getting their first win of Stage 2, but it was against Giant X with a stand-in, and we have to say props to Giant X for putting up a fight, Petra. It was very entertaining, particularly on Ascent.
Yeah, it was very entertaining. They were taking the space, and Jessie performed very well, which I like to see.
Maybe we'll see Jessie being picked up by another VCT team in the future, because the performance he put on today, there's definitely going to be people taking notice. Let's take a look at the standings and see where we're at. So now you can see the teams that have played so far. Eternal Fire playing yesterday, and Na'Vi as well, definitely impressing us. And the championship points, that's what they're playing for. Obviously, they're not picking up those now, but as we head towards the playoffs, that's when things get sweaty. Or, to quote Boast to himself, squeaky bum time, as he kept saying on the sofa before. And it's a delight to hear that phrase, because I thought I was the only person in the esports who used it, and I normally get very suspicious looks. So let's talk about Team Pacific. They're going to be playing against Gentlemates, and Gentlemates, they're looking rejuvenated after finding fortune in front of their fans in Paris recently. They weren't able to crack beyond top 6, but they did definitely shift the roles and find some success. But Pacific, they have shifted too, because CNED is out, you know, star jet duelist of VCT Pass, and Waddle is in Mini.
Yeah, sad to see CNED go, but ultimately I don't think he was cutting the mustard, so to speak. I think that this team especially likes to push the meta a little bit in some of the ways they like to play, a little bit unconventional, and CNED is a jet player, and he wasn't thriving in those other roles. The interesting thing though is they're bringing in Waddle, a British Sova player who I quite like, but a Sova player, and they already have a Sova player, so some role questions like we've had a lot today for this team as well.
Do you think that maybe that's a good thing, though, to actually leave behind aspirations to play in a way that wasn't working with them, regardless of CNED being in the team or not, and actually trying something new, Petra?
I mean, that's a good question. But, in my experience, sometimes role changes not always work, but for other teams it can work pretty well. So it can go both ways.
What do you mean, Petra? What does that mean?
I just found out I'm a very bad smoker mid-tournament.
Oh my god, I mean, you can play so many roles, Petra. Like, it is incredible, like, how versatile you are.
The thing I'm excited for, though, is 7 is probably going to fill in that gap on the duelist. I don't know what competitions they'll run, but I think 7 was a highlight for me on this team, and him going to that duelist is a much needed win condition, because the firepower, like, they haven't won a match this year, and I think that 7 is now going to be at the forefront of trying to win games from that duelist position.
So what do we want to see then today? Do we want to see that experimental style they showed off at times in Stage 1, or do we want to see them continue in a more simplified approach that Coach Thinky has been trying out?
I think the most important thing for me is that they have 2 Sova players now, so they just need to find something that works with that. I don't know what Waddle and Ninja can flex to that makes sense for this team, so the first priority for me is that before we start to think about Cupert's madness or Thinky's more fundamental driven coaching. I'm not sure.
And the proof will be in the pudding, which is probably something else that Boaster says on the regular. They have got this uphill battle today, Pacific, because it's not going to be easy to beat the Gentlemates today. They're going to be feeling confident. Proxer is back. He's returning, as Glyph unfortunately didn't quite make the grade for them in Stage 1. But Proxer, you know what? He's had some learnings. He had to go back down to Tier 2, but it's been a very successful year for him so far, Petra. So do you think it's going to be his second time lucky for Proxer?
Yeah, we will see, I guess. He has been okay and decent, but I think he still has to prove himself a little bit here.
Yeah, I think the big question about Mark around this roster was Beepo. He was not performing very well on the duelist. There's big questions around him. The way they used him, and also the way that he just kind of entered into sites and was dying quite a lot, was not very fun to watch. But it looks like recently, EWC, they've been trying different roles. Mini has been playing the duelist, and Beepo's been playing the Sentinel, and Beepo's been playing quite well. But Mini's now dropped a little bit, so it's almost like they've done a deal with the devil, where like maybe Mini's not going to perform quite as well because he's on a new role. But I'm very excited to see how that plays out.
Well, let's take a look at the skirmish and see who is going to get the honors of choosing who will be picking first in the veto. It's Ninja and Starzo going head-to-head. And I guess when we look at the side of Gentlemates now, the role changes that they have made, we've seen them test it out in front of a crowd on LAN in Paris, but now this is really the crunch time for them because all of this matters.
Yeah, it looks promising, but I think it's gonna be this group stage that really starts to define it.
Yeah.
Like if they start losing, and it's gonna be very easy to point at what is wrong. I think it's gonna be very obvious that this is gonna be the make or break decision. Is Mini going to Judas and Beepo on Sentinel the thing that is going to work? Or it's a huge risk, potentially huge reward play for them.
And one of the issues was the setup of Gentlemates. They're sending out Beepo to die. They're not necessarily resourcing him to have that impact. If you put another player in that role, is that actually going to solve that problem, Petra? Or do you think actually this is something this team needs to look at to rearrange themselves? Because if they carry on playing that way, then potentially Mini scoreline, it's going to represent what Whippo had in Bippo, I should say, in stage 1.
Yeah, of course, if you change one player, it will never guarantee if it's going to be a good decision or not. The whole team relies on...
I think it's going to be down to Kundi because he has only realistically just joined the team as the head coach, so it's going to be his system now, and hopefully he's identified that as a problem. Map Veto coming in. Split. We get Sunset again as a pick map. No Summit yet, though, which is a bit frustrating to see. Some fairly standard maps, Split, Sunset, Ascent. I don't have anything big on this Veto, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Petra, what do you think of this Veto?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm also disappointed that Summit is not there yet, but I hope we will see it through the stage.
Split was the map Pacific almost won quite a lot of times. Didn't win it very often, but it was their most competitive map. So I think Pacific for them, they're going to have to come out strong on that map because it seemed like a home map for them, even though they didn't always win it.
I did speak to Pacific earlier. I spoke to Thinky, and I asked him about how long they'd had to prep with Waddle. They'd only had a month, so it was a long process of trying to get him. Some other teams who've made changes, they've had 2.5 months to be able to practice. But for the side of Pacific, I think they're going to be looking and feeling rejuvenated. So let's see if we're right here on the desk to put our favor and their stock in them for this to be a close matchup. Our final match of the day is Gentlemates versus Pacific Esports.
Pacific Esports versus Gentlemates.
The Gentlemates waving to an invisible crowd. Now they got the taste for playing in front of one. Both of these teams, the mood feels high for them. The promise of a clean sheet going into stage 2 on their minds. But for one of these teams, they're going to be getting dirty extremely soon. It'll be interesting to see what Pacific are going to be bringing to this one. Mini, we've already mentioned the potential role changes with Waddle coming in, not a like-for-like plate replacement for Cena, but also I think he has been saying to Sheep Esports he wants this team to be more proactive, to take more space, but do they have the components and the pieces in order to do that?
I think so, especially if Seven is the person, he's going to be the spearhead of this team now. He's going to be the one with that kind of aggression, and I think I've seen that from him, and I think he does have that confidence, and he has that ability to do that. I think he's a very strong player to have as that player at the front. Split for me, again, like I said, they are 1-4 on this map, but they're 11 rounds against BBL, 10 against Giant X, and 11 against Fnatic. So they were extremely close, and now they've made roster changes. I think that this is a good sign for Pacific on this map.
Mentality-wise, Petra, what do you think is going through the minds of Pacific? Do you think that it's like back to school for them and they'll be going in refreshed, or do you think having so many heavy losses to their name will be weighing on their mind?
I mean, eventually all the losses will probably take a little bit of pressure off because people are starting to expect less, and maybe that's there in the head as well. So who knows? It can go both ways.
And with Gentlemates, it's almost like the challenge is to not be too overconfident. They haven't really had the opportunity to feel that way for quite a while after. Stage 1 was, you know, a mixed bag. They managed to make it to the playoffs, but they couldn't make it as far as they wanted to.
I think it's about, because they had that Santiago run, they didn't realize how tiring that was going to be, and having come back to stage 1 a little bit tired. Now that they don't have the excuse anymore, they know how it is. They've had a little bit of a time off. They're able to come back into stage 2 with more fire. Compositionally, Martin and Mini, we said it before, Beepo is being switched around to the Sentinel, which on this map means Viper, so we're going to see Mini on the Waylay. Waylay, not an easy agent to play, especially if you've got 200 games of Cypher, so that's going to be very interesting for me. Pacific side, switching away from double duelist like we expected maybe. Ninja on the Sage. That's been the kind of flavor of the month in EMEA so far. It seems like the new anti-meta approach is a lot of Sage right now to slow down those double duelists.
And that's, I guess, the way that they want to control the pace in this game, potentially, Petra. Instead of just taking the space as quickly as possible, they're going to slow their opponents.
Yeah, but I still think a double duelist can still run over a strong defense comp. But yeah, we shall see.
We shall see, because we are ready to head into Split with Hazard and Cairo.
Excited to dive into this one. Changes on both sides of the server, of course, and perhaps the slightly more drastic on Gentlemates. Not just a new player brought in, Prox returning to the lineup, but some role swaps as well.
Yeah, trying out something different. I mean, everybody has been complimentary of that, but the real test will be in VCT against some of the top teams, right? Pacific coming in here with a change of their own, and I'm going to be honest, I have to agree with Mini there. I actually really like Waddle coming in. He was a really top prospect coming out of last year's Ascension and that 2025 run. And I think, honestly, I seen it going out. Mini was right. He was not cutting the mustard. He was not going positive often enough for me. So I'm interested to see how this composition looks like for this team.
Yeah, Waddle part of that Dynasty team, formerly Desire, as you'll see there on the stat. A huge underdog at all of those points, as Pacific are right now. No previous encounters between the two here in the server, but on the attack side, still hunting down their first win in the VCT. It's an A push to start here on Split, and Bippo's already been forced back in screens.
Yeah, happy to play a retake here. That's what happens when you play your weak side. Don't want to take that contact. Bippo not fancying it. And we're in post.
Yeah, two players up in ramp here as well, actually. So Pacific pretty expansive in their control. Open plant for it. The question is all about timing. At what point do they spring this one? Brilliant paranoia in. There's VALORANT and Waddle. VALORANT again will strike once more. And so Pacific have liftoff in Stage 2. A pistol round under their belt, and in-zone flawless, no less.
Yeah, looking to right the wrongs of that last split when they finally had what looked like to be a decent run of form, but couldn't quite get the monkey off their back in terms of getting a round win. But I really like the stat that we had coming into this, right? It was about Waddle playing up against Mini. I want to throw it 1 year further back.
Okay.
He also has history against Bippo and Martin.
Come on!
And he played against Bippo and Martin all the way back in 2023 Ascension play-ins. Can you remember which team?
Play-ins? Oh, well, I mean, he still would have been on Desire, right?
No, he was on Focus playing against GMT.
Right, that's true.
And he, yeah, well, already quick opening on B.
Thought I was the historian, mate. You've really gone back in time there.
Yeah.
Here he is again, though. Nice work from Waddle. And just to talk a little bit more about what we saw on the pistol, some brilliant micro, which is something that I want to talk about here with Pacific for a bit, because as we say, on Split, it was the map they were able to win. They played it 7 times, 6 losses. That Eternal Fire game, really rough for them. And honestly, if they were a little tighter on those fundamentals, that was their game to win. So positive signs here early. Heading into all of the remaining Mates players on A, however.
Bippo's done well to at least come away with 1, but the last 2 are split up here, Hazza, so fully expecting this one to be easy, but more damage is good damage, and Prox has picked up an outlaw.
Oh, they have no idea, Cairo.
No, they do not. It's in Prox is going to punish them. A Red Bull clutch on the Gentlemates side, and after Pacific got as excited, Hazza, it's pretty deflating.
As soon as I start to compliment the micro, it's a moment of magic from Prox, really, more than anything else. Picks up this outlaw, absolutely zero expectation about this, and lands both shots. Someone which we'll be talking about at length, I think, throughout this series. New player in the server for Mates.
Nice!
But used to living life in Pick. He has played for them before, but a very different player right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that year, obviously here, the 2 splits that he had back in Tier 2, kind of really shaped him up. And to being the player that we expected of him heading in towards last year, that split 2. VALORANT does have a rifle.
I was just about to say, and he is one of the A players here, so actually it's a big kill from Valorante to start things off. Utility invested towards ramp to try and recover this weapon. Bippo wants to fight it.
He's got a judge, and up close and personal, that's exactly where you want it to be. So overall, this round is to be done. And imagine being a Dark fan as well here, Hazza. You've got one German on either team, and a German team in play-ins as well. It's an ace for Bippo to close things out, but it is against Pistols.
Yeah, it is against Pistols, but look, this is a big confidence builder for Bippo, of course. I mean, plenty of people in the community calling for his head, but mates know exactly where they want to put their stock.
Well done.
Waddle just entertaining it for now. But yeah, look, they have doubled down on this pick. He's changed over roles, and as an anchor, looking good so far.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, there's actually a lot of history between Waddle and Bippo. As Waddle was reminding me, both playing in that Italian league before it got merged into Spain. Rifle round here for Pacific versus General Mates, and Ninja has already found Prox on B main. Mini's gone exploring with the operator, but there's two bodies to hit here.
Yeah, already posted well up in Garage, and you can see how patient Pacific are being. 2 players to the good. And there's another arriving here in Martine. It's just going to slot into the corner. The spike is heading towards B. They're going to go straight into Mini.
But they still have clearing utility in Waddle. Well, the operator's seen. Still trying to go for more, but they're not going to clear Martine. Shot's not hitting, and the rest of Pacific finally collapse on. But it settles in a 2-on-2. You look at the last 2 remaining players, split up once again.
One coming in from Tower, that's Valorante. Has a molly, that's about it. Time ticking down. They can still overwhelm Mini here.
Yeah, but he's still going to take that chance, that one-on-one. You complimented the micro Hazza, but there, that is really, really poor. Giving Mini one-on-ones and coming away with a 3K in the end.
Yeah, Mini stepping into the duelist role, showing that there are no bounds to his own personal confidence. And just an exhibit of his own mechanical ability in this situation. Another ace for Bippo, but now Pacific find themselves on an eco yet again. I think it was the Fnatic game where we probably saw the best of their attack side so far, from what we've seen. Composition much changed since then. It's a solo duelist archetype that they're playing with now, and sort of all focus on 7, maybe getting a showstopper here.
Trying their best, trying to even overwhelm Heaven. Bippo is the one under fire, and he's going to go next. And we're back to 5-on-4 with a rifle in the hands of one of the Pacific players.
And in the meantime, though, I think you've got to be looking at where Starso has managed to get himself out into middle. Can hear any rotations deep in spawn, of course, when Pacific starts sprinting. And should there be a player drifting into middle, he has control of that as well. It's enabled this big A lean that you're currently seeing, and Prox is already well ahead of that potential rotation.
Seems as if Pacific, for the most part, they'll have an idea about perhaps losing this space and not going to run. As you said, remember, there's ultimates that are close to being online for Pacific, and with B main open, they can pick up an orb and set themselves up right.
This is really nice awareness being shown by Pacific at this point in time. Looks like they are just going to cannon on towards B now, as Valorante does get spotted towards A. The Viper still trying to sell some of that pressure as much as possible, but has done his job perfectly. Honestly, a post-plant situation here could look nice for Pacific, but if you've got any real chance of them winning it, extra ground must be taken.
I don't like that, though, because Pacific didn't prioritise the orb, hoping to use the disguise of no sound to their advantage, but Spike was going down, and yeah, I mean, I think that would have favoured them massively in post.
Big talking point right now, though, is that there's a double flank coming in from mid, open plant. As long as the players on site can stall it out, they have a huge chance here.
Yeah, but Waddle has his Nightfall online as Pacific managed to make things work. A kill for 7 brings the showstopper online, and Gentlemates fall apart. And a motor thrifty for Pacific to get their second round.
Yeah, it's a fantastic round from Pacific. Well called by Cupid. Good discipline not to make noise on the rotation. brawl together as a group to find the opening kill. Super early call to double flank back in through mid. And when we were just wondering what Seven's duelist was going to look like, with a glimpse in stage 1, he hauls them through with the team on his back.
Nice stuff from Pacific. And managing to get themselves back into this, worrying that perhaps the momentum could get away from them. Quick opening in towards main. And once again, this operator being shown by Mini.
So an early idea. What is the reaction from Pacific? Looks like they're going to just accelerate straight into the site. Seven skipping across with the blast pack. Joined up now by Cupid through the smoke. Mini is still hanging around under Heaven, and he's good for at least one, but the trades are perfect. Pacific in play. VALORANT again. Scalping player on player and leaving only Starso behind.
Spike planted.
Pacific have not only converted their eco, but they've bound it back to back with a rifle buy. Starso can stand no longer, and we're on even terms.
Now we are just in the glimpse of an eye. And Gentlemate's economy might not be in the best states, considering they keep buying up the operator. It's a heavy investment, and they may be paying that in the next round. This is where I want to bring it back to earlier talking points. I was talking about the history that Waddle has, especially with Bippo. Played against them in Focus.
Sure.
Also played against them in the Italian League. Do you know what the record is?
I couldn't tell you, mate.
7-0 in favour of Waddle.
Really? Okay. Well, could he turn the tides? We're already seeing a great debut from him. First time in VCT. Currently leading the way for Pacific. Makes up part of this mid play as the Prowler is heard on the other side of the smoke. Starso just letting him know where he is. Drops off through vent. It's a much heavier A lean from Gentlemates here. 4 players towards the site, which Pacific are starting to congregate towards.
It's only going to go 3 for now. Was the check with the Prowler and Ned. Nobody from Pacific heard that. So now we have the stack set up, the trap to spring, and Pacific walking straight into it unbeknownst to them. Looks like a haunt is being prepared by Waddle. And you're really hoping that this hits exactly where it needs to, or else you're going to, oh no, fall into the hands of Gentlemates. They've done it, it seems.
Ooh.
The Sheriffs have hit, and Show has the ultimate. It lands on Waddle.
Bam.
He's got the first one cleanly, but the rest have rifles now. That's a real issue. Spike in no man's land. 30 seconds to work with, and Waddle has a massive task ahead of him. Unfortunately, it does go Gentlemate's way. Where does it go wrong?
It's another Amoda Thrifty, and I've got to say, compliments to that Fade Eye from Starso. The counter utility, when you were just talking about Waddles there, reveals a bunch of players, allows the support to come in through Heaven. You see it for a fraction of a second there as well. Plays in Mini from backside. Martin gets the ult online, wastes no time in using it. And the gamble stack pays off. So Gentlemates retake the lead on this defender's side, but Pacific still have money to keep them honest.
Viper's pits on either side going to be important when we get towards post. Interesting. Usually we see it used early, but Bippo not opting for that, playing on site as an anchor.
Pacific found success from their direct B play before, and here is the ultimate in response from Bippo. Full coverage of backside towards the pillar, teeing up Prox. Try and support him in this endeavor, as Seven is the one who's going to be swinging around the side, spots where the smoke has come from. But does he dare head into the pit? Waddle planting on the edge of it in the one safe pixel that he has. Bippo takes that one onto Seven in the meantime. In this period of transition, it's Cupid that's to try and hold the line, and Cupid walks away with 2.
Good bullets.
They have allowed this space for Gentlemates to go unchecked because Pacific is still finding the jewels that they need. One more through the Nightfall, but now it's only Ninja remaining. Snaps onto the first, it's clean. But he's up against Prox on the other side, and the plant isn't complimentary. Ninja will stop him dead in his tracks, and it's a Red Bull clutch for Pacific.
Just chaos in the site. You can see Gentlemates try to flood back in, using the Viper's pit to their own advantage, but Pacific cheeky and catch them off guard. I mean, it's a bit sloppy on either side, you have to be honest, has it? And it ends up Prox, I feel as if his own smoke working against him there.
It's the decision to then walk through it. I think he's hoping that Ninja will panic in that situation, dive into an unfavorable duel.
Toxins going up.
Ninja, though, someone who certainly found his confidence last stage, started to pass the eye test for me, and that's only continued since. This round, a chance for Pacific to springboard themselves and take a leap forward. Valorante's already done so with a double dink, and then the trades through middle are only going to help out. So a 4 versus 2 situation, and it's only Prox left on this B side now.
Mini is here. He does have a rifle on his hands. 10 HP will not allow him giving away the information as Prox to his teammate. But at this point in time, Pacific have their trades, they have their information, they know how to play this one. I think Mini wants to try and save up here. Or is he going for a flank?
I mean, you look at the money for mates, they're going to be able to buy up in the next, I think. So Mini does give it a go, but Valorant drops him, and Pacific are back in front.
Yeah, 100%. And I think already it's actually looking pretty decent for Bippo right now as well. 10 and 8 but in terms of your site anchors. But it's elsewhere where there is issues, and that's why we're going to get Gentlemates going for their first timeout.
Yeah, it's Kundi in the coach slot right now. Mavera paired up with him. There was a change in the staff towards the back end of stage 1, heading into playoffs, of course, but now given a little bit more time to enact those game plans. Frankie was talking about it a bit. We've seen them in Paris, and now it's an opportunity to really kick on. Trying to get back into the top 4, of course. They were there in Masters 1. And when you look at this map, for them, they won it 3 times in kickoff. It was after that loss against All Gamers, though, in Santiago, that we've not seen them pick it up since.
Yeah, I mean, I think Split's an interesting one, honestly. I'm surprised that we've not seen it since then. It feels like so long ago. And yeah, I mean, this whole veto is going to be a little bit explorative. Maybe not so much for Pacific because we've seen them play it so much, but like Sunset, right? We've only seen Gentlemates play it once this year as well. They played that away back in Blender.
Sure.
So it's going to be fun to see how this veto, this map, this best of 3 works out.
I should clarify, when I say picked it up, I mean they've not been able to win it since Santiago.
Okay,
2 appearances against Liquid, both going against them, either of those results. Now, looking at it here, there is that follow-up purchase that I was talking about on the mate side, but money's on a knife's edge. This is not a comfortable situation for them. Pacific can really pile on the pain with a round win here. And again, it's another round where mid-control has come all too easy to the attack side. Little resistance shown by Bippo.
Yeah.
As he moves over towards the A site where the hit will be coming in.
Yeah, Gentlemates have went stronger towards the B side of the map. This is going to be an issue should Pacific get in behind, and they're using the wall, the timing good, and Martin going to miss his chance.
So it's full isolation into heaven here. Martin's got to go huge, and while he gets 2, Ninja can match him for that effort. It's Mini creeping up, but the res coming through. Wants to take the timing off his own ult to peek back in. Caught by the blind on the very edge, so still it stays 3 on 3, and that's when Pacific strike. Advantage taken by Waddle again.
Starzo going for a flank, doesn't have a kill to his name yet, so Prox is the first one on site.
Prox is early to play in that paranoia. The C's just a step away from his feet, so no tether for the time being, but it's Valorant closing up the distance that you've got to keep in the back of your mind. He'll find the kill at the perfect time. And now Starzo will continue his empty streak in this first half. Unfortunately enough for him, Pacific with a 2-round cushion.
Yeah, still mates with Owen. Is 2 rounds away from finishing out this half. Pacific, this attack side, looking pretty decent.
Yeah, it has been. I've just been impressed more than anything, the priority in terms of the space that they're taking with this comp.
Yeah.
Of course, the Sage is really nice to just control certain areas that Seven can then fly into. We saw it a lot with Na'Vi yesterday. It's a mixed investment from mates. Full focus on the final round for them, but if they can find one more here on the defense, it's honestly not bad of a result.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to try and maneuver if you're Pacific so far. Giving up full mid control to the defense, but not that they've taken it. You can see now that Gentlemates have shifted positions on the map to actually cover ramp because they manipulated that against them last time.
Watch them run.
Not seen Pacific all too willing to contact out into that space yet, so mates have the right read in terms of positions. Still further pressure created towards B, and Seven actually just for a moment dodged the Prowler, eventually does get spotted. Now setting up for a split execution, a re-engage towards B.
It's into the judge, and I mean already gives itself away. Pacific know that they need to be careful as they try and scale in here, and well, the utility good. And there's even a defensive Nightfall to try and hold on to this site, but time is getting low, and there needs to get a move on from Pacific. They're able to get the entry kill. That was through 7 onto Prox, and still Starzo fights, and still he can't get a kill. Bippo in the corner with his judge, able to get 2 of his own. There's a rocket from either side, but it's Martin who connects. Advantage to the defense. Cooper trying to fight his way through and does. Spike can go down. But it's Mini coming back in with a Sheriff. He's seen one. But can he get a clean fight? That's what he wants. Rifle out now. Bullets there. Health maybe not as advantageous as he would have wanted it, as both players now have an idea. Cooper swings and VALORANT converts. That was close for a second, but Pacific have their advantage.
Valiant effort on the Pacific side to battle back from the brink. It's Cooper with so much impact, but really for me the focus again has to be Seven. These entries have been fantastic, just proving their worth in terms of mechanical ability. And digging in deep when it's asked of them.
Inshallah.
A lot calmer than the Vamos that we were used to. We just get a BN for now, and that's the culture change that we've seen in Stage 2.
A lot more reserved. They know that things can go wrong. They've seen it. I mean, you think back to that Eternal Fire series. We thought that we were going to get the first series win, Pacific. It's not ended up that way. Gentlemates tried to get on towards site. Still Starzo can make it work. Martin now under fire. We know he's good for it, but he can't do it this time. Although, from the grave, the grave gets one more. Gentlemates in a decent spot. Ninja left behind.
Last player standing.
And it's ended up with Gentlemates picking up the last couple kills.
Yep, and that's going to be it. A 5th round on the half for them on the defenders' side is honestly not too bad in actual fact, but when you look at some of the ecos that flipped either way, Pacific will probably be feeling like a missed opportunity on their behalf. Before the match though, Frankie wanted to hear what Thinky was thinking, so after the replays, we'll get to hear from him.
Coach Thinky, you tried for a while to sign Waddle, and finally a month ago you got him and you started practicing. What's been the focus?
I mean, the focus has been like building some synergy and also making sure that, well, because we had to, well, you will see, but anyway, I will spoil everyone. We switched Johan to the duelist, 7, and yeah, we tried to make everything fit like better, you know, like, so everything feels perfect. Even though Johan was playing the second duelist in the Stage 1 with CNET, I mean, it's, you know, it's a change like for maps that we're playing like one duelist or something. So yeah, we just made sure that everything's working properly.
So you're going to be leaving double duelist behind?
Maybe. Or maybe not.
What do you think is the strength in this meta right now? Because obviously we're on patch 13.01. We've seen a couple of duelists being buffed, ISO and Euro. We've also obviously seen cooldowns change for initiators as well. Do you think actually the best thing to be doing is thinking about the future and actually being less reliant on double duelist?
I mean, I think the strongest thing right now is double duelist. Us, like ourselves, we have like a different, like, let's say like meta in some maps because yeah, in some maps we've tried the double duelist, we don't feel that much comfortable. And we also had this meme during the Stage 1 of the Haram Val. So yeah, I mean, you will see. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to spoil some things.
Zays did an interview, in fact, you both did an interview with Sheep Esports, and he said that he thinks that this is a team that should be setting the pace. So how do you do that if you're not all guns blazing double duelist?
I mean, with some protocols and also the assistant coach, Thaes Dario, has been putting like so much effort in this. I think he mentioned as well in the interview about being proactive, and that's the way we want to take control of the game, just being proactive, and instead of, let's say, like waiting for the enemy to do something, like fight them before they do something, you know? That's how we see it, and let's see if we can make it work.
Let's see if you can play your game. Thank you so much, Thinky. Good luck.
2-round lead for the single duelist Pacific here, and I have to say, been very impressed with how they've controlled the game, controlled the tempo at times so far in this one. Now it's Gentlemate's turn, and on the attack side, they're going straight for the A play. We've seen a lot of this on Pistols, and already it is Waddle overwhelmed and backtracking.
Yeah, happy to give up that space. Exactly how Gentlemates played their pistol. Many playing around the edge of the smoke, though.
Yeah, just going to get taken straight out by Ninja. Had a better idea of it, and now Gentlemate's the ones without the space.
Yeah, but look at Seven, he's so late to the party, and now Gentlemates go advantage on site.
Yeah, Pacific still just waiting for Seven to arrive so they can actually get this one started. Reeled back quite a bit. Stasso still with a C's, of course, to slow it even further. Nade, Paranoia, plenty of tools on the Pacific side to answer this, but they continue to bide their time. The C's only just unsnapping itself from them.
Last player standing.
But as the tether's released from the ankles, Waddle is unleashed. Another 2K, make it 3. Is there enough time to get it through? Just about. And so Pacific double pistol on split.
Yeah, a fantastic pistol in the end, especially with how late in the day it was coming in. Nice spam from Ninja.
He's actually looking for the planter there, I think, up on the box.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, really. But I mean, if you're Pacific, you're taking that.
I think if you're Pacific, you've been waiting for a little bit of luck.
Yeah.
We kick off hand stage 1. I missed that.
He did a blessed himself.
Okay. Okay, well, divine intervention, any kind of higher powers. They're smiling down on Pacific as it stands. A clean anti-eco would do brilliantly for their bonus. Of course, they lost it in the first half. That made all of the difference. But there are numbers here, 3 bodies to back this up. And one of them is Ninja. He's been having a fantastic day in the office so far.
Spike down.
And that's not going to stop in the face of a couple classics.
It's lovely. I think a big question I had coming into this match, right, after the end was on flawless, but was that I was wondering about Pacific's roles, because Ninja and Waddle have a lot of overlap in terms of playing that scan initiator, and I was worried that Ninja would be displaced after having such a great split 1, but it doesn't seem to matter what agent he is playing. He looks absolutely spot on.
I think just both of them such flexible players anyway. Of course, as you mentioned, Waddle, 50% of his overall officials career-wide on Sova. On the fade here, his second most played and looking good so far. Coming back to Ninja, he's blocked off B. Sage Wall is up early with a judge behind it. And this bonus has credentials. Couple Bulldogs in there as well. And 3 players grouped up to defend middle.
Yeah, you've got to be looking at the attack and what they have to throw at them. The utility, not so great, and you can see Gentlemate's so hesitant to pull the trigger.
I mean, Paranoia was a little early on the Pacific side. Gentlemate's just wondering if they're still inhabiting this space, and it's a nasty surprise when VALORANT pops up. 2 kills from the Bulldog with Cupid left as residual. Do they dare clear the corner? Timing is off. Could have had Martin. Does in the end. And Ninja is there to scoop the round up at the very end. Double digits for Pacific. Bonus in the bag.
Yeah, there's a hesitancy about it because they wanted to play the trap. They wanted the re-clear. But somehow VALORANT still comes out with 2. I mean, overall, Gentlemates, I don't think they're impressing me that much.
Come on, hey, come on! Let's go, bro.
I mean, this is the thing, right? With Pacific being sat flat at the bottom of the standings, 12th on championship points, no wins to their name right now. It'd be easy to underwrite everything that their opponents do as, you know, just playing against a bad team, right? And that Gentlemates are the ones making the errors, but been pretty impressed with them so far, all things considered. And this is a 4 versus 3. Chance maybe for the wheels to come off, and that shot onto Ninja now gets you really worried.
You can already see players starting to move into position, playing behind, playing reserved. VALORANT, when he takes the fight, is able to spray down the last 3. Lovely stuff. Pacific 2 away from a map win.
Something else that I'll say is very different about this Pacific side right now is just how vocal Waddle is and what a difference that makes for the vibes in the team. I feel a completely different energy just walking past them in the tunnel earlier to what we had before.
And I think I'd go as far to say I think there's a little bit more belief in this team as well.
Oh my god, we're disgusting.
They know they have time as well.
You like the
Only a couple of teams from each group are seeded directly into playoffs. And with how competitive Alpha is, I don't think the expectation is that, you know, they're going to be even mid-table maybe in this group, to be honest, Cairo. You look at it, 4 out of the 6 teams here have made an international so far this year.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one to be put into. But if you're Pacific, if you can already set yourselves up with a win against Gentlemates, I mean, you start to put a target, maybe a target on your back, but you start to be considered a little bit more seriously, you know?
Yeah, and you've got more time to build that foundation, right? Yeah. You go into play-ins, for example. It's almost like two stages in one.
It reminds me kind of like last year, right, in Split 2, and obviously 2 different teams, 2 different runs, but more when Giant X beat Vitality in that first game and the run into champs.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, we're not taking them seriously, until like they were in playoffs and they were making that run, and we're like, all right, okay, that's a team to contend with. I'm not saying that Pacific are there, but for me, Gentlemates are kind of on that same level as that Vitality roster last year.
Can be so easy to get ahead of yourselves, but as you say, in this league, sometimes it only matters when it comes down to crunch time. But Pacific are on a positive path. 7 on the other side of this wall. Full disrespect to Bippo and just ushers him out of the way in a lobby. Near 4 players ready to activate on this mid space where Gentlemates are searching into, and Pacific stop them dead at the gates. Mini dives in, Starso not too far behind, both of them killed.
I have the spike.
Well, with the B site left firmly open, it's just trying to get by this heaven spot.
Double stack.
Yeah, the smokes just came back up for proc, so should be able to get across with little to no issue.
Actually looks like a bit more of a retake protocol now from Pacific, worrying about the potential of mid control as well. They want to regroup. It's a long rotation for 7 and Waddle to try and make through spawn, so they are just going to bide their time.
I mean, at the same time, someone can take a peek if they really want to. VALORANT does have the res, but you don't want to use it here and now. So the body's ready to come back in, looking to dot their I's, cross their T's, and clear out and smoke out every nook and crevice. That's exactly what Pacific do, but Martin is still able to send 2 blinding shots into the mix. Procs as well. Martin can't quite get round the corner and win the round. So Pacific find themselves on map point.
And not only are they on map point, it is a 7-round lead to which Gentlemates have no answer on this attack side so far. Timeout behind them, little difference in terms of its impact as of right now. Cairo, this would only be their 2nd win on the map if they were to do it from this position. But as it looks ever more likely, this is a dominant way to take the map.
I mean, we spoke about it right coming into today. We were speaking about the kind of records on maps. And I say to you, Pacific only have 1 map win out of all the maps played. On all 3, only 1 map win on Split. It's insane that they could double up right here and now, and I mean, they look absolutely brilliant. Vipers put in towards mid. That shortens your opportunities. I think it forces Gentlemate's hand into a quick B-pop.
Fully blinded up though, Martin still searching out something with this showstopper, unable to find it, and then you start to look at the retake for Pacific. So many tools, not much utility bank left for mates here as the nade exits Martin's pocket.
Look at this flank though, Hazza. They could catch out Bippo.
Bippo's only going to get one, though. How many did he spot? Prox is interested. At the very least, he'll go looking. But it's Ninja again to double up.
It's so claustrophobic on site.
And with Pacific having the numbers, now it's their chance to overwhelm. On the warpath towards only a second map win in this year's campaign. 7-1 holding the torch. The rest of Pacific following suit. From Pillar, Starso will fall. And that is it. 13-5. Not only do Pacific pick up the map, they destroy the mates on it.
I mean, Pacific, a completely new look for them. They look brilliant coming into the second stage. That one change of Waddle looks to have completely changed their chances moving into it. That was their own map pick on Split. And now we look towards Sunset, where Gentlemates look to make the return.
Cooper, we got to talk about that map win, Cooper. Split, it was a little bit shaky in the first few rounds. Was that just land jitters?
No, I think it was unlike a game's a game. They hit the correct stack. We even expected the stack, but they won on the trades. I think yeah, it just went their way. I think the couple anti-ecos, that's all.
And for you then, calling the team and having such a smooth rest of the map, how do you feel about your teammates right now?
I mean, I know we're doing good. I think for me, I'm just focused on map 2. I'm just happy that they're happy, and I like the vibes. The vibes are great. Like, no matter what happens to me, I love playing with these guys, and I'm just so excited to be back on stage.
Well, we're excited to see Sunset. Go talk to your boys, and you guys don't go anywhere, Sunset, after this break.
La-di-da-di-doo.
La-di-da-di-doo.
Yo, shit! Look, it's like fucking cheating, baby. Like, it's so obvious, man.
Yo, and you're the sexiest Mexican ever, bro.
Take me down.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Waddle had a wonderful VCT debut on Split. What did you see in him when you were looking for a new player? I mean, we knew him mainly because of the. I mean, we are Spanish. We knew him from the Spanish league. We knew that he's really good. Also, we were interested in him at the start of the year. So yeah, like we just tried him and we saw that he would bring like this calm to the team. He's also really good at managing the micro, and he's this voice in the team that calms everything, you know, and that's super valuable.
We had some names. It's got the list, let's say, but as soon as I watched one of his bot, I was like, well, I think this is the guy that we need on the team. There's no other. Like, we can have Prime Messi, but this is the man that we need here. But, yeah, he's proving it right now.
That's the longest coach confession I feel like I've seen in quite a while, and for good reason. There's so much positive to say about Waddle right now, because he was such a highlight for Pacific in that map, Mini.
Yeah, he was indeed, but I think it was like watching a new Pacific here. That one player change seems to have changed everything for them. It feels like they're a new team. They're a team that if they keep playing like this and it's not just Split, that they're an actual contender, because they blew away Gentlemates 13-5, and they lost some rounds that they should have won. This could have been a 13-1.
It was quite the performance, and this was the thing about Pacific that was really interesting. Obviously, I wasn't here in stage one, but just the eye test of seeing this team, how they're playing together, how they're communicating, Petra. This team is hyped up and ready to go. They didn't get put off by their own flaws in those early rounds. They just teamed together like nothing wrong had happened, and they showed what they can do.
Yeah, of course, I made a few mistakes in the beginning, but they picked it up so fast, and it felt like the whole dynamic has changed in one shift. And yeah, as you can see, Waddle and Ninja.
Yeah, Waddle was on my list too as players that like was supposed to be in VCT. This guy on the recon has been fantastic. I liked what Thinky said in the interview. I noticed it too. It seemed like in a lot of the moments he was controlling the micro. I noticed that Pacific, they were peaking together with Waddle's utility. It felt like any time that he was using the utility, it was impactful, and it was every time they needed his utility, he was using it. And of course, mechanically looking good too. And then good vibes as well. Like, this team seems like a good vibe team, which is the sign of a good team.
You can't underestimate good vibes in a team, because you need to be able to pick yourself up and mentally reset when things are going wrong, Petra.
Yeah, I think mentally, if you're mentally good together, like the dynamics, it goes above fundamentals sometimes, so it's very important to have.
Well, let's hear from the coaching staff of the Gentlemates. Kundi, I'm sure he's got some thoughts as to what went wrong on Split for the mates.
Slow start for you guys on Split. What went wrong? And what do you want the team focus on going into Sunset?
I think we need to wake up and start playing as a team. I think that's the only thing. Not the first time it happens for us, not the last time. So yeah, we need to wake up, start playing as teams, start playing as Gentlemates, our own game, and that's it.
As Kundi says, Minnie, this isn't the first time that this team has fallen apart and started looking like individuals, and there were some solid individual performances on that team, but there weren't 5 solid individual performances.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really being able to watch too much of Gentlemates in that game and see what was going wrong necessarily, because I was so blown away by Pacific, which is a statement I didn't think I'll be saying today. But obviously, Gentlemates are now trying that new kind of role swap, and I think that's going to be the thing that I'm looking at mostly. I think that Bippo and Mini did okay. But I think the key thing for me was that Pacific looked like the better team. They were winning all those trades and they were winning all those situations out, and Gentlemates didn't look like the team that we saw this year so far.
And they were having control of the map, which they declared themselves is their win condition, to get that early control.
That is wrong.
It's going to be interesting to see us. I wish we were going to Summit. We are going to be going to Sunset. We haven't seen either of these teams play this map, obviously, this season. And I say that because it hasn't been in the map pool, but also because Gentlemates didn't end up playing it in Paris. There was an opportunity there. They didn't take it. So we're going into this one pretty much blind for 2026, Petra. Are you expecting to see anything out of the ordinary here?
No, but maybe yes, actually. If Pacific keep on playing like this, then it is out of the ordinary, because that means they will have their first win.
Yeah, I called it Frankie, off camera. I think that Neon and Phoenix for Gentlemates there makes a lot of sense compositionally. Again, a real test of Mini here on that Neon. That's going to be, you know, the first time we see it, I think, in VCT. Pacific side, we didn't highlight Ninja, but he had a fantastic game on that Sage. And it seems like that is what they're going for, this kind of walling Sentinels. I don't know a nice name for it, but the Deadlock and the Sage, that's going to be apparently the flavor of EMEA's meta take right now. You've got the double duelists in one hand, and then you've got the teams who are not playing the double duelists and going for the Sages and the Deadlocks now, it looks like. Very interesting compositionally, and it's a wacky composition with the Viper here as well. So I'm very interested to see if Pacific can run with the amount of... like they look good on Split. Is that going to continue on other maps? Because they've always looked pretty good on Split.
Are these walls going to be enough to slow down the Mini and Martine show, Petra?
They might, but it didn't slow them off on Split, so anything can happen. Although I think on Split they had a comp they could play a little bit faster with, but yeah, let's see how it goes if they take the same pace.
And so far, Bippo, when he's been playing Cypher in their recent games, he's been able to put up the numbers that he was missing when he was in the duelist role. Mini had a solid individual performance, should we say, on Split, but obviously it's a team game, and now it's a question of whether he can keep that up consistently because the pressure is going to be on him, Mini.
Yeah, exactly. Martine on that Phoenix, that's been a highlight for them. But I want to see more than just Martine show up. I think someone didn't mention is Starzo.
Yeah.
Didn't have a great map here. Had a good tournament in Paris, but I'm looking for him to get a few more kills than 0 at the first half.
Yeah, had a good start.
Well, let's see if the good start for Pacific can continue because we're ready for sunset.
Well, we've been here before, Hazza. We've seen Pacific take a 1-0 lead in maps, but fall away from then on in. That was against Eternal Fire, but how do you feel against Gentlemates?
I think, honestly, it reminds me a lot of the game we casted yesterday,
Yes.
Na'Vi Foot. It's a different team, different feeling more than anything, and the coaches back that up on the Pacific side with Waddle coming in, what an impact he's had. So if Gentlemates don't start to show some of their own individual ability, and then as a team, of course, then look, it's Pacific's series to lose at this point in time. It's not their map pick here, of course. We don't know all too much about either of these teams and what they're going to bring to the table here, but I'm excited to see it nonetheless. A 78-day wait since their last action in Berlin, Cairo, but Pacific now with a chance to take their first series in the VCT this year.
Gentlemates line 4 players outside of B, and it's VALORANT to receive. Well, it doesn't receive much, actually. Backs away, and happy with how this has started out, but we are going to get a mid-re-clear from what I see as Pacific start to move towards that B side.
Yeah, VALORANT still hesitant of this, of course, behind his own Viper wall, trying to get some early spam. Ninja's got the barrier mesh in A main as well. And I think this Deadlock is something we've got to be thinking about consistently too with the initiator changes. Deadlock also received an improvement to the Gravnet, a reduction of the cooldown. And that's what the tool is there for, right? It's a little bit of extra stopping power, and it's going to need it in just a moment as Gentlemates have called this rotation towards his neck of the woods.
Well, as Gravnet hopefully used to delay. Has taken a little bit of damage and now calling for people to come and help out as that pace begins to accelerate, but they walk straight into Cupid's barrel. And we go even across the boards.
Yeah, fighting middle though here. I mean, Pacific just want to push Bippo out of the equation. They do. Backline secured. Now into a retake 4 versus 3.
Yeah, Starzo still waiting for that recon dart to come up, but the utility, it's not worked out at all. And onto side they walk. Pacific ready to run down Gentlemates. But it's a 1 versus 1 for Prox to try and defend. And he can't do it. Spike doesn't go down. A big pistol round win.
Yeah, another pistol round for Pacific. 3 from 3 in the series. These are the sorts of situations where you take those small wins and turn it into something so much bigger. Nice early stall from Ninja. Buys a little bit of space and time. The isolation of Bippo is perfect. The Cypher may be playing his hand a little too soon trying to catch the rotation. And when it comes down to these retakes, the micro, the sort of thing where Waddle is starting to show a bit of leadership here too. Pacific looking so much better than they did last stage.
Already the net used to delay and maybe bait people out, but once again it's pressure trying to be placed on towards B as Seven hasn't connected any of his outlaw shots. Remember, that's had an nerf, and VALORANT's Spectre under fire and under pressure and can't live up to the task. Cupids can,
enemy remaining.
and right now
Spike
Pacific
down,
looking
mid.
home and dry.
Only Millie remaining. They know all too well where he is, and it's going to make for a healthy bonus. I don't want to say a super strong one. There are 3 Spectres in there, Cairo. So, you know, not rifles, not going to have too much stopping power at longer ranges. But in terms of the fights, I mean, Sunset as a map, lots of tight choke points, probably fares pretty well. And again, the way Pacific have been handling mid as a group so far has been pretty impressive. Looks like more of the same here.
Overall, Pacific looking to give absolutely nothing away. VALORANT once again just playing behind his wall. Seeing if anyone is going to peek out and trying to deny the camera getting any information. Mid completely vacated by Pacific.
A drone coming in, so VALORANT can break this, allow Seven to maintain control of the line, even looking for a little more. It's 140 onto Martin, can heal back up using the wall, does so, but Mini's already found the entry point. Up through top mid, into the realm of Ninja. He's the next to go, and VALORANT attempting to follow this up should be dead. He isn't. It's a rifle picked up and half a chance here for Pacific.
Yeah, but they've still got an outlaw to retake with and a body down. This is going to be big problems, but there is a flank.
Yeah, and there's a player left behind in mid here. Bippo still on the back foot as Prox has shut down the initial part of this retake, and there is nothing left to be said of it now. Only water remaining, that flank that you talked about, and Gentlemates do break the ice with just the 1 casualty as it stands.
Big for them to get momentum started. I think it's interesting to see the 2 different takes so far on Sunset as Starzo struggles to get over the line with Waddle.
Yeah, he was 0-2 there as well, and I was just wondering, Starzo, come on, let's not have another slow start. I think that makes a big difference as well. You know, he's an emotional leader for the team.
Yeah.
You want to see him at least be able to pick everyone else up if he can't perform. And in doing so, Gentlemates with a good buy here into the first full gun round between the 2.
And it's with an A-trap ready and set up. You can see pings going out, and they've guessed right with how they've placed it. And already, the fast lane giving that away. Cupid denying Mini any more space. And VALORANT caught out on B main. Oh, it's again not the nicest of fights, but Pacific still fighting and still getting over the line. That spike left in spawn so that Prox can get that plant down early.
Yes, going to be Starso hanging around in mid for now, though. Prox aiming to delay this at least a little bit.
Oh, but doesn't hit shots.
Starso so far away on this wraparound.
Yeah, Prox needs to defend this space and defend it vehemently. Can't quite do it, can't quite get the fight, and he's running out of bullets. The players now know about his position. The Classic going into the smoke and still makes it work. So Prox now trying to chase down the last remaining Gentlemates player and can't do it. Messy. That should have been a Pacific round.
Yeah, Prox does exceptionally well in the end, but as you say, Pacific with a missed opportunity there to maintain their lead.
Yeah.
Starso so far away, it's when just this awkward timing trying to push out the smoke there where he gets caught.
I don't know about VALORANT pushing out there though. When you've got that A-trap set up, you're playing weak side. You have to play a little bit more reserved there.
Yeah, potentially. I think VALORANT is always one of those players that's always going to back his own individual ability. So, you know, you take that, live and die by it. Solo Neon aggression here from Seven in A main with the stun on what is only a pistol purchase right now. This wall is so nasty from Martin. Can't shoulder peek, else you take damage.
He's one away from the run it back. That's what he's wanting to try and fight for. Most importantly. Gentlemates though, very slow in the uptake this round. Don't want to get caught off guard. We've seen them lose Thrifties before. In terms of map space, they've not got a whole bunch.
Yeah. It's that initial exchange on A. that Pacific are now gambling off of, as 7 is the only player there for the time being. Mini's gotten out, Ninja's on the edge of this Viper wall, but yeah, they're going to head back in his direction. 7 on 67 points of health with his Sheriff in elbow. Not going to last too much longer there. Prox cutting it out, stamping out any of these issues as Martin's run it back is dropped without a pickup. Waddle one back in the conversation, 4 on 4 through middle as that flank is removed again.
Yeah, 7 is going to be able to pick up that rifle, but once again, he'll be late to the party.
Pacific really leaving this till the dying embers for their retakes a lot of the time, but the success rate certainly showing improvement since last stage. The brunt of the push coming in from Link here, and Alo's managed to pick up another for his troubles, but Martin rallying back with exactly what is asked of him. A couple for him, couple for Mini, and between the double duelists, they've done what was required. Mate in front for the first time.
Yeah, first time in what feels like a long time.
30 seconds left.
Starting to deal real damage to Pacific's economy. You can see the priority in getting the run it back online.
Nice, boys. Come on, boys! Oh, miners. Yeah.
His what? I don't know what that was. But as we're heading into this round here, we are going to get a chance to listen in on Pacific's side, and I think that's interesting to see what a difference has been made with the player change.
Barrier deployed.
Well, it would have been nice. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for that one.
It was just a joke.
Yeah,
just a little prank.
Yeah, well, it's the gun round, you know. Not too important.
Keeping everyone on their toes.
Yeah, Bippo especially. Again, Pacific have been pretty good with dealing with this mid space. You can see 2 players pushed up on the B limit, but it's Ninja, the sole defender of A right now, that's in some hot water.
Oh, and Cooper caught out in the open. Still, Pacific look to contain the situation while 2 players are flanking round and clearing out mid. But Gentlemates, they've adjusted and they've not allowed for any lurkers to be hanging around, and Ninja gets caught himself.
Yeah, they're going to cancel this actually, Pacific. Couple bullets from the gun of Mini. And they're stopped dead in their tracks. Ninja dying in the alleyway beyond a smoke. As Pacific were really just trying to obfuscate where that retake was coming in from. They were looking to go a little heavier on the back line. But Gentlemates adapting nicely, a little more aware of what's going on. And they've found quite a lot of success, actually, just with these direct sight hits.
Yeah.
Into a Deadlock Viper composition, you're expecting them to be able to stop them, but the gaps have been approached nicely by mates.
That they have. I mean, even the fact that Mini hits the sonic sensor and still gets away, difficult for, and a little bit hard done by our Pacific, but we should really be seeing more capitalization on that utility. And I think as well, like I just call my mind back to Cupert's time on Liquid Academy and just think about whether this was ever really a map that he was good at calling. I don't ever really remember him having a great kind of record on that map.
No, Sunset was actually a pretty decent map for Liquid Academy. I don't know, I imagine Sliggy would probably know.
Yeah.
But you remember they used to play double duelist here with the Waylay, you remember?
Yeah.
Back in the day. Yeah, they were really heavy on the A main fights, I remember. But look, it's a different roster, different org, and a different player in the team. Again, I think we want to talk about Waddle here a bit more, Cairo, because, of course, we've spoken about him at length here already. It's important to note, though, that he's a player who's had quality for quite some time, and now seeing that translate in the server as one of the main contributors for this team. It's not just in-game, it's out of the game as well, where his value comes.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player that's been around for the longest time. I always remember, like, we spoke about his time on Focus, his time on Dynasty, Desire, right? He's been to Ascension tournaments. In fact, I don't think he's missed one since 2023, 3 years in a row. And that just shows you, like, the kind of experience that he's played against. He's played against, I think, every single Tier 2 graduate all the way back to 2023, just not getting that chance himself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. With Focus back in 2023, it would have been Mates. 2024, it would have been Apex when he was on Desire in groups there. And 2025 last year, of course, it was BBL Pacific in the Grand Final. A Grand Final which they did very well to get to, but now he represents the organization that he previously faced. And looking at it here, Pacific need something to jumpstart Sunset, because first couple of rounds were good, but it's in these purchases where they've really started to fall away now. Mates defaulting effectively, and finally a little bit of proactivity being shown by the defense.
Hunter's Fury not connecting any bolts, but as you see, proactivity down mid, and Pacific taking map space away from their opponents. Obviously, this not being a priority could be an issue for the attack. Although already out on B, these steps should be heard.
I mean, that's the thing. Pacific have the perfect position to interrupt this. That contact out on B is going to mean nothing if the spike doesn't arrive.
That's if it does. Starzo doesn't get away. The players of Valoranti and Seven are ready to fight that paranoia. Good though. And it's up to Valoranti to hold things. Deny the spike. Get through! The headshot king of Valoranti. That spike goes all the way into Waddle's arms, and now we look at Mini. 3v1. It should be done. Valoranti has done exactly what is needed. And Mini 11 and 3 right now. Time ticking away. It should be done. Seven should now know the players running for the hills. Valoranti wants the last, but will not get it.
Is that time? Oh, yeah, he's got the plant.
Well, it's going to be the ultimate to finish things out. It ended up getting close. Pacific again, showing us little lapses in their play, but Valoranti individualistically looked great.
Yeah, and look, I think he has impressed throughout so far in this series. Every time he's been put under a microscope, you're seeing those little corrections in his play. Such an effective player, and has been for many, many years. I mean, way back in the day, part of Heretics, I think it was.
This guy's a mathematician, bro.
Been in VCT before.
The mathematician.
Not sure about that one, but
because he's got his angles.
He has subtracted a couple of players from the equation, that's for sure.
Well, Gentlemates have heard all the ruckus going on the B side and have immediately pressed the go button on A. Waddle not getting his chance, forced away at this time.
Yeah. But Pacific, their game plan on this round with the B set piece should be for an A retake. Aware of this gap, but what a kill onto Pacific. Cupid more specifically there.
Spike planted.
Well, Valoranti's making that space go away in towards the main. Seven's here, and he's got the equaliser.
Yeah, big kill back. Still a bolt left in the Hunter's Fury, and Mini's gone deep.
Oh, he's going for the next one. Seven caught out. Ninja not quick enough on the trade. Oh, where is Valoranti amongst all this mess? Is Martin and Bippo finish out the round? The lead extended back to 2.
Yeah, Gentlemates.
One of my cameras is
picking up where they left off, back to winning ways. 5 from 6 for them, even with the timeout. And while you could see what Pacific were trying to do here with that initial aggression, nothing falling into their lap. Strong reaction from mates heading A-wards. And ready for the retake.
Nobody's going to give you anything for free, though. Pacific need to go and take that. Gentlemates attack looking how we expect it to. When we look at this mid-brawl starting to brew.
Yeah, Seven initially, though, that tries to put the pressure on. Another stun in towards Garage. It's Ninja that finds the kill in mid on Bippo, though. Again, not been the easiest time for him in that position. Seven left behind on site. He's got to defend this solo. Pacific not looking to flood, not too eager.
Yeah, Gentlemates stopped at the door. They can go back. They can go towards B, but they're going to deposit Starzo.
He's left in the eye of the storm. Pacific with no bounds to this proactivity. Seven finds another kill, this one binding, as Martin's ultimate was already expended. Perhaps just looking to recover that weapon if they can in a moment's time, because they've got numbers heading back into a situation where the spike goes down, and Waddle's actually sighted Mini in transition here as well.
Pacific playing for their advantage. Gentlemates need to try and get one back in their favour. Take a step forward, try and get a fight back. needs to be clean, and that's why we look at Mini right now.
Go, go, go!
They're just trying to push the issue on the front line. See if he can move the needle in any way. Martin sat behind him with a flash for contact. So that extra layer of support is queued up and ready to go, but Prox has already taken a boatload of damage through Market. That's when Mini looks to take the timing. Waddle wins it out with only a ghost in his hands. And all of a sudden there are big issues for mates here. Cupid with the defuse right under their nose. And there is little left to be done here for Prox in this situation. Pacific bring it back within one. It's an Emoda Thrifty to get them there.
Hey, Pacific's Thrifties actually don't look too bad. There's thought behind it. The way that they're able to isolate players. I mean, Starzo goes hunting on his own, but Bipple, you can understand that he's the luck player. And that's exactly what Ninja does. So from there on in, it's just snowballing really for Pacific.
So a Gentlemates timeout. The first on the map of their choosing here, Cairo. And I want to come back to something you were just saying about the Thrifties. Yeah, they've looked pretty good for Pacific. Is that maybe an identity thing? You know, where you're more confident to make that overexertive play on your eco rather than on your gun rounds? Because looking at it, does feel like they've been pretty passive on the full buys so far.
Yeah, I can understand what you're trying to say, but perhaps it's rather than, how would I put it, rather than it being a play style of, or whatever reason, as you say, like it's ecos that they're more aggressive, it's maybe like finding different solutions. Like, oh, a solution A didn't work, we were a little bit more passive, let's try something different on our eco rounds, and that's exactly what's happened in the last.
Yeah, we'll see what the choice is for them into the next round. As you can see, Mini has brought out the operator onto this attack side for the first time. So again, this slow style, which Gentlemates have been playing for the most part, does favour the weaponry choice here. And actually, you're seeing a heavy mid focus from Pacific to greet him. A big exchange to start this key round.
This time, Gentlemates will fill mid with players and bodies ready to fight. Mini getting a line all the way through on towards Market.
And from the mate's perspective, this feels like a setup tailored to punish that aggression from Pacific in trying to spot out this lurk.
Same time, Pacific, all they're doing is denying any exits from mid. That's really the game plan. 7 holding on towards top mid. Mini can't connect his operator shot. Still looking to fight forward. The duelist dies.
Opens up another lane here for Gentlemates, as we've not seen a market take from them in a while, but where the players currently sit, you're thinking it's an A split actually through top mid instead, and both of these Pacific players separated on either end of the hold.
Waddle should have an idea. He's played Sunset enough. Was big back on the Dynasty hold. VALORANT with a chance. They fight forward and they're going to catch Waddle as well. Meanwhile, Ninja takes main space and finds himself a little pocket in which to work with.
Yeah, actually, Cupid's going to be here as well to join him. No TP to get past the trap, but doesn't change what mates already know.
Operator doesn't connect. Mini is not impressed at all. So we're back to 2-on-2. That grab net looks just about to hit Martin. It doesn't, but Ninja's shots do. How good is your ulti here? Ninja just holding on. There's a defuse going on. Bipple, you need to get a move on. He's missed his chance. Pacific wall even.
Yeah, I don't know what Bippo was thinking there. Maybe just calling the bluff with the ultimate. Ninja hunting for a kill. But discipline shown on the Pacific side, and they're back on terms. It's sort of through the Gentlemates timeout that you're now seeing them come back to life. There are still ultimates for the French organization here on their attack side. And again, into this composition, I think the half result's still favorable if they walk away with 5.
Thing is, though, Gentlemates are about to throw everything at you. Although 7 walking out, he wasn't here last time.
This is a change-up of grand proportions, as is Mini landing the op shot this time around. Double entry for Gentlemates, both mid players taken. Cupid still trying to get himself involved, as is Waddle, but nothing going for them on round 11. Gentlemates have steadied course, and with their sights set on A, it's a spike plant and the lead restored.
The fact that Martin keeps his run it back, going to be massive for this last round. VALORANT probably looking for this save. Look at the money. It's not the best spot. I mean, if he did a little bit of damage here, wouldn't be the worst pick.
I mean, this is the thing. Pacific have more than enough cash for him to throw something at this. It's, what, last round of the half coming up?
Yeah.
Cupid's got op money anyway. Everyone else is pretty well stocked. It's just a case of VALORANT maybe not wanting to give an orb over to Starso, who is the main protagonist in this hunt. Getting closer to his own sovereignty. Yeah, it's been a really weird map, Cairo. Lots of back and forth.
Yeah.
Neither team really taking the game by the reins as it stands.
Yeah.
That second half really open for the take-in.
I think that's the thing with Sunset, though. It really does feel like post-plant, like constantly being recycled, those type of rounds,
Sure.
you know. Sure, we see some luck plays, some mid plays, but I think in a way it can sometimes feel like split in the way that it works out.
It's a map which has seen a lot of changes since its introduction, back end of 2023. Dev's constantly talking about the game loop, all the buzzwords. I won't say them for you, but yeah. Pacific, I think bringing Waddle in as well, if you're talking about his history on that Dynasty team, it was all about the retakes, it was all about having this solid micro. If that's the win conditions that they're playing for, Gentlemates you can constantly see trying to interrupt it as much as possible.
Yeah, I think they always had set retakes as well, though, with the utility. At the same time, how do they deal with this one as they try to break in towards market? Nice combo play with the Hunter's Fury and the Grav Net. Doesn't quite work out in a kill, but certainly helps Seven to get one himself.
He's going to be spotted in backside here, though, and VALORANT has to leave his pit. He dies.
Yeah, gets caught out. Tap of the spike. Seven knows there's bodies heading his way. Can't quite defend it. So Cupid with a TP on flank. Bippo knows about this. And Waddle has to approach from CT himself. This is going to be a difficult one. I think at this point, has it? We know exactly how it's going to work out.
Yeah, should be Gentlemates, but Waddle finding another one keeps you interested. Only fleeting, though. Cupid having already alerted his position. It's either retaking through mid or main. And the latter is covered by Bippo. 7-5, mates with a lead on their own map pick. But it is a small lead at that.
Candy, coming back from Paris, having heard the Gentlemates fans scream for you, is it a bit quiet here in Berlin?
I mean, you could say it's a little bit more quiet here. Yeah.
But at least your head will be clear and in the game. You won't be hearing people screaming. But at the same time, what was that experience like for the team?
I mean, insane. Like playing in the home crowd in Paris. Also as a coach, I was in the stage. Incredible feeling. Yeah, I think it's like these opportunities doesn't happen that often. So we were very, very grateful for it, and like we were just so happy. And now let's try to have the same energy here somehow.
And we got to see you testing out new roles for the team. So talk to me about the change for Bippo in particular, moving to the Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, we felt like we wanted to do some role changes, see how it goes, and we tested it out actually in some officials. It went really good, so we stick to it, and yeah, I think actually Mini now as duelist is very, very comfortable, and also Bippo as Sentinel. Like, I think it actually maybe even more fits than it was before.
Have you made any changes to support Mini and make sure he's not just a sacrificial lamb?
That's something maybe we need to see and wait until the official starts, but I don't think he's sacrificial lamb.
And in terms of Martin, patch 13.01, the Yoru buffs, does this mean potentially we're going to see kick-off power of Gentlemates returning?
I think we need to wait until the official, but yeah, I mean, Martin is insane with every character, so it's not like he's insane with, for example, race, everything like... if we change to Yoru, like I expect same as already see
Gentomate seems like a team now that's got a lot of self-belief, putting stage 1 behind you, and now you're going up against Pacific, who is a team that's had to make changes, and they might not be feeling that confident going into this one. So how do Gentomate stop themselves from being overconfident?
I mean, I think we treat them as every opponent. We go there with zero respect, but same time we need to respect them, like just play our game. We know what we are capable of. I need to remind the boys before the game, I think, for that.
Remind them to be respectful, but also have zero respect. Kundi, Kundi, I love it.
Yeah, I think good insights there from Kundi Kundi, but they're going to need more than insights here, Hazard. They're going to need to go and convert this map, or Pacific could go and win their first series ever in VCT.
I'll tell you what they're going to need, Cairo. They're going to need a pistol round. They've not won a single one so far. Mini starts it well. 7 down to 61. And he's got the kill this time.
Oh, he's lucky that the trap doesn't bring him down any lower. But Gentlemates respond in kind. Very quick to the A site. And you've got a late lock through Waddle in mid.
Yeah, Starso manages to pick up Waddle though, so he's out of the picture now, and Mate's just intensifying this retake attempt. Fast flood through before the spike hits the ground. 7 the last one standing, and Starso will bury him in the middle of the site. A bounce back to form for the captain.
Yeah, thank God. Comes at the right time. Gentlemates start to extend their lead on the defence. And I think this pistol round is very similar to the one we saw on the other half.
Yeah, it is. I think the difference here from Gentlemates is just showing that they're a little bit more willing to get in position and go early, which is something you need to do on Sunset sometimes. You can't just play straight up retake. That wasn't very nice.
He won't be getting invited to dinner.
No, he won't. Man, I'm so sheltered with these muted replays. It's crazy. Forgot what swearing sounds like.
Yeah.
Full eco for Pacific, though. Tell a lie, there's one bandit in the hands of 7. What can he do?
Well, he's not going to do a whole bunch. Dead. Yeah, he's gone, mate. He's downstairs.
He's downstairs. And they're all over him.
Yep, and Pacific are left outside. So, gap of 4, and Gentlemates now onto the bonus.
Yeah, look, this is where the gap can really start to grow between the teams. I think heading into a bonus with just the one fatality there. You're seeing the Pacific trying to set this early tempo of quick hits. Wondering if they now reel back or if we just get more of the same. Of course, the defenders sided comp, what mates are playing, a little more vulnerable. No Deadlock, no Viper, no big tools to stop you from just sending it. I mean, Bippo's on the Cypher, but he's also 2 and 7. And it's actually his site that they're hitting into.
Kill traps set up, and the camera already taken away. The Sova utility looks spot on by Waddle, but it's this cage that could be the real issue. Force back and all the site easily taken.
Yeah, one trap left now. That wide swing out on the right side, but the spike's made its way over. And mates have arrived. What a shot from Starso. Don't know how he's hit that. Looked like he was mid-flight. With Martin teeing up a flash, the slide timing's perfect. Mini, like a thief in the night, just snatches it away. Pacific finally start to answer through VALORANT. 2 kills deep, but it's got to be a quad if he wants to win it now. Caught by Prox on the edge of the wall. And in that wraparound on the B site, it is Mate to add to their advantage with a bonus win.
Yeah, I mean, the flash perfectly timed. Set retake, really, it feels like, by Gentlemates with how good the utility is. Nicely called, and overall, Gentlemates looking to start this defense off perfectly.
Yes! Oh my god, my bandito! Yeah, thoroughly impressed with how mates have come out swinging in this second half. Then again, Cairo, I think back to the previous map, was pretty much a carbon copy, right? Gentlemates were the ones who didn't get any attacking rounds. Now it's Pacific in the same position. Could be on for another 13-5 before you know it, but it's a bit of a half investment here. 3 stingers and another full B take.
Although Martin playing within the corner pretty far forward, trying to be a little bit cheeky and punished for it. Bipple at the back of side, he's not had the best returns, but does so now. Lovely spray down. Pacific still fighting in, and Mini looking to finish things off. Gentlemates all the way up to 11.
Yeah, this is looking concrete now. Of course, for Pacific, that is not the be-all and end-all round. They will have rifles in the next, but it just doesn't feel like we've seen a tempered take from them once. No contacting, no defaults whatsoever. It's just direct play after direct play, straight into the meat grinder. And if you're Cupid right now, checking back in with the coaching staff, you wonder what the call looks like.
I mean, it's the last time that the coaching staff can really talk to their own players, get things back on side. Mini is 20-9. That just shows you the levels that he's putting up right now.
Yeah, been massively impressed with his VCT debut on the Duelist. I suppose you've got to say it as it is, right? He's had some time in the downtime to log a few more, but when you look at his history, I mean, the better numbers for him are actually on the Jet. It's more Neon that he's played overall, but that goes out the window here. Fantastic stuff from him.
Very quickly can. But with that being said, what's the different approach that Pacific are going to give us? Because so far, these retakes just have not looked convincing whatsoever. Gentlemates have been overpowering. Sorry, apologies. These post plants have not looked great from Pacific. Yeah. Gentlemates, their retakes are just overpowering, and the attack just have not been able to hold on to things whatsoever.
Yeah. I think it's still a pertinent conversation that you build up there, though, because it's all a case of knowing when to take your timings in these post-plant situations. On the defender's side, it felt like Pacific didn't get the best of it. On the attack side right now, it's just been back in the saddle round on round, not really had a chance to assess the situation a lot of the time. Sensor put under the arch top mid. And that's actually Gentlemate's cue to go on the offensive. Super aggressive in A main. Knocking on the door, no answer on the Pacific side for now. But 45 seconds into this round, Cairo, they don't have too much real estate here.
Yeah, they don't. They're waiting to see what Gentlemates are going to do. They know that that A space has been taken, and now mid starts to be eaten into by the defense. They're going for it, and it's just clean by Mini. 22 kills now as he starts to encroach on at least 25 before this half ends. It's a nice grab net, but there's no capitalization. How many times have we said that about Pacific? Nice utility, but still no kills, and Spike's lost.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Mini gets the breakthrough by just shift walking past the sensor. Not fully fortifying that mid control for Pacific. And a lapse in concentration has thrown away the round, which sort of would have kept them in this game, I think. Very tentatively, of course. But looking at it here, oh my goodness, Ninja. He walks away with 3, but Mini gets all 5. It's an ace from him. And Gentlemates up to 12.
Yeah, Mini is definitely leading the line here. You can see that they'll stop behind the Pacific composition and how they want to play it, but how it is actually in practice, it doesn't look up to scratch. I'm starting to worry now for Pacific.
My first day! Because you are cheats! Everyone cheats! Shit!
Quite obsessed
Found
with
the
that.
mute button eventually, yeah.
Quite obsessed.
It's not my Valorant. Back in the day, Yampi used to open his mouth and you didn't hear a damn thing. Nah, I love it.
Do you?
Yeah, I think we need more banter between the players.
Oh, right,
on
okay. I
stage.
thought you were talking more about the...
What, Yampi opening his mouth?
No, more about what Mini was talking about.
Oh.
But poo. I thought you were obsessed with poo.
Moving swiftly on. I actually have no idea how to respond to that.
Good, well,
Pacific flushed away already, though, at this point. As Martin gets the opening kill, it's going from bad to worse here. 5 versus 4 situation. Reveal lands. Ninja is going to be able to find his man in Mini at least once here. but Bippo has already picked up a couple himself.
I know exactly where you
Alorante exposed, nowhere to go if you're Cupid. Gentlemates in re-debuting Sunset have looked absolutely fantastic, matching that 13-5 result from Pacific with one of their own, and so we go the distance to the decider.
Come on down here. Starzo, come over here to me. On split, 2 kills from you, a much more solid performance on Sunset. How are you feeling about the team's fortunes going to the 3rd map?
Feeling good. I think anyone that watched our game saw that our split was not the greatest. My performance as well, you know. Seems like we're cursed on officials. No, now we warm up. We're ready for the last map for sure.
And you feel like you can continue to now play as the team that we saw on Sunset?
Yeah, not a big deal, I think.
A bit of a shoulder shrug, not a big deal. You could be winning your first game of Stage 2 after this break. Good luck, Starso.
Thank you.
Let's head to a break.
You cheats! You bots! You shit! Everyone bots! Yes, sir! My first one! My first day! Because you are cheats! Everyone cheats! Cheats! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Whoa! Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du brise mes chaînes sous l'orage. Je renais dans l'écho de
You bounce back on Sunset with a bunch of nice fakes on your attack. Was that Starkso calling on the fly or part of the game plan coming in?
I mean, part of it is Starkso. I think Mini was also calling a lot in the attack as duelist. I cannot really recall or who did which call, but I think it's overall the Starkso Mini, like that connection, what we always have, is what we have in Gentlemates and do. So yeah, kudos for both of them.
No wonder Kandi can't remember anything. His mind was blown by Mini's reactions. I'm not going to lie, Mini, I think you need to work on your trash talking because it was a little repetitive and slightly too potty for my taste. I can't wait to see you get creative as Stage 2 continues. But this was the performance that Gentlemates needed, and it was in the nick of time, Mini.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Pacific. Like I said, I'm hoping it's not just them being good at Split. I was hoping that they'd be able to continue that level of teamwork and cohesion on other maps, but it seems like right now it could just be Split for them. And Gentlemates doing Gentlemates things, the kind of Gentlemates that I expect given the depth in their roster.
Petra, you're a fan of the Gentlemates. Are you happy with that performance?
Yeah, I do. I am happy with their performance. Even though I like the underdog to win, I'm still a Gentlemates fan, so I'm okay either way.
Neither one of them has qualified for Shanghai yet, so they're both underdogs. Let's talk about what we liked from Gentlemates in that first half. Mini, it felt like they were definitely conditioning Pacific and doing a great job of it.
Yeah, I'm surprised we heard Kandi saying that it wasn't part of the game plan necessarily, just part of the natural cooling, but here we see fake B split into a top mid split. I can tell a team is good at Sunset if they're using that top middle of the map. I think that is a very underutilized space, so great from them. Here we see another fake A side of the map, and you can see on the radar, 2 people walking towards B. A bit of weird trading here on the A, but ultimately early on it just felt like because there was no true sentinel on Pacific side, mates were able to just walk over the map and just create chaos basically.
And they're able to change the pace as well, so keep things fresh and don't fake every single round, Petra.
Yeah, they faked until they took a timeout, Pacific, and then they had they were waiting a little bit to see if Pacific would change something up, and whenever Gentlemates lost a round, they changed up the phase into aggro rounds.
And that's the key thing. Early on, if these fakes work early, later on, when you start using those direct hits, that means that the opponent has no idea what's going to happen at all.
So let's talk about Mini. He needs no introduction. He introduced himself by screaming down the stage. It doesn't matter that there's no audience for this man because he makes basically the noise of at least 500 people, and he got his first ace, Petra.
Yeah, very impressive. I could tell he was very happy with that.
Yes, he screened the place down. I mean, he screened the place down every single time they got around. I think Pacific probably need to have a hearing check now, and so does his teammates. But this was a question mark for us going into this one, Mini, whether Mini was going to thrive on the duelist role. We know that he works so well with Martin, but it's been a refreshing change from Bippo. Bippo's doing what he needs to do on the Sentinel, and Mini is thriving on the Neon.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be closed right now. I don't think we're going to be able to go, oh yeah, Mini is working. But obviously on this map, it was great. 374 ACS, diffing 7 on this Neon completely. And I'm quite impressed to be able to do this so quickly, turning around as a Sentinel who's probably played hundreds of rounds of Sentinel at this point. I'm impressed right now, but it's going to continue to be a narrative going through. If they start losing games, it's going to be, is this role swap really what Gentlemates needed, or did they need deeper changes?
Well, we're going on to our deciding map of Ascent now. Petra, this is a simple map for these two teams. Do you think that they're going to have to work hard to not rely on their individual strengths and keep things together as a team?
Yeah, definitely. I think Pacific should not... their fundamentals need to be very strong on this map, otherwise they will get rolled over by Gentlemates.
Yeah, Gentlemates are very strong at this map. I think they're around 4-2, something around that, like a very high win rate on this map. They play the Jet and the Phoenix usually. Martin frying on that Phoenix. He's been a bit quieter today, so I'm expecting this is the time, Ascent, where you can farm all those orbs, do the Phoenix stuff, where Martin's probably going to show up.
You could argue, though, also he hasn't had to do too much. I mean, none of the team did that much on the opening map of Split. That's why they lost it in quite devastating fashion. But when it came to Sunset, given that that was the mini show, you know, it didn't fall on Martin to pick up those kills.
No, and I think, again, like to go back to the narrative, Pacific on Split, they always look good on Split. They finally make it look convincing on a map. I want them to be able to prove to us that it's not just one map. Can they do it across multiple maps? And again, in the composition, we're seeing another deadlock. It wasn't working so well on Sunset, but we have seen this Deadlock Cypher composition in 2024 get loads of value, and it is one of those older compositions that can catch teams off guard.
Is it going to catch off Gentlemates though with this composition? This is a classic composition for Ascent, right, Petra? It's tried and it's true.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Pacific, their comp, especially when we start Sunset. I think Gentlemate is gonna run them over, even though they start an attack.
The one thing they do have an advantage is Pacific haven't shown where they're going to put these trips. The trips work well together. You want to put the Cypher trip near the Deadlock trip, and they kind of combo quite well. Gentlemates don't have the footage here to see where Pacific are going to be putting them, and therefore, if you're ever going to play this kind of composition, it is right now where they're going to get the most amount of value, when there is no footage.
How flexible are Gentlemates in terms of their coaching staff and Starzo in calling out where the common spots are for Pacific in terms of placing those traps?
I think Starzo is very vocal, and it sounds like if that wasn't a game plan about the fakes on Sunset, then it looks like they're creating game plans within the moment. And if that is something that they're good at, then that is a very good sign going against a comp like this.
And that's really exciting as a development for Gentlemates, where they bounced back so strongly now from stage one. Again, it wasn't a terrible stage one performance, but it's not a performance that's going to get them to Barcelona. Now they've got LAN experience of some of the greatest crowds they would have played in front of their fans in Paris. They'll be hungry for that experience in Spain, Petra. But they're obviously not getting too ahead of themselves here, because let's face it, Mini's completely focused on taking down Pacific.
Yeah, he's in war mode. He really wants this W, and I think he's gonna do his very best to get the second.
So we are currently just waiting for all the teams to ready check and get in, and there might be a slight issue that we are discussing with the players right now. So don't worry, we're actually just setting up the lobby. We might even have time for a coach confession, I'm not sure, because we didn't hear from the side of Pacific. So let's see if we've got time for that. In fact, we do. So let's hear from Pacific.
Into various Sentinel Sage and Deadlock today, the city meta has been doing. I just simply think that it's not that much to counter the meta. I think it's something that fits really well our team. We have Patrick, that is a guy who was playing before the initiator, and we were working with him a lot about this, say, more passive playstyle, holding off angles on defense and being the guy who's ready to refrag and everything. So we were thinking about comms, we were trying, it was fitting, it was feeling good, and that's why we decided to keep going.
Yeah, and with all this work that we've been doing with him, I think we kind of found, let's say, like a playstyle with the Deadlock and the Sage that he's comfortable with, and yeah, that's basically the reason.
Pacific looking to reset now and try and make the dreams come true of finally winning a game on this stage. The question is, can they do it on Ascent Mini?
Absolutely possible. Like I said, Deadlock Cypher, it did have a little bit of its time in the sun. It was quite a while ago. And like I said before, coming out, no footage on it. They're not going to know where to Silver Shock. They're not going to know where to be looking for these trips. And if they've got some nasty stuff up their sleeve, then Gentlemates are in for a world of pain, potentially.
Yeah, but Gentlemates look like they're enjoying delivering it. With Gentlemates, so far from what we've seen from them, does this feel like a stronger start for them than Stage 1 Mini? I know it's quite early to say.
I'm not sure. I think the question mark for me is, was Split just a blip on the map? I think it probably was, and I think they're probably going to end this series quite strong. But that is the big question mark. Was that a blip, or is that, you know, or is that just the Gentlemates now? Because obviously the big question is this role change going to work? Obviously, I think a lot of people are looking at Bippo as maybe someone that they might be changing into Stage 2. So the real question for me is the role change worth it, or should they have just picked up a Judas and let Mini stay on the Sentinel? And we're not going to answer that question today. We might not answer that question in the next couple of weeks, but I think by the end of the stage, obviously, we're going to have a pretty big answer on that.
Petra, have you been happy with all of the individuals on Gentlemates so far today?
Well...
Oh, well, let's just looking at that second map. Let's just ignore Split.
Okay, I'm ignoring Split. Well, Bippo was the one who has a little bit of slow start on the second map, but I think when someone drops the skills a little bit. Someone else is picking it up, so I think it's not a big deal.
I think Ascent is a map where Beepo, I'd like to see him shine. Like, he didn't have a great map 2 with the Cypher, and I think that that is going to be the bread and butter agent for him going into this stage. He's going to be playing the Cypher a lot, and that is where Mini was finding a lot of value in his history on this team. I think in stage 1, Mini actually did dip in performance a little bit. I don't think people maybe realized that as much, because start of the year, Mini was like looking like one of the best players in the world. So I think my eyes are on Bippo for this map to see if he can raise the bar a little bit and start to kind of silence some of the haters, I guess.
Is there any pressure when you're playing that Sentinel role as well in the EMEA? Because we have great Sentinels in this region.
I think there's some pressure in the meta in general. I think luckily against Pacific, they're not going to be running a composition that's going to overwhelm you as a Sentinel. On the attack side, Pacific don't have double duelists to just run in your face, and so luckily Bippo should be able to be in control a little bit more, but as soon as he starts playing those Turkish teams, that Eternal Fire kind of team where they're just going to be sending at you, I think that's going to be the real test.
But
for
in
him.
terms of also the pressure on you as an individual, because if your team's not doing well, and if you say you're new into this role like Bippo is, and I think that Bippo's been playing perfectly fine in the last few weeks in here today, it's just more spitballing and going, actually, is it one of the high pressure roles to play because there are so many people who can do it well?
I think it's more people give a little bit of grace to Sentinels right now. I think it's not being classed as necessarily Sentinel meta. Even people like Chronicle, who's been one of the GOATs, has dipped a little bit, and he's just like, it's really hard right now to play against it, especially against those double duelists. So.
Well, let's see what happens as we head to Ascent, because Hazo and Kyra are ready to take this one away.
That we are. So, to the decider we go. It's Ascent to settle the series between Pacific and Mates. A team who are yet to win so far in the VCT versus one of our Santiago representatives trying to get back in form. It is Mates on the attack, of course, heading into what is this off-meta, anti-meta, whatever you want to call it, double Sentinel.
Yeah, I think overall we can start to see Pacific's identity for this next split.
For sure.
I mean, after Sunset, it left a lot to be desired, but on Ascent, as many was saying, it's tried and tested. It's had its successes. It was Apex who really got most of its success. As Waddle was really trying to take the fight through mid.
So often we connect those two Ascension teams, say that they've got similarities, but I think you're quite right. In terms of compositions, just having an off-meta pick, something that teams have to directly prep you for, can definitely equip you for the long run, but we'll just have to see how that goes. It's been a game of 2 halves so far. Pacific have tended to start well. VALORANT turns his back on middle, and with that, Martin starts the kills for Gentlemate. It's 1 in middle as we cross the minute mark.
I mean, we saw what happened when Gentlemates got the pistol round in the second half of Sunset. That momentum, very difficult to stop. Could be the same here on Ascent, as we know how momentum-based this map can be.
As Valorant is in general.
Yeah, 3 players strong for the defense on B.
It's a push of 5 players from Mates that are now ensuing.
Oh, Dart not going the right place as well.
It just gives a little bit of safety towards Market, though, so now everyone can focus on this site hit.
Now, Waddle has announced himself with the Sheriff and has done well, but that's a good shot. The classic of Cooper not able to finish the job, but the spike will go down and end out the round in eliminations, even though that spike was already down for Gentlemates.
Final 7 seconds and Gentlemates finally hit the site. This is such an awkward exchange with VALORANT, just turning away there. It's not one he's going to want to watch back in the VOD review, that's for sure. Pacific had players in the right place, but it wasn't a full gamble on the B site in the end. And so Mates with their second pistol in the series, and it's just carrying forward that momentum you were talking about into Ascent hit.
Well, 4 players are trying to work their way into B main. Bippo already beginning to run away. Must have heard something and given information to the attack as they start to run down A.
Yeah, you can see there is a Cypher Cam just cloaked from VALORANT right now, yet to be used. So playing into the retake again, but I think honestly in this map, Kyra, this is where I want to see Pacific show us a little bit more of those protocols, whether they are playing for these set retakes or if they have players that they can support and flood, because it didn't look great on Sunset, really.
Oh, Sheriff C.
Oh, it's Bippo.
Hello, mate. Goodbye, mate. He's still able to get one.
Oh, dear. That's unlucky if you're Waddle.
Yeah. Same time, though. Good for Bippo to get things started off well. Still bodies here for Pacific to make this a difficult
they're
one.
running into Pacific. They could get swept away by the tides here if they're not careful. No one's cleared Ninja. There's one.
One enemy remaining.
Just need one more to make this costly. And it looks like Gentlemates are gonna get away with the 3 rifles heading into their bonus. So second on the board now, but not without caution.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of caution into this one. At the same time, Gentlemates, I mean, you look at the pieces that they're bringing into this one, and you'll see it in just a second. This is a very dangerous bonus round that Pacific need to be careful, need to walk with trepidation.
Sure.
I mean, sure that you've got Sentinels to rely upon, but if you get caught off guard by the fast flood of Gentlemates, this could very quickly be over.
Desk was talking about the effectiveness of the fakes that Gentlemates were calling on their Sunset attack side. And in some ways,
No escape.
Ascent plays similarly in terms of your extremity control, giving yourself an outlet to go back to later on. Casting a wide net on this one as Ninja is the first sounds of gunfire outside of A. And Waddle catches a glimpse of the B push.
Yeah, only 2 though. There was one more hidden in the corner, that is Bippo, and he's going to be the deposit as the players head elsewhere.
Cover going.
And it's based off of that information in both limits of the map that you see Pacific start to get interested towards mid. There was a couple players in short thinking about it. Now it's under the arch where they're looking to go, and Crocs, lucky to live that. Cupid eventually cuts him out the picture, dash in behind from Mini to capitalize, and Mini makes them pay. 2 kills. And with that, back to a 3-on-3.
Starzl doesn't have a rifle to pick up, but Cooper is to receive Starzl now.
30
Does he
seconds.
check?
I mean, this is the sole spike carrier. Starso has to be awfully careful here, but in catching the timing on Cupid with the reload, it's going to make for a 3-on-2. Ninja, one of those players trying to defend the site. Waddle with him as well. A couple kills each, but it's left down to Bippo. It's been a difficult series for him today, but if his impact can be felt any other way, it's through a clutch. Waddle, the rookie, against him. Already taking a bit of damage, but now the plant has to come in. Bippo forced to full stick or take the fight. Waddle with a bit of discipline shown and catches him on the re-peak. Pacific in play, and it's Waddle to bring them there.
Did Waddle just shush after he clutched up as well? That's cold. Pacific get the bonus round, but at what cost? I mean, realistically, right, the rest of the bodies have already done what they need to on Gentlemates. This is lovely from Mini. And yeah, I think this next one, this next round, going to be difficult for Pacific to try and contest.
Yeah, he did shush. And to be fair, I saw Mini last map. It's warranted. It is warranted. But Pacific again with this calm, stoic demeanor about them. They understand that no series is won until both maps taken. They took an early lead, it didn't mean much, and now on this mixed investment, they are straight into the guillotine. A push out B is punished by mates, and a third queued up for the attack now.
Yeah, I think this is all we've done. Prox is man marking Cooper out the situation, and if he goes towards CT, there's 2 duelists awaiting him. So at this point, Gentlemates, again, momentum on their side?
Sure, and I think the overarching point to talk about comes back to what I was saying. Pacific and their mental state, as it's an in-zone flawless, because I think it's easy at this point in the game to now feel it starting to drift away from you, that destiny is no longer in your hands, but we know how well they can play. We saw it at the start of the day, whether that was mates sleeping at the wheel or not, remains to be seen, of course, but the way that they have geared up into this first attack half and really set the pace now, Pacific have a chance to respond.
Yeah, it feels like it starts to become less out of your control and more, oh, we're cursed and all that kind of narrative that you start to bring out.
And nobody wants to hear that either, right?
Exactly. We want Pacific to be able to contest and make some teams sweat. And I think so far, Gentlemates have been put through the grinder a little bit.
And they were that team only a year ago. You got to remember, the last time Prox was in this lineup, how many times did they get to 11 and not see it through? 12 even.
He's trapped here with no way out. VALORANT is the one clearing. Oh, and unfortunately, Beppo is the one who comes away with the kill, escapes the ultimate as well, and information given to the rest. Beppo's done excellently, but at least there's a trade.
Yeah, and all of this is just a distraction. Look at the ground that mates have taken on A.
Yeah, exactly. The information given through the neural theft, exactly what Gentlemates would have needed. Mini with a knife between the shoulder blades, continuing on and somehow surviving. He gets caught by one bolt, and Seven will at least get a trade.
Another freebie.
Yeah, it's just easy as that. Gentlemates have completely dismantled this round with no contest.
Seven's back-to-back with Martin. Neither of them any the wiser. But Pacific fall perfectly into a web spun of mate's own grand design. Seven's still going to give this one a go. Only one player on site here for now. It was Prox. Starto arriving late, but the result, the expected one, a 4-1 lead for the French club.
Yeah, I think this is timeout territory right now. I mean, Beppo does so well in main. Even to get one kill in the ultimate off, that's what sets up the round. And Pacific, I think that the biggest thing here are just losing control of these rounds.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely. I mean, it's when the chaos starts that then things fall apart. You could even see back when they were finding success at the start of the series on Split. I know I keep repeating it. It was when they were able to almost lift it straight from the textbook. These coordinated, rehearsed pieces, whether that was a retake or a set aggression. As soon as Gentlemates start throwing the kitchen sink at you, and when they've got these extra second layers, when Mini's going in through mid and Starso's left behind, I just don't see them being all as receptive.
Yeah.
And now I don't know whether that's just individual decision making, maybe a slight gap in terms of player quality even. Gentlemates have that experience now. And with the timeout behind them, we need to see a response. This is defender's side, this is double Senti. Pacific, this is where we place a lot of the onus on them.
Ready to get back to it with pistols. And this is where we've seen Pacific have some success.
I will just add one extra point onto what I was saying. The attack side could be okay for them, right? Like they can still bunker up with the Deadlock and the Cypher.
Yeah.
My problem is you don't get a couple of rounds now. This one could be over pretty quickly.
We've seen a scent happen like this before. It's Waddle to receive with the Sheriff.
And actually, over on A, Mesh has been dropped by Ninja with 2 players playing in front of it. Nobody there, unfortunately, because it's a nice bait setup. But it will, at the very least, grant them information. A is clear, mid and B both a threat. It's a 4-1, leaning more towards main, where Gentlemates are making their approach.
They do not want to get caught off guard by any player and basically ask the question of Pacific, are you the one to make the first move? Instead, no, it will be Gentlemates as all the utility is prepared.
I mean, Pacific's still sort of gambling on a player walking up A because of how Gentlemates have been so map wide. Those fakes they've been selling, 1 or 2 players at a time. But now a full contact into the B site. Pacific have bodies, they don't have guns.
They don't, it's just pistols. And still, though, Gentlemates have not taken any fights really at this point in time. Still waiting to be patient, still 30 seconds to play with. So they're not going to start sweating just yet. Still, these pistols try to make a nuisance of themselves. But that's what it is, except for VALORANT's Sheriff, that goes. Spike's still on the ground, and 2 players starting to come into the mixer. 15 seconds remain.
Both of the drop weapons in Speedway, so nothing that Pacific can recover here. Flank already known about now. Beppo.
Excellently done. 7-1 off of his ultimate. So just needs the first kill cleanly. And unfortunately, not going to get it. A headshot, which he can't convert. Gentlemates up to 5.
Mini is the truth. I don't know why this guy was playing Sentinel for so long. We've seen him solo carry this mates team for a couple of seasons now. Not his first rodeo for sure, but just fully unleashed on the Jet, which I was talking about being the better of his duelists in his agent pool from what we've seen so far. It's just looking fantastic, 9-3. And look, Bippo on the other end of the roll swap also performing equally as well. So that's one way to answer critics. Back to the same setup we've seen a few rounds from Pacific now. No player presence beyond that barrier. And again, investigating middle. Nobody home, as we know.
Yeah, and I mean, still, you're happy with that? Question mark, good.
Yeah.
And that paranoia does just give away the
Exactly.
audibles.
No, there's no capitalization on it, so it's a big piece tossed into the ether.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's more information, I guess. At the same, and I think there was a Omen ultimate off the back of it from Prox.
I mean, at the very least, they've got this insert of Valorante, so anyone walks back towards B, notably Bippo in a couple of seconds, should be a kill for him. Doesn't find it. And Mates trying to gear up on the A hit with this run it back. Martin playing in behind. Hunter's Fury down onto Jen. Ninja condemned and killed. But a couple back from Pacific in the meantime. One on the site and one elsewhere means that they will have numbers into this retake.
Valorante's going for the full flank though. Gentlemates need to be careful.
And so do they wait for him to arrive? Or do they take it a step early? Looks like the latter. And so it comes down to a 1v1. If Martin can find this, then all of a sudden Gentlemates back in a very strong position. He's thinking about it, but Valorante hesitant to take that timing. Just about misses his opportunity. Martin flashes back in and finds him. So all of a sudden, the wheels are falling off. Starso still on 1 HP though. Hanging in there by a thread. Traded out from Prox, and Martin's still going. 3 for him now, flashback on the angle, but Cupid to dig them out of a bad situation. The quicksand at their feet, but they won't falter.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, you could start to see Pacific sinking. Martin, I don't know how he wins that 1v1 on Valorante. Valorante's given all the utility in the world to succeed. Dodges the dart. It's a nice little trap play, or I say trap play, it's a nice little activation that you see from Pacific's defense on the other side of the map.
Nice! Come on, bring the shit back, baby.
Really does feel like a lot of the time Pacific, yeah, they're so set in how they want to play the end of these rounds that Mates have it figured out. Want to disrespect as much as possible, as this is a meaningful buy for both. Mini just clawing away at the mid authority. The trap's been spotted and Starso will shock it for him.
Yeah. That space now noted though, and you can see that Seven's watching it at this moment in time. Pacific are going to react entirely.
Yeah, deep trap gets broken instantly, so they know Pacific aren't with a deep sight hold. Mates snatching at the opportunity.
Still, the rotates from the other side of the map very, very late. And that's going to allow this B site to be completely vulnerable. So 3 versus 5 retake, and I think at this point in time, the white till has been thrown in.
Yeah, full cancel from Pacific. They've not got loads of cash. They're still in a decent enough position though. I mean, from here, no reason to give it a go.
I would really like it if we saw Pacific just gamble once. You know, play like, come up with like a better retake, I guess, setup for one of the sites and play entirely for that. I mean, you think about it, the 2 rounds they've won have been retakes, and just get Gentlemates to execute into a stack for once.
Yeah, I think actually the thing I want to pick up on this round specifically is just the situational awareness from Mates to react off of that trap getting placed in main.
Yeah.
They know that the Cypher's out of position. How many times have Pacific been bunkering up deep to try and flood in there on B with the additional layer of support? So for as much as we can critique how the defense have been playing, Mates deserve their flowers in this situation. And those in rows move up to 6 now. This is a lead which continues to build on the attack side, and for Pacific, a couple opportunities left for them to get bare minimum 2 more rounds from the 4 that we have to play here.
Saving grace is that Pacific's post plans will be good. We know that. But it's whether they can get into post, right? That's going to be the big question.
It's also, again, just the end of this first half. Can they get the rounds that is even going to give them the foundation to make that feasible, Cairo? Because it's going to be, what, almost 2 halves, 3 halves of Valorant across the maps where they have looked massively out of favour.
Well, I mean, so far, over 3 halves of Valorant, they've won something like 7 rounds.
Sure. So the point being, where does that spark come from?
Oh, this trap in A could be it. As Ninja is noted, but 7 isn't.
Yeah, 7's still tucked away in wine, but mates, a little hesitant to engage here. Just reel back for a moment. You can see in the meantime, Bippo's been holding it down in mid. You got Starso in B tiles. It's from this point, after a little bit of fact-finding, that they look to converge on the site.
I have the spike.
Kill trip set up. Valorant playing keep away. I think this is the gamble you were looking for. Oh my god, what a shot from Bippo.
Unbelievable, and it's just unlocked the B site. You can see players starting to get back into Boathouse, a similar position we've seen them try and hold from before, and every single time Gentlemates have managed to dismantle it.
Looks like it's going to be more of the same here. Excellent shot to the feet of Waddle. Plant coming in. 6 seconds to spare, and 7 is out of there. That one wasn't intentional, I promise.
You're under suspicion, has a JC.
I mean, after considering your comments in the previous match, you do not have a leg to stand on.
You just love poo, mate.
I'm actually just not going to say anything. This is yours. This post round is yours.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's much to really talk about, if we're being honest. B-site has the success rate, right, has just not been found. A couple of times we've seen Gentlemates head towards A. That's where Pacific are really showing their mettle. But since then, B-site has just been so weak.
So heading out of that one, we are into a second Pacific timeout of this first half. And, oh yeah, just look at this, man. What a shot from Bippo. The correction, and Ninja can't believe it. Unfortunate way to go. Felt like Pacific had the right idea.
Last player standing.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat, but someone who has had the right idea. Omat Blanc is the new boy on, I say new boy, somewhat new boy on the block for Gentlemates.
Yeah, he's back. Prox is back. And I think the main thing that stuck out, because of course, obviously, you and I had the chance to follow his journey throughout the second tier this year, is that he said to us in an interview after one of the 7 titles he lifted with Enterprise in that short stint, he didn't feel like a rookie anymore joining that team. And I think it's just done so much to reignite his confidence coming back into VCT. It should be that same mentality from him. Already beat 3 VCT rosters in that Clash campaign, of course, where Enterprise were one of the joint winners.
Yeah.
So knows exactly what it means.
And knows what it means to play alongside Cooper, actually, for those who don't know.
That's
Did
true.
feature on Team Liquid Academy during the Blender, Project Blender.
And actually, Cooper didn't play in Blender because it was Mystic IGLing.
So
you're telling Porkies.
Cheers, mate. That was just an off the head one. And
Clocked, mate.
I will not
Clocked.
be doing that again.
Gagged.
What? Hello? Just like, oh no, it's all gone wrong from either side. Pacific have got a real chance. Finally, they're managing to win a round that isn't a retake. Martin starting to back away and forced to Sabrosa.
Yeah. And the reveal on top of his head is just insult to injury. Bounce of the flash, but Alorante's there to pick up the pieces. Exactly what we want to see from Pacific. A round which feels like it was cooked straight out of the strat book, but it has got them another here.
Yeah, and a couple of ultimates online off the back of it. Nice little mid play. Ninja not accounted for. Oh, sorry, was accounted for, but one is dual. And there was nothing off the back of it. Gentlemates on the back foot, couldn't course correct. And at the end, what are we going to see out of these ultimates? Because I think that's where my big question mark is for this next round.
Yeah, 7 threatening that mid walk up instantly. Cupid spamming the breakable panel of Link.
Yeah, B, this is the site that's been really weak for Pacific so far, and this is where Gentlemates head things.
The barrier drops in though. Plenty of audio given away. Net lands, but ult is going to miss. Starso actually got caught in that. He covered so much ground. Cupid still with this Odin in middle though, gets the opening kill.
Yeah, and also out. Had to use the paranoia. And still trying to head for the hills. Gentlemates start to really assault A as Starzo's going mid.
Yeah, full cancel on this. Cupid dropped all the way back through tree, and now it's market where mates are headed.
Yeah, Ninja taking main space is going to be huge, but they go one step further. Pacific know this as they walk in with a little bit of anxiety, and it comes true. Gentlemates, once again, proved to be the issue that Pacific cannot solve.
How many times have we seen them go deep and find value through mid? Starso, the beating heart of this team, his influence coursing through their veins. Big 2 versus 3 about to go down in B main.
The defense playing on the front foot. Ninja! It's huge! One more to find, but Prox provides an answer. So Starzo tries to get the fight early onto Cupid, who has an Odin. And he's chasing shadows.
Yeah, at what point does he realize? I think it's only just now that the penny drops and that decision has to be made. Is it save or savior? Looks like it'll be the former. Doesn't want to give it a go. And with the door closing, I think that's alerted Starso to the situation as well. Still just keeping tabs on this, but there you have it. 8th round queued up for the mates. And they will be very happy with how this first half has gone. Pacific still the jury out. We placed a lot of providence on that second half, man, but
yeah,
I'm not sure I see the turnaround happening right now.
I need something special. Halftime team talk that will bring things back on board for Pacific. 2 timeouts used and only 3 rounds accrued. That sums things up in the way that it has gone. And yeah, I mean, you can see from here, nice little start from Cupid. But it's this step forward that really changes the direction of the round.
Yeah, it's just a great call. Ninja doing his absolute best here. But even past that 2 kills, can't hang on for one more. Final round of the opening 12.
That's a double op.
I mean, mates have cash for fun. Monopoly money on this attack side. Bippo is one of those ops, and I'm not quite sure if they know. They know about Mini now. He's announced himself in mid with a double very quickly off the mark, and again, mates taking that early advantage.
There could be a problem occurring, though, at the same time, as Mini goes back to try and get that spike. And he's lucky, because now everybody's starting to head on top of him.
Yeah, neural theft, perfect timing though, but as you say, that is the spike now back in spawn for mates. 2 players just sitting over it here on the Pacific side with a smoke drop right in the middle. And Martin actually aided by it, reverse engineering this one to look for a fight. 7 on the other side, but Cupid with his back to things in Gelato.
As well as 7. Oh, yeah, that's going to be unfortunate. Still the spike and spawn, and time's starting to get low.
35 seconds. 7 with an Odin in attack spawn, like a trolling ranked teammate, but he has been cut loose in the end. And well, mates are taking quite the time to clear every last corner.
Yeah.
Whichever site they head to, they have numbers, and Cupid's 1 away from the ult, so he can't TP to help Waddle.
No, he is not, but there is at least an info and a shock dart in Waddle's belt.
Sends out the shock, connects onto both. Brilliant damage. There's the recon, drops back to Boathouse, just needs to stop the plant. That's all he needs to win this round. Martin gets it inside the smoke of Cupid. Waddle's still alive here, but Bippo could be the undoing of everything. All that hard work from Pacific in this round. 33 points of health and he spotted his target. Dips back in and Cupid catches him. And thank God he does for Pacific. Fourth round is them hanging off the olive branch just about into this second half.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very difficult half for Pacific, let's be honest. But they've given themselves a lifeline for that second half, and that's what's most important. But with that being said, we'll see if Pacific can make that comeback after a quick half-time break.
As is the case when Pacific play, we have gone the distance. It's all 3 maps, but unfortunately enough for them. 4 rounds down at the half. The biggest difference we've seen between the teams so far today, as Gentlemates are rolling with the punches, carrying the momentum built up on Sunset to reverse sweep this series in their favor.
Yeah, the big thing for Pacific is always going to be, can they get to post and can they get the Sentinel utility in? For Gentlemates, is can they stop them and can the duelists of Mini and Martin make them pay? We've seen them do it on the attack, can they do it on the defense?
And from the stylistic assessment of both of these teams and how they've been playing across the opening couple, if you're just joining us, I would say that Mates should be equipped to deal with what Pacific are going to hurl at them. And already Mini lets himself be known. Opens proceedings. It's Martin to get things started. Opens up his account with a kill in A main. You can see Pacific still trying to take this space, but Mates bouncing back. Immediate utility sent their way. Right down their throat here. Ninja getting one onto Prox. It's so messy, and that's when 7 pops up to save them. Has the spike, has some breathing room, and can get the plant in on A.
He's lucky it's a pistol round. It's going to take a while for that door to break, so he gets safety.
It is fleeting. There was a slide there for him, but Starso and this Bandit has not missed a beat today. Another pistol for Gentlemates. Pacific won the opening 3, Mates have won the closing 3, and that might just be the difference.
That could be, especially with Gentlemates about to grab double digits. I mean, you think about the pressure of the numbers. I mean, 6 to 8 versus 10 to 4. It's completely different, worlds apart. And that mid brawl,
yeah.
I mean, it just feels like fisticuffs.
More than anything, I would say that you look at how Mates are setting up these plays, it's just backing their individual ability to the nth degree there. Prox is playing solo tree. He blinds and goes for a fight on 2 players. I don't see the same kind of difference being made by Pacific. I guess 7 did well there, but now just classics. They're into the meat grinder.
Yeah, it will be. It will feel like that. It is just fodder for the ultimate farm.
I think the one you really got to be tracking right now is Starso. He would love that ultimate. Hunter's Fury towards the bonus. He's going to pick up another one here. Ooh, no more for Starso, but the death, yeah, just puts him one away.
Yeah, and Gentlemates, with the fact that they are one away, have a tool for retake, it just looks so much easier. Overall, I think it has to be said that Gentlemates have been absolutely dominating. Pacific showed us a flash of brilliance in that first map, but since then has it, as we've said before, it's now 9 rounds in total that we've seen across 4 halves of Valorant.
Yeah, not enough. And now, Mates with a chance to extend their advantage. Again, Martin just unwilling to give an inch in A main. Fights up early, Spectre in hand. It's Prox trying to assess the lay of the land behind him. Mini's already dashed up all the way catwalk. He gets in behind in A main. There's another layer to this with Starso in position as well. Pacific wary of it. Valorant left behind in Link. He's going to lose out to the Bandit too. Is there no end to this madness? Finally put down is the captain of Mates, but Pacific have taken serious casualties.
7 low, 1 body shot would be enough.
And Bippo can't quite thread the needle. The Cypher away from his setup signals that Pacific can take some space back towards B, but as he opens up the cage, here is Bippo now with a stinger. 7 gone, and Ninja forced to recover this solo.
Oh, they're waiting for him.
And he just walks right into the crosshair. Prox puts him down, and as good as Ninja has been in the hot seat, it is not Pacific's day today.
Is it ever Pacific's day? It feels like rounds like this that completely do not fill you with confidence, fill you with dread if you're a Pacific fan.
Thanks.
I mean, I don't think there's anything more that can be said. Gentlemates, certainly, they've had a test on the first, but since then, they have shown what they are capable of. 2 rounds away from winning map number 3.
Molly again lands in. Chip damage to Cupid in A main. And right now, Pacific slow on the uptake. 7's got the overdrive, and that's what you're expecting to be the main force of this assault.
That's what you're hoping will be the main force. But you've got a lot of distance to try and get through, and well, seems to get through it with little to no issue.
Yeah, Starso coming in with his own ultimate here as well to just support him. Proxy bolts beaming through in bright blue. Gentlemates on 12 now, surely. Valorant 1 versus 5. This game has just got out of control.
It really has. And I think this is exactly what you expect of Gentlemates. Role changes have looked more than good. Split, maybe can be left to the back of the vetoes for the future.
Sure.
But at 12-4, you cannot discount them in the run for champs.
It's been all about defender-sided dominance. You want to talk veto. Both teams chose to start on the defense every single time they had the opportunity. We have not seen a single second half attack side round yet, and with that being an in-zone flawless, it doesn't get any easier for Gentlemates.
It does not, and I don't think Pacific would have thought that this would have been an easy task. It's been a nice warm-up. They knew that they could win split, but since then, I feel as if there has been not any belief at all.
No.
Run it back online for Martin. That's probably going to be the win condition for any retake should Gentlemates need it.
Here.
Info game early. 1 out by Mates, you would feel. Bippo, Canary in the coal mine. First sign of danger towards B. 7 gets sighted, and the spam does not connect.
Already we're seeing the deadlock ultimate, but Martin, as you say, has grabbed Spike and it just falls apart. Rounds like this, players taking ones, and somehow Pacific managed to get a couple of their own. Somewhat falling apart here.
Yeah, Ninja Still needs to get the spike back, though. This is where the last two Mates players are.
Well, they're going to be able to at least get one of them. Martin having to head for the hills. Beppo getting spammed out. Nearly caught out. Waddle can't win that duel. So it's up to Ninja to deny Gentlemates. With 4 bullets left, he needs to reload.
Or hit the headshot.
Oh, Ninja's managed to escape Beppo.
Might just have
30
gotten
seconds
away
left.
from Martin here as well. I mean, he's into spawn, so has the lay of the land, his choice. It's going to be the A site. I said get away from Martin. He's walking into trouble. Martin has the checkmate here. Checkmate from the checkmate to make it 13.
10
We'll
seconds
see.
left.
With 4 bullets, Ninja hasn't reloaded. He's decided to go for it. And Martin will have to swing wide for this fight. He'll get it. Gentlemates do the reverse sweep in this first best of 3. They were made to sweat on split, but since then, it has been French dominance from Gentlemates.
Prox on his glorious return, 337 days later, kicking it off with a win in the VCT. And Cairo, I've got to say, after that first map, there were reasons for us to believe in Pacific, especially in the fashion in which they swept away Split. But you're always thinking on the back of your mind, what if this one goes against them again? And it's the same story, unfortunately, in Berlin. Mates, the ones who start their stage with a win.
Yeah, it just feels as if Pacific are really struggling to find that win. And in a way, that kind of talk about, oh, we're cursed, we can't get that win, becomes a reality, especially when you see 13-5, 13-4, as we said, 9 rounds over 4 halves of Valorant is a pretty tough scoreline.
Yeah, I think, look, even on the mate side, the introspective here will be the attack side's maybe not the strongest at points, but on the whole, I think they can be happy with how this one ended up for them. A first win in Group Alpha, and that's going to go a long way when you look at the opponents that they've got coming up soon. A chance to stake their claim after success in Santiago. It is a roster and a role swap which has put them on the right path.
Yeah, I mean, you can grow into this stage. You were talking about attack sides. Things can be sharpened up. I think for Gentlemates, it is all about just getting that first win. And even as Crashy said earlier, it's just about getting yourself used to playing officials once again.
Yeah. New studio, new stage, but the same Gentlemates. It's a post-plant that we're going to listen to with Mini and Bippo.
Thank you very much, guys. Guys, let's talk about that victory. A little bit sweaty on Split, but you managed to turn things around. Was this just a case of a conversation, reminding yourselves that you're a team, Mini?
I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, after the first map, you know, I told everyone, I will not lose, and I refused to lose, and you guys could see it, you know, on the sunset. So, yeah, I think it took us some time to warm up again on the new stage, you know, but we're back at it, and we're stronger than ever.
Bippo, how's the stage feeling this time around? You've had a role change since we last saw you here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, you know, I did not expect that when starting this year I would be ending on Cypher, but apparently I'm playing Cypher now, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to ask,
you've got questions.
so for each other, what do you think each other are doing well on your new roles? So, like, obviously, like, how is Bippo doing on the Cypher? Like, what are you seeing that's good right now?
I think maybe he's like more the silent killer. Like maybe I would say he's like more the Alphager type of Cypher. Like he's just on the side, he's just killing everyone. On attack, he's like playing his own game more. And that I was not doing at all, you know, I was more like involved in the team stuff. So it took me some time to like get important kills or something, but he's doing great. You know, he's just locked in on the crosshair and he's locking down the side, so it's good.
And what's Mini doing well on the duelist, Bippo?
I mean, I think he's doing very well, especially like he's playing very fearless kind of duelist, you know, and he's like never backing down, never like, whenever he's having bad games, he's like proving that he can have value with comms, you know, he's making plans all the time, so I feel like he's doing a very good job, you know. Also his operator is looking clean, so overall I think he's doing a very good job on duelist.
And for yourselves, what do you want to improve? Obviously you've only really just switched these roles, so what are you seeing? Obviously I'd presume this isn't the final form for each of you, so what do you need to improve on?
I mean, just bring more consistency for sure and get like more comfortable on every map, every agent, you know, like makes sense that it's gonna take us some time, you know, since we're both new to the role. But we're just trying to help each other as much as we can. Like after pracs, every time, like we're talking to each other about stuff, you know. So we're doing our best to be on our peak in those roles, and I feel like we're getting there slowly but surely every day.
Well, you're getting some peaks for sure because you got your first ace. Should we take a look at it, Mini?
I was so happy to get it, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, you were so happy with every round win in our last two maps. You were on your feet. Here we go, Mini, talk us through it.
I mean, here, I just called to walk down mid because they have a group for exec. And then here I was just like feeling it. I got my 2. I got the 3rd one, and I was like feeling like, oh, it might be the time for the ace, right? Because I was getting 4Ks all the time in my life. I'm just getting 4Ks. And I was like, give me ace, guys, jump, flash, jump. And I was like, ace, you guys are not that good.
I mean, literally, it was like 20 seconds of him saying, guys, don't peek, I'm gonna ace, I need my ace. And like, we're just there jiggling, like, we don't even know if we win the round yet. He's like, guys, I'm gonna ace, I need to ace, you know?
I got it, so it's good.
Mini, it definitely felt like you were letting off a bit of tension when you were screaming at Pacific there. Do you feel like, though, you could be a bit more creative in the things that you're shouting?
No, I mean, I think it doesn't matter what I shout, you know? I just try to enjoy as much as I can here. And like, it's crazy how much this stage, like I can hear them also shouting. So on the split, you know, I hear them shouting, I'm like, this is not right, you know? So I also needed to show them what we can do.
Yeah, you just needed to reset to give it back.
Alongside acing, Kunde was saying that, like, we noticed that you were doing a lot of fakes early on that sunset, and he said it was between you and Starzo maybe coming up with some of those ideas. How much of the IGLing are you helping with? How much of those kind of almost game plan kind of things are you helping with?
I mean, we're sharing a lot of things with Starzo together, like especially he's calling the pre-rounds and I'm trying to mid-round as much as I can, not on the duelist role. So we're kind of like 50-50 at it, you know, he's the captain of the team and like the mentality he's bringing, you know, is something different than me. But for sure, like in game, we're just trying to help as much as we can into each other and we're both very involved.
Bippo, what was your reaction to the role changes? Can you talk us through when that was decided and what the conversation was like?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it was after stage 1. I go eat with my coach, and I just started talking. And the last thing I expected was like, because, okay, like there were a couple of options. Like, I don't even know if I was supposed to end on Sentinel, you know? There were like some things on the table, but I was like, I mean, Sentinel, let's try it, you know? If it's gonna make us win, whatever, like, let's try it. And, I mean, it was just full random, to be honest. Like, I didn't expect it at all. I think Mini came up with the idea.
Yeah, it was my idea because of the pack issues that we had before, and I'm very vocal. I was thinking it might be a good idea, and it turned out being good. So
yeah, because you believe in Bippo.
I mean, I believe in everyone in the team, you know, and that's why we didn't go for like roast and move like every other orc, you know. Like we believe in this group, we're fighting together, improving together, and that's what matters.
And you really need to believe in yourself, Mini, as well, because you're going to have to make some risky plays, particularly when you're on that neon. What gives you the confidence to know that you can go out there and do this for your team?
I mean, I just know that I have what it takes to play on this stage, you know, like I'm one of the best players in the league, and I will always believe in it. I will always play like this, and just need to keep going.
You're back playing with Prox again, Mini, and new to you, Bippo. What does he bring to the team now? And how has he improved?
I mean, I think what he brings for sure is some good firepower, you know? It's not like he's just doing his role, just smoking only, you know? I feel like he has some maps where he's a lot of impact fragging-wise. And I think outside of the game, I feel like he has a kind of close connection, you know? I feel like we're kind of all kind of laughing together, you know? We're just more connected as a team, like outside of the game.
Yeah, and what he improved from last year is just the experience, you know, like last year he was insane at the practice, but on stage he was like very shaky. It was just 5 games for him, but like now we got the EWC also to play, and since that, like we hype him so much, we all told him how much we believe in him, and he just went crazy. Today he also was playing very well, so I'm super proud to see him grow up like this.
Bippo, can you rate our minis, please?
What do you mean rate our minis?
I just realised you're sat between two, well, you're sat next to two minis. We should have put you in the middle.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy where I am, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, we got fragging Mini and then...
Non-fragging Mini.
Brain Mini and Brain and Fraggy Mini.
Yes, there we go.
Thank you.
We've got a nice combination of lots of brains and some brains. Let's take a look at the standings and see where we're at after 2 days of VCT EMEA. Congratulations again, gentlemates, for getting your first win on the board. You're mid-table in terms of championship points now. I think there's about 4 teams who are tied in 5th with the 6th points. For you, Mini, after this successful opening game, do you feel confident you can go further than you did in stage 1?
I mean, it was never about just this game of today, but I feel like we're just getting in the best shape we have ever been, like even better than kickoff, you know? Like we're just looking so good right now that for me, we just need to keep the practice like this and we're going Shanghai no matter what.
And what about Barcelona, Bippo, as well? Because I know you got a taste for the crowd in Paris recently. Getting to play in front of those Gentlemates fans is just something else, isn't it?
I mean, I'm excited to go anywhere, to be honest. Like any country I go to, I'm excited to like just see how the crowd is, you know, just see how the vibes are, you know. I feel like playing on different stages, different countries, always just exciting, you know. So I'm excited for Barcelona also.
In your group, I know the graphic's gone, but who do you think are going to be those contenders with you to make it out the top 2?
I feel like it's pretty random. It's like very hard to predict, you know, but I don't know. I believe it could be us and Vitality. I like the Vitality boys. They're playing well, so yeah, I think.
Is there any surprises right now, you think, maybe on the cards for stage 2?
I'm not sure, like, there is no surprises that much. I mean, Navi, it's just one match. They were always like, I don't know, I remember last split, they were always good. Like at start, you know, and kickoff also. So if they keep going like this, they can be good, you know, but let's see, never know.
Bippo, same question to you.
I mean, for the group question, I don't know, because I don't really know the teams in my group. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would also say Navi. I think they can have a good run, you know. I feel like they can do better than what they've shown before, you know. I feel like they have to kind of prove themselves, and I feel like they have the players to do it for this split.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us on the Postplant. Congratulations on your first win. And for the rest of you, thank you so much for watching. We've got more Valorant coming your way, same time tomorrow. And as we say goodbye for today, enjoy the Razor end of day highlights. Good night.
It's on Ara to plant the spike with 7 seconds. He has to have bodyguards, but he will be defended. Big round from Boaster.
Hey! Jake, let's go, baby!
Takes advantage of the chaos. Strikes from behind. Might do the same as Boaster's looking the other way. Crashies alone down below, but West Side's there to join him.
Nice! Good job, guys. Come on, he's seen it, guys.
Still 2 away as they push towards the site. Dealt death to 2, and now GX miles behind, needing a hero play, but the villain of their round is still alive and kicking.
More unlikely up until Ara strikes, gives them an advantage, and he even looks to clean up Boaster as well.
The West Side, for now, he has delivered them a chance, a promise yet to be realized. But the 4-piece and his 1v4 begins and ends here.
Right. Nice!
But an Emoda Thrifty closes out the series for Fnatic.
This weapon, Bippo wants to fight it. He's got a judge, and up close and personal, that's exactly where you want it to be.
Well done, Nico Ace. Well done.
Still trying to go for more, but they're not going to clear Martin. Shot's not hitting. They can still overwhelm Mini here. That chance, that one-on-one. Mini is still hanging around for at least one, but the trades are perfect.
Oh my god, what a shot. Listen, boys, we're all shooting. Come on, baby. We're all looking good right now. Come on.
All through the Nightfall, but now it's only Ninja remaining.
Nice! Nice!
Paranoia good though. And it's up to Valorant to hold things. Deny the spike. Get through! The headshot king of Valorant. Tentatively, of course. But looking at it here.
Yes,
oh my goodness, Ninja.
My first day! Because you are a
We'll have to swing away for this 330 glorious return. 330.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it